entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
I do this once a week. I feel like I work on every show. I handcraft every show. Handcraft every show before weeks on end, I tell you. I wish it worked that way, actually. It doesn't work that way. Oh boy. Seen any good podcasts lately? Are we entertained? Do we have any outrage bait for today? I want to personally thank Jesse Lee Peterson for inspiring today's thumbnail. It was just too good to pass up. See, this is the curse of, like, a lot of people don't realize I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts as well as a Bachelor in Behavioral Psychology. I dual major. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
You are one of the nicest people I think I've ever met in a short period of time.
Oh, that's about time.
No, like, seriously, like, I do think you are extremely attractive. You're really hot, like, and you're nice. And you're nice. What the fuck am I thinking? He's nice. Yeah. He's kind. He's grateful. Like, you're nice and sweet. Yeah. In heels, like I'm 6'3".
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know what?
Dude, if that's a problem for you, that totally get it.
You know what? Because
totally get it. No, for real.
For 7 years, married for 2. I slept around in college, and since we met and dated in college, I thought it was best to be open with him, and I told him my body count. We would go months without it being brought up. Then he randomly gets anxiety. What are your thoughts? Is this normal behavior / common thinking from men? Because he sure thinks it is.
Some things you die with, like your body count.
He cannot hold that against you.
This guy is not comfortable with himself.
It's affecting you emotionally because you're like, I didn't do anything wrong, and you didn't.
Bring it up once, cool. Bring it up again for what?
What is he?
Okay, so it's your fault if you have a problem with it. Just throwing that out there.
End game here. Do you want me to apologize for something that I did before even knowing you?
Because right now, you're just bothering the fuck out of me.
You made it a month on OnlyFans.
Not that much. I would say like 450.
Okay, not that much.
Not as much as comparison to like other girls that I know. That's like my highest month, but I know girls that will make way more than that a month.
Black China claims she makes like 200 million. You think that's true?
She just probably
200. She just got rid of all her stuff.
She just shut down her only.
Like me because one day I said, if your wife's out spending you, you need to make more money.
You also said, why are you making your wife pay for her? You're the man. You should be taking care of her. Blah, blah.
100%.
Oh, yeah. We were like, we love him.
But that's the truth. Any guy that doesn't agree with that, dude, I don't even know what you call that.
You guys were built to be providers. Like, you were built to be protectors. Like, instinctually, that's how you were. Women
that's how you should be.
And women were built to be like, I want you to be taken care of. That's why women are attracted to men that are very confident and very, right? Because we want to be taken care of.
A woman gives up financial independence to a mate, it's over.
Yep.
You have to be prepared, because if you're not prepared, then you're stuck. And more women have to accept lifestyles that are unpleasant because they are financially stuck. So if you're smart, you teach your daughters, teach your granddaughters, everybody has to have something that they're good at, where they can earn a living.
Oh shoot! Thanks for the $100,000, dude. I gave away my whole life savings to you because I love you so much, mommy. Thank you for everything. I can't wait to be your king and run off with you for forever. That's crazy, bro. I mean, enjoy poverty. Babe, we got $100,000.
Enjoy poverty.
Sexual response starts with emotional intimacy. That's where it begins, not with desire. And emotional intimacy, the way I think of this is my partner is
I know I am. One of the biggest lies and one of the grandest scams we have perpetrated on the human race since like probably the mid 60s is this idea that happiness is some attainable nirvanic goal state that we can all just have, and it's heaven. Like we're basically selling heaven, right? It's pure contentment no matter what. And so every time somebody says, well, that's not what's going to make you really happy. No, that you're selling a lie and you're selling a dream right there, because happiness is an emotion and it's an emotive state. And I mean, and
it's really different for everybody.
But every time we hear it mentioned, you're not going to be happy. You're going to be a lonely old man, and nobody's going to be at your bedside when you pass peacefully into the next life. You're not going to be happy, right?
Right.
Whenever I hear that, all I've got to go do is all I have to do to disprove that is look at the antidepressants, prescriptions for women over the last 20 some odd years. And again, this is big pharma that's doing this, but they're playing on the idea that happiness is some sort of maintainable, sustainable goal state, that you can always be in this state of bliss and happiness all the time. And so what happens is it gets into the fabric of just what our ideals are. So we tend to take that fantasy of what happiness actually is, and we apply it to whatever our pet ideology is.
So then, why is it open?
Because we like to fuck around.
So he doesn't then.
They have an open relationship.
Yep.
You're 100%
You
open.
can try to put on your insecurities out there, that's fine. Are your women not enough for you? You have a one-sided open relationship, right?
Because you said that you love him for him.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
But if you did, why go somewhere else?
Well, why do you fuck other women?
No, because I want to, but you.
You said because I want to.
No, you said earlier.
Does that mean that you don't love your women? Does that mean that you don't love your partner because you go fuck other people?
For you, yeah.
No, for you. I'm asking you.
Not for me, for you.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. Same logic.
And I'm confused.
Can you understand that?
I definitely do.
Yeah.
Do you?
Women always have a double standard?
I don't know.
How is it a double standard when I have an open relationship? He also has an open relationship. We're just pointing like the Spider-Man. Do you not love your partners?
Huh?
You don't love your partners, your girlfriends. You have several girlfriends, right?
No.
You have one. Yeah, do you love them? Do you love your girlfriends? Ooh, I can hear them right now be crying out there, okay?
Aline and I have an announcement to make. Do you want to tell them?
No, you can do it.
Our 6-year relationship is coming to an end.
We are breaking up.
And
music.
The reason for our breakup is sad.
He's only 40% along the night.
...2016. I was just starting Nas Daily.
And I had just gotten out of a divorce and was traveling the world.
The second we met online, I knew she was special.
And I knew he was special too.
For me, it was love at first message.
Hey, I saw your video. It would be fun to hang out and talk and explore.
I loved everything about her. Her way of talking.
Hi, my name is Aline.
Her sense of humor.
Yeah, no.
The way she capitalized words. Her kindness. Her personality. Her looks. Her culture. Everything.
And I still love all that about you.
And I still love so many things about you. I love him.
We fostered 50 cats, and we even got fake married in India and in Papua New Guinea.
But sometimes, even the best of things
Come to an end.
It's 10:29. Don't be an asshole to me.
I told you 3 minutes, and I'm waiting downstairs.
No, you can't randomly say 3 minutes. I'm not angry.
You're angry.
I'm literally not angry.
You are angry.
I'm literally not angry.
At some point, I stopped taking her on dates. I focused all my energy into the videos and my company, assuming the relationship was fine.
But it wasn't fine.
No, it wasn't fine.
You know, I thought a lot about this. And I don't have it in me. I cannot give you what you need from a relationship. And you couldn't give me what I needed in a relationship.
From my perspective, you know, I was bidding for attention, right? In relationships, like the #1 indicator of them falling apart is if someone asks for attention and they don't get it. And I was not having my bids for attention responded to. I feel like you were going into your own world, right? And I was getting pushed out of the world. And I feel like it's actually
piano and violin music.
And I feel like I've been trying so hard to fit into your world, but I finally reached a point where I was like, no, like I want to have my own world too. Like I'm not going to be on the periphery of someone else's world.
Yeah.
And I
Translation, you have no frame and no world I want to be a part of.
realized I was thinking so much about you and you were not thinking so much about me. And you were thinking so much about your company. So it's like,
And I wasn't thinking about myself.
yeah.
That's the thing. I wasn't thinking about myself. I wasn't thinking about you. I was thinking about life and death, survival of this thing that I'm building.
Yeah.
That ended up destroying everything.
Yeah.
From my side, I know myself. I invest a lot. I'm obsessive about things that I feel I can work out and become big in the future. And I don't invest anything in things that I don't see a future for. And I think at some point after 4 or 5 years, subconsciously, I felt that there is no future in our relationship because we couldn't agree on many fundamental things. How to live, where to live, in what the setting of family versus no family, right? We couldn't agree on some of the most basic things in relationships.
Like her being hot for you?
And then I was like, well, wait a minute. Why invest in something that's going to break apart in 2, 3, 4 years? So it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Are you sad?
Nope.
Not enough. Not enough. But I was sad for a long time. I was already sad during the relationship. I was grieving the relationship while I was in the relationship.
Part of me feels like,
all right, remember how those red pill guys always say that the girl's already left the relationship before you actually have the talk about breaking up? There you go.
this is a cycle. Right now, it's a cycle of me investing in the company and going all in like crazy.
No, it's a cycle of you being blue pill and not being woke up.
But I'm going to come out of it at some point.
No, you won't.
I mean, I know I will.
Best one.
No,
I know.
You said that with the daily videos, and then there was supposed to be a certain amount of time, and then you made it 1,000 days. So I waited with you. I dated you for almost 3 years. I waited, and then the 1,000 videos ended, and I did not become the priority. Then you decided to make a company, and then you didn't do the app, and then the app wasn't the priority. Then this company was the priority. I will never be the priority. I already waited 6 years, almost 7 years.
Waste of my sexual agency and the best years of my life when I could have been fucking a guy much harder than you, much richer than you, and certainly more well-built than you.
And that's too long. And I'm not going to live forever. I have one life, and I want to be the priority, even if I'm only the priority to myself, because you were my priority.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
Flawless victory.
I think you should.
Nothing. That's enough of that. I'm sorry. I apologize for subjecting you to that mad. It's actually more to that. It's too unbearable. You get the idea. Hello, children. How are we doing today? How's it going?
Hello there, children. How's it
It's
going?
going to be a sound drop day. I apologize in advance. Well, actually, in retrospect now. I should not have submitted you to all of that. It was just too much, more than a man can take. Okay, how are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen? Live from Reno, Nevada, also the state that is soon to be the Stanley Cup Championship team's state of, well, I mean, not Nevada, not Nevada. Thank you. I have to correct Mike Sartain. Like, how long have you been living in Nevada and you don't know how to? Like, people haven't corrected you on this. People get like really, I remember when I first moved here, people gave me like all kinds of grief for calling it Nevada. Oh boy. How'd you like that? That was Naz Daily. I don't even know who they were, but somebody like threw that in my Instagram and I'm like, this is so cringeworthy. I have to play it. It was like getting to the point where it was, I got it like 2 weeks ago and I meant to do it 2 weeks ago, but I'm like, I don't know enough about these two to really get into it that much. And then I'm like, who cares? So I had to throw that out there. Oh man. Okay. Today's Podclass is going to be based on really emotionalism and emotion. Okay. We're going to get, I'm going to give you full disclaimer right here since we're only 18 minutes. I'm sorry about that. We're 18 minutes into the video right now, into the episode. But I am going to pick apart some of the latest video from well, I guess it was Adam Sosnick's show. It was Fresh and Fit. We're on Adam's show, and they had a gigantic panel of ladies on there, all over the room, in fact. And I have been in that room several times, and I know how large the room is. And filling that room was quite the task. Bravo, gentlemen. But in particular, I kind of wanted to, and I'm as bad as this is going to sound, I kind of wanted to jump up Melina's ass. That's Melina Goranson or whatever. Is that how you spell her name? Who is Destiny's wife, no last name, surname duly noted. Just saying. And I wanted to also riff a little bit on what Destiny's take on this stuff was, because it was pertinent to what I wanted. Actually, it was a gift from heaven here. I wanted to get into emotionalism because I don't think I define that quite so much. So we talk about this all the time. And so when I go on any show, and if I'm animated or if I'm emphasizing something like I am right now, I'm gesticulating and I'm not just saying, okay, here's the facts. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, women take antidepressants at an alarming rate. If it's like text to voice kind of thing, then it's devoid of emotion. The thing is like even the fact that I could read it to you still implies some sense of emotion. So can human beings in general, male or female, be completely devoid of emotion? No, because that would like sort of eliminate eliminate our humanity, really. I will get to super chats here in just a second. Thank you, PP. I saw you in there for the for that big that guilty. That's not the one. Yeah, there. Thank you, PP, for the $200. Here now, since now I can get to it. Thank you very much for that, my friend. There it is, right there. Always in. Thank you. I hope I don't wax too academic today or too analytical today, but I think this is one of those topics that you kind of have to, because if you don't, bullshit like what happened on Fresh and Fit, I shouldn't say Fresh and Fit, on Adam Sosnick's show, between the exchange between Myron Gaines and Melina, and of course Florida locals, everybody there is a Florida local, just saying. You're going to perpetuate all this mythology about emotion. Now, I played the clip that I was when I was on with Jedi Bila and Mike Sartain, and I wanted to start with the happiness thing because I think that's probably the underlying debate that's going to happen in the very near future. You'll see. I'm going to sort of give you the ending before I give you the beginning here, and the ending is really this: is I see the conflict between this left versus right, this traditional values versus these moral degenerates and stuff. It's really not even a battle or a war between those two. It's really this wanting to understand that contentment simply doesn't exist. And how I came to that today, by the way, was a long discourse, and it was a long road, but I have to kind of get into the nuts and bolts of it. So today's going to be a little bit of a nuts and bolts. If you're looking for an informational show, today's going to be the day, but I'm going to get it as detailed as I possibly can today. So everything I'm going to talk about today, I'm going to back up with stats. Facts, stats, everything else, because everyone says that Rollo doesn't cite his sources. Well, guess what? Today we're going to cite a lot of friggin' sources. But I wanted to start with those videos in particular because each one of those has something to do with what the topic is today, and also little subsections, I guess, of the videos that I'm going to riff on. So, but before I do get into that, I got to do a little bit of bookkeeping here. If you haven't picked up any of my books, please do. They're all available on Amazon. I don't plug my books often enough. I just realized that I almost never plug my books on this show. And so unless I've got the overlay or something like that going on, but please do if you are if you're at all predisposed to purchasing a book. Now, I want to also point something else out, that the reason why I'm plugging my book, clearly, if you're watching the show, you probably have my books, but if you don't, please go to Amazon and at least get the first one, so you're caught up with the rest of the Podclass. But the reason I'm saying that is because right around the beginning or middle of May, I received an email from Amazon, and all authors received this, not just me. It wasn't just personalized to me, but all authors were told that the print books were changing hands. The production was going to change hands. They're moving to a different facility. They're moving to updating, I guess, the software or whatever the app is that's used to track sales and all this other good stuff. And the price of the books, the physical books, was going to go up. And to their credit, I'll Jeff Bezos, thank you. To their credit, they have not raised prices on the overhead or the production costs for books since I started publishing books back in 2013. So it's been a while, and it's been a long time coming. So I guess I can sort of understand. Back in 2020, when we had the C-19 pandemic thing going on, there was a lot of production stoppages and delays and stuff like that. And that sort of made me aware of like just how sensitive the print industry is wherever they use them. And I know that it's not just like in like India, it's actually in Germany and some other places as well, depending on where you're buying your books from. But that price increase is going up. I've kicked up as a result of that, contingently, I have kicked up all of my print books by $1, just one. And that's still not going to cover it. But the reason why I'm saying this right now is the email I received in May pointed out that the expanded distribution for books, for print books, all print books, not just mine, was being put on hold until June 20th. So if you've been trying to find my books in your country, if you're in a different country or you're in a different market, or you're trying to find them from, maybe you're not buying them from Amazon, you're buying them from another outlet, and Amazon is the distributor, because I go exclusively through Amazon, and you can't find them or you can't purchase them, that's why. So on June 20th, that's when the update will take place. So if you've been looking to buy one of my print books and you can't find it wherever that you happen to be, wait until June 20th, because that's when all of the systems get updated once again. So just want to throw that out there, make sure everybody was aware of that. I rarely plug my books on this because it's like, to me, it's kind of, I presume you already have read my books anyway. So, okay. So that said, how do we, oh, did you? All these people from around the world are going to go, hey, man, you're right. I couldn't find it. Thank you, from South Africa, Crits. So I want to get into emotion today. And we have this conversation in the Red Pill quite a bit, in the Manosphere Red Pill quite a bit. And it's almost like this sign of like defeat or some sort of vulnerability, or, ha, I got you, if you get in any way animated, or if you get angry, or if you lose your shit, or if you have an emotional response. And for the most part, it's true. Most guys ought to be a little bit more in control of their emotions, and how men express emotions and how we emote is far different than it is from women. That's the main point of contention of today's show. So when I go into a very ill thought of quick hit interview or debate, such as it was with Destiny and Sneeko, and then a week later I go back and do the same thing one more time with Mike Sartain, then now the nature of the interview, or the nature of the exchange, or the conversation is much different. And it's much easier to provoke people while they are on the opposite side of the screen. You will say things, you will talk shit like you would never talk to somebody's face that way. And I don't mean that in the sense that, like, well, you know, let's put enough people together that really hate each other, and hopefully we'll have that Maury Povich moment where we'll like bash a chair over somebody's head or something, which basically is really the next step in the next escalation, I think, in the sort of YouTube blood sports that's going on right now. But if you're going to lose a debate, it's because you got emotional and you rage quit, right? So defeat is always to walk away from it, and it's never really about that, because it's not really about a debate anyways. It's really about who can get the most 30-second buzz clips. And as I've said before, like, people quote this show, but hell, what are we at right now? We're almost at 30 minutes in. I guarantee you somebody probably has picked up the first like 10 minutes and made a clip of this somewhere before I'm even done with a 4-hour podcast. 5 hour, let me stop lying. 5-hour podcast. So no, I was not hiding behind Rash Sartain. You know, I'm glad you brought that up there. Life is great. So if you've ever been on a show with Mike Sartain, or if you've ever seen me on a show, go watch the one with Adam Sosnick. Hell, go watch the one with Jedi Abila. If you've ever watched any Access Vegas shows, you know Mike Sartain can talk. He can talk he can help talk me. One of the reasons why we're like such a good match, I think, together is because we're both operating from the same database, but we're always jockeying and vying for screen time. And we've gotten to a point right now where when we're doing Access Vegas, if I've got a point and I step on him to make that point, he backs off, because we both know that if somebody doesn't interrupt him and, allow him to finish his point, fine. But we're both talkers. I do a 5-hour podcast where I'm going to kaketa all the time. Mike's just like that too. I've seen Mike do this live. I've seen Mike do this in his private groups and MO and Men of Action, which, by the way, if you want to join, you can. That's the second link down. But he's a talker. So if he's going to go head to head with Destiny and he's making the same points I was going to make anyways, who makes the point is kind of irrelevant at that point. The point that I'm making here is that if he was not there, I would be making the same points that he was making as it is. So I will tell you this, Sneeko walking off was sort of put him at a disadvantage. And I knew that when I was on with Sneeko, who, by the way, I like very much. We've kind of like sort of mend fences a little bit since then, but it was kind of a shame. I was kind of hoping that Sneeko would be able to stick around for the entirety of the show. And first he bailed out, then people gave him grief for bailing out, and then he came back. He was only there for 30 minutes, and he bailed out again. So when I went in, I knew that I only had maybe 30, 40 minutes to really kind of like make my points with Sneeko before he was going. I think he did Aiden Ross's show that night. And we're playing to like 35,000 live views. That's a lot of live views for that show. And so consequently, we go for 4 hours and, they farm super chats and, there's the business side of it as well. But it takes that long to sort of have these exchanges. So who's talking when? Okay. Did you want me to just go up there and go, okay, motherfuckers, let's go. Right. Is that because I was there with Mike as it was anyway. So you get it. What are your thoughts on a wild Zerka joining mainstream red pill discussion? He seems like a loose cannon. He is a loose cannon. I've reached out to him. I have him in my DMs on Twitter right now, and I would very much like to get him on Access Vegas. We're already talking about it. The problem is he's a Canadian national, so he has to go back to Canada to renew his visa. And I don't know when he's coming back to the States, but when he does, I told him make sure that Vegas is your first stop. So I look at Zerka as kind of like the professional wrestler. It's all kayfabe, if you know what kayfabe is. But he's also what I call the Andrew Dice Clay of the red pill right now. And if you know who Andrew Dice Clay is, he's a comedian from like the late 80s, early 90s, and pretty much was just throwing grenades, and he was a flamethrower kind of comedian at that time. A lot of people compared him to like Lenny Bruce, where it was just sort of like just swear words this, and it was more insults than it was really comedy, but it was funny to the people who knew what it was about. So I kind of look at Zerka as the Andrew Dice Clay of the manosphere at this point. Why Ben Shapiro is not a low value man? Okay, well, we'll get to that here. We can actually talk about that today. Today's not a Q&A, guys. Isn't it funny how the only way a woman can argue versus the red pill is to parade around a guy, Destiny, to do it for them? By the way, Sneeko gives me Omega vibes. Thanks for bringing that up, Rick, because that was my next point. If I'm hiding behind Mike Sartain, then Destiny is hiding behind Farrah. He's hiding behind Angela Knight. He's hiding behind Melina as well, because those are his proxies. Those are Destiny's angels. Like Charlie's Angels is Destiny's angels, right? He preps these girls to go on there and make these, to put these zingers on there. And we're gonna see just how those zingers go off, because he was just doing a breakdown of the Saucecast show with Myron and Fresh on there. And of course, Melina's on there. But who does he have sitting next to him? Farrah. And boy, do I have some dirt for you. Anyways, let's keep going here just a second. I'm going to try to flesh these out real quick. I'm going to do a lightning round. Thanks, PP. I got to you. She wouldn't be stuck if her man treats her right. Yeah, that's Naz Daily. Man, I would tell you that whole thing was an eye opener, man. And I don't think enough guys really see that like thrust in their face. And she's like crying. But I tell you, the thing that guilts me is like when you're an influencer, everything in your life, including the most depressing, despondent, ignorant shit, anything that happens, you could be out of toilet paper in the bathroom, and that's content. Oh, we went to all these places and we had a fake wedding in Zimbabwe and India and wherever the hell they went. It's like, you're having fake weddings. You really think that this is a relationship that's for real? My guess is she linked up with this dude just simply because he had something going for him at the time. And then 6 or 7 years later, she kind of comes around and says, you know what? This guy isn't as motivated or as successful as I thought he was going to be. That whole situation with that chick, well, I don't even know what the chick's name, Naz Daily, whatever. I have her name. It's just in my Instagram right now. But when I saw this, I'm like, this is a very archetypal relationship, I think, right now, particularly when it comes to observing women's concept of love being opportunistic. And if you saw that one video I was talking about, also about the one lady, I don't know who she was. I think she was a financial advisor of some kind. And she was just saying, hey, you got to get your bag because you don't want to be left ass out. And if the guy turns out to be an abuser or a felon or he's a schmuck, he's a happy, funny, stupid, nice guy, daddy guy, like Naz Daily guy is, right? And you want to have your bag. Well, guess who was getting her bag right after her post-divorce, right? So she'd already been divorced once. That was your first red flag. And then second of all, she picks up with this guy because she thinks he's going places. She thinks he's a good bet for her sexual agency. She thinks that he's going to be a winner he's going to be one of the winners who passes the finish line, that all the other girls wait and they don't care about your struggles and they bang winners, right? Well, as I've said in the past, there are women who can't be the winner, can't be the bikini model at the checkered flag. So they try to get to the guy before he gets to the checkered flag, presuming he's going to be a winner. sometimes that bet doesn't pay off. And here it is, black and white with nice piano music and a sad violin going up at the end of it. That's what women are afraid of. That's the net result, the end result of that one financial woman talking about how you need to make sure you protect yourself and you don't want to waste your time and your investment in a guy. So you got to get your bag and you got to be on top of your game. You got to be financially independent. You got to you don't need no man, but you want a man. That guy is not the man she wants. And after 6 or 7 years, she's finally going, you know what? I got enough money that I can have the man I want, not the man I need. End of story. Rolo, please do a Podclass dispelling the myth of the right girl. I have done those in the past. Would you like me to do another good girl? I'll put that in the great big book of everything. Hang on. Good girl. One more time. All right. I will get to that. Promise you. I've done those in the past. I'm almost dead certain I did one in the Pat Campbell days, but that was a long time ago. So maybe I'll catch up for you. You predicted that Daily Wire PragerU will start a TradCon F&F. Would they bring Red Pill creators on it, or is this basically Jesus smuggling podcast? Yes. If you don't know what Jesus smuggling is, and by the way, that's witty little lingo, Jesus smuggling is what happens when, it was coined, and I don't know who did this. I think it might've been Richard Dawkins or somebody, but it was coined when atheists would debate creationists, which were of course all evangelical Christians at that time. And once evangelical Christians got to the point where they ran out of gas as far as trying to defend their points of creationism with the Bible, with specifically doctrine specific aspects of the Bible, that's when they start saying, yes, well, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and you should go. It's like an altar call, right? It's like, come to the Lord kind of thing. And it's essentially the only reason you did the debate was so you could do that altar call. And it's what's known as Jesus smuggling. There's other kinds of smuggling too. It's not just that, but I don't think there will be Jesus smuggling on the Red Pill or the let's see, Gen Z dating show that either PragerU or Daily Wire will start, because it's already baked into to the premise of the show. So there ain't no smuggling going on at all. So what if she was a 304 in her past? Jesus forgave her. Glenn's response, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it's what's called sticking the landing, Glenn. Off topic, cold approach versus warm approach. Define cold approach I'm familiar with. Warm approach, I think it has varying degrees. Is it social circle game? Is it like, was you meet her through your family? Did you meet her at the church? Too much that's too open-ended, Merkel, and that's too low a denomination for me to think about too much. But I need to know what you consider warm approach. We used to have Trinitarian Christians. Now we have equalitarian Christians who promote servant leadership. Thank you. Do I need to do another religious episode? Should I do a solo one? So I'm not like, I love Iron Disciples. I love me some Glenn. Glenn's finally in Los. Good old Christian Glenn decided to move to Sin City. Proud of you, my friend. Rolo, send the asteroid. You're right. Ain't gonna be no asteroid. Women are perfect reflectors of the culture from which they, on an individual basis, receive the most validation and consensus amongst their peers. Agree or disagree? Perfect reflections of the culture which they on. Okay. Yes and yes. I agree and I disagree. I agree in the sense that they're usually the mirror, the reflector of that, but they're also driving that culture as well. So this is like a fundamental kind of like yin yang. Like if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a noise? It's that kind of a question, right? Yeah, both can be true at the same time. So, sliding into her DMs now. Very good. Oh, into Naz Dailies. Should I have her on? Maybe it's funny. Is like maybe I should have Naz on. See if she'll come out to Access Vegas and then get like Justin Waller on there and watch the sparks fly. Naz Daily had too much frame. He kept himself as his mental point of origin and focused on his mission. Yeah, well, yes and no. He's also completely oblivious to game, completely oblivious to, that's one thing. He's a good example of what happens to a dude when they're like, when you hear, I don't know, some blogosphere red pill notables who say, don't chase women, chase excellence. Well, is that not what Naz did? He was chasing excellence and this chick, but then he focused too much on excellence, right? At least that's her story, which, by the way, I think is much more convenient than it is. I'll give you my take at the end of that. is the reason why she's leaving him has nothing to do with him like not spending enough time with her. It has to do with the fact that she's simply not attracted to the guy. She was probably not even aroused by the guy, but he looked like a winning ticket. He looked like a guy that at some point was going to make a good ton of money and probably could advance her career. Now that her career is as advanced as his, or maybe even more so, especially after this, because who goes on to bigger and better things after this? I would probably say she does, because the appeal of their collective channel together, or whatever the hell that, they're part of this kind of group of influencers where it's like a married couple that like, oh, here's Susie Cream Cheese and Biff, and they have like 4 kids, and they have a golden retriever in the front yard, and we live just this perfect life. And it's like this influencer thing where now we're going to go to Nassau, now we're going to go to Aruba, now we're going to go to Hawaii, and so it starts out as a travel blog, then it's a family blogger, then it's a mommy blogger kind of thing. It's all that wrapped into one. And by the way, that is a very, very seductive profit model theme in that niche. I don't even claim any ownership of that or even knowledge of that all that much, but I am aware of those. I'm, as a podcaster myself and understanding the business, I understand why it's definitely attractive, and people watch those shows. Split the two of them up. Who do their like, if they have a collective audience and they split up, whose channel takes off and whose channel like stagnates? I'm going to say her channel probably takes off. Even if it's hate follows, her channel will take off and his will kind of be just floundering for a while. She is Destiny's husband. Oh, thank you. You meant Melina. Molina. No, it's Melina. M-E-L is a perfect example of hypergamy. Reach out to Destiny, who had status and left X overtly to get with him. I am well aware of all the videos, and thank you, Brittany Venti, for being as obsessive compulsive and autistic, functionally autistic as you are, because I love it when you do stuff like this. And by the way, she was doing this like 4 years ago, and she's just basically been doing background. She's like, if you fucked up in the manosphere, Brittany Venti will find you out. She did another expose on Kevin Samuels when he was coming up. She did an expose on Destiny, and I think she's definitely on the spectrum. I'm pretty sure not so erudite, that girl Kaylin, whatever her name is, Carla from iCarly. iCarly, we'll just call you iCarly. iCarly, she seems like she's very much on the spectrum too, because I saw her follow up to last week's show, and I'm just like, okay, I'm done with functional autists. Good, thank you. I've had enough. I don't need any more. Rolo, thanks for the topic. The main problem in Western society is that it's designed by weak men and women for weak men and women. We'll come back to this mythology they're talking about here in a minute. They can all vote and outnumber folks like us. Yes, small, dumb people will always let's say, what is it? People can stay dumb longer than you can stay smart, right? It's that like, what is it? People can stay, the market can stay chaotic longer than you can stay solvent. That also applies to the sexual marketplace too, because the sexual marketplace is also an economy, and it can stay crazy and stupid and autistic way longer than you can stay rational and on top of your game. Trust me, ask me how I know. Shout out from South Africa. Thanks, brother. Hello for the first time. Oh, cool. Please go get the book. May I vote to make that What I Get by Trent Reznor the unofficial Red Pill anthem? No, we got some actually. I understand. Okay, well, let's put that on the list. But I will say this is that the unofficial anthem is something that my good friend Jevani Sanders is working on right now. He's got a new song out. If you're into the outro music, if you really like Best Out of My Life, which is a double entendre. It's not a best out of my it's not that. Well, entirely. It is, but it isn't. It has double meaning. But he's got some new material coming out, and he let me get a preview of some of it. One of them is already released. He released one single, and I've been like pushing him to do an EP because I'm in the process of recording, and we're writing and recording our 4th EP in Trial of Ascension, which is my band. And I'm trying to push him in the same direction. Isn't it funny how the only way a woman okay, all right. Yes, it's very funny. Last modern man. You know, guys, if you're going to do like a lion and you're going to put like pinnacle of a man, modern man, I don't know, like apex man. Let's see, the epitome of a man. Like think of all the adjectives you could think of. It's like come up with a little bit something more extreme. If Destiny's wife, but I thank you for this. If Destiny's wife had genuine desire for him, he will be able to sleep with other women while still having her stay loyal to him. Yes, closed on her end, open on his end. And I'll tell you why he's not a high value guy, but like not high value in the sense, like say, comparatively speaking to like an Andrew Tate. Okay. She wouldn't want other men, period. Destiny is coping. High value isn't just resources. I will make a prediction right now. And you guys found me, maybe I'm this transparent, but I will say this is I think within the next, God, I hate to put a time frame on things, but I would say probably within the next between 2 and 4 years, when Melina eclipses Destiny's sort of star, you're going to see a very similar situation between Melina and Destiny as happened between Naz Daly and whoever that crazy whack-eyed bitch is. Guaranteed. Once the utility of Destiny is gone, that's when there won't be any more arrangements. Briffault's law. And I'll read you Briffault's law later on. If anybody is familiar with Briffault's law, Briffault. Sammy, can you go dig me up a link for Briffault's law? That'd be much appreciated. Just so you know what I'm talking about. Rollo, God damn it, Ryan. Rollo, how can I trust you when my e-girl doesn't trust you? Can you please love all women and be nicer? No, I cannot be nicer. You know what I say to you? Get out of my presence. Rollo, thanks for all you do. Here's a donation for Ned's college fund. Ned was in here because it is goddamn. It's like this side of the studio, like this side of the house, like my complex, my Rollo Tomasi compound is like, this is the sunward side at this time of the day. So it gets a little hot in here and I got the fan going. So if you hear something in the background, that's what it is. But thank you very much. I'm getting new carpet put in here tomorrow too. So as soon as I'm done with this show, I got to lift all this shit out of here, move it out and have them put the carpet in and bring it all back in. So I'm going to rearrange things a little bit for the next show. Poor MLD kept screwing up last week. Would you like to talk about that? Okay. We're going to hang on to that one later. For $199, I can't give you anything really meaningful. I need more than $199 for something. Speaking of Farrah, did you see the clip of her saying she's jealous that Destiny brought other women over to their Miami apartment while she was gone? Oh, what a tangled web we weave, Farrah. I know things that I know something you don't know, dude. Man, and if I could say it, I would make it public, but I do not have permission to make it public. But let's just say Farrah is not who she claims to be. And we'll dig into that just slightly today. Mel saying she'd date Destiny as a fat gamer. Oh, shall we go to that one? Okay. You'd like to do that. I stick with the basics. You and Aaron Clary. That's good. Do you have a tractor too? Do you know how to move? What is it? BFRs? Do you know what a big FR is? It's a big fucking rock. That's what it is, son. Help save, change, and refocus my life after coming across you both 5 years ago after a breakup where I thought I was doing everything right. Thank you. I'm glad you are still with us, my good friend. Yeah. I loved your interview with Stefan Molyneux back in the day. It wasn't much of an interview. You want to know another guy who could talk? Stefan Molyneux, he can talk. Thought he was a TradCom, but really loved some of his work back in the day. Why did you dissociate with him? Because he's an ethno-nationalist. He's not quite all there, all put together. You know what? Before you ask me that question, I think you should go and ask Joe Rogan that question because he was on Joe Rogan's show for at least 2 or 3 times. And it took me a little while. I'll tell you the reason why I dissociated with him was because Pat Campbell said, do not be in the same room with that man, or Mike Cernovich and a few other select people too as well. And I'm glad I took his advice back then. That was so long ago. I couldn't even tell you what our disagreements were. That was back in like 2018, I think. Okay. So let's move on, shall we? What do we have first? Why don't we get into Fresh and Fit first? You know what? I got to keep the show moving along today because today's going to be all about emotion And I gave you the preamble here, but maybe it's just a little bit easier just to simply just throw this on here and just call it good, like let it rip. And by the way, I don't know who this guy is,
To
but
you live from Valuetainment Studios in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Welcome to the first Fresh and Fit live podcast, brought to you by the SauceCast. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome your host for the evening, the man dripping in too much sauce, the Sauce Man, Adam Sausnick.
Spell it.
that's the dude I want to bring my band on. You one of the best, and you got the best, the hottest band in the world. That's the dude. Hey, Rollo, big fan. Game can work anywhere in any city. Yes, it can. But for us guys in the ethnic minority, what ethnic minority? Your criteria on choosing the best location to succeed with women in the U.S. Honestly, Las Vegas and Miami, go there first, because if you can do it there, you can do those. You can do it anywhere. Like I think it was Myron Gaines was saying once a long time ago that picking up girls or getting good at game in Miami and Brickell and wherever else is like an Olympic sport. I would also say the same of Las Vegas. And quite honestly, considering the average weight and look of most women today, at least go fish where the fish are. That's the best I can do for you. All right. I'm going to advance this a little bit because I have I did timestamps for this, and I need to go to the 45-minute mark here. Okay. So they went through. Okay. By the way, a little bit of logistical advice to Adam Sausnick. If you're watching this, Adam, next time you do a show that is this elaborate, just have the chicks on the stage. Do not have girls out in the audience, unless they're plants, unless they have questions. Because literally, let's look here. The introduction of all these girls took, let's see. Then there's the girls in the audience that are on the side. This is a sidebar right here. These are the girls who are on the couch, so to speak. And then that wasn't enough. There's actually other girls that are, where'd they go? Girls down here. Those are the couch girls. There's other girls out there as well. I should count all of them. I mean, on the stage, what did they have here? They had like just a ton of girls on here. What was it? So they got, okay. So the girl here on the very far left, that's Janelle. She's the sex therapist goddess who talks shit about me, but she loves Myron and Fresh for some reason. And I don't for the life of me know why. The girl sitting next to her, that little peachy girl right there, who looks like she just got out of middle school. I don't know who she is. The girl in the back, right and behind her, she was the only one on this panel that I think had a brain in her head. And then moving over from the front row. I don't know who the girl in the spectacles are and the glasses are. I don't know the blonde. The girl in the yellow, the one that looks like a Twinkie, that is Melina. That is Destiny's wife. And then the girl sitting next to her, and I can't remember her name for the life of me, but she's from Colombia. And she was on the show with myself and Mike Sartain when we did the show about, was it a middle of May? And then the girl behind her with the red headband on and the polka dots there, that's Georgia. And she was also on that same show. She's a DJ, but she's also from Russia. So she's got some sort of Russian accent. I hope I'm getting that right. It's one of those kind of accents. It sounded like Russian to me. I don't know who the rest of these girls are. So I just thought I'd throw that out there first, but we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 girls on the stage, and God knows how many are out in the audience. If you're going to ask them to introduce themselves, you are looking at 45 minutes, period. So we finally get past introductions. We find out who Myron and Fresh are, and we got I think we had Nat's in there with Chris Pogson. So it's like this tag team effort. They went through a few things here. I want to get up to the 45 mark because that's where the real meat of the show takes place. So let's just start right there. See how it goes. This is the girl. This is Colombia girl.
John, I think you're talking about John with the
Yeah,
spirituality.
but it's context because, for example, you say spiritual, but the end of the bill is ultimately you have to have some money.
Yeah, what do you mean by spiritual? We're talking like Aries signs and stuff?
So, a good habit, meditation, healthy lifestyle,
Okay, Myron, next time you do a show like this, it would really behoove you to watch the show that I did the week prior. Well, 2 weeks prior, I guess. Because this girl was on there and she explained exactly the same thing. If you're prepared, and I know he's got a lot of things on his plate, right? But if you're prepared for stuff like this, and you see, like, she's been on the show lots of times. The Georgia girl behind her was also on as well. Her whole shtick about like woo magical thinking really derives from this kind of Oprah new agey kind of all is one, what I called a syncretic wokesy religion in my where you go in this book right here in my fourth book, Religion. And she would be a high priestess of that in some way. And it's like a convenient spiritualism. It's like, I'm spiritual, but not religious.
And when I were talking about that, for you, this is not a high value man. I told you, for you, a high value man is only to have a good position, a good job, or a good money, or a company, you know? But for me, two things are very important. But for you, this is incorrect, you know? That's why I
only
say
women
I
get
don't
the
like
privilege. Only women get the privilege of, you know, prioritizing spirituality in the hierarchy of being successful, because you guys aren't judged on what you create. You can say some bullshit like I'm an Aries or I'm a Gemini and use that to excuse poor behavior. If I'm a bum and I say I'm an Aquarius, they're gonna laugh at me and I'm not gonna be taken seriously. That's
brilliant. Now, I'm gonna throw this up here just really quickly because I just to put some things in context here from the intro clip. Where'd she go? This girl right here. Now, I'm gonna let this girl cook for a little bit here. 1 second.
A woman gives up financial independence to a mate, it's over.
Yeah.
Have to be prepared, because if you're not prepared, then you're stuck. And more women have to accept lifestyles that are.
Can we just like guys, if you're doing like, I don't know who's responsible for this clip, but can you just like leave the friggin' music out of this? It doesn't need it. You know, there was no damn music in this on the original of this. Stop it. Just stop it. Leave it alone. If you want people to listen to it, instead of this big booming, like ominous music in the back.
Are unpleasant because they are financially stuck. So if you're smart, you teach your daughters, teach your granddaughters. Everybody has to have something that they're good at where they can earn a living.
Okay. Yeah, earn a living at. And you know what that is today, Judge Judy? That's OnlyFans. That's why I backed that one up with the OnlyFans girl, and how much she was making off of OnlyFans. Well, only $400,000. So keep that in mind. I know it's Judge Judy. Thank you very much, Dark Knight. I do know that old gal. But keep that in mind when you listen to the rest of this, especially what's coming out of Melina's mouth here, because it's all based on this sort of fantasy world of emotional connection and spiritual connection. And if I just had the Brazilian power crystal, and if he was into that too, and we were vibing and we felt the same, like, cosmic energy, then it wouldn't matter how much he made. It wouldn't matter if he was like a sandwich artist at Subway. No, it's two star-crossed lovers finally meet for the first time, and in some deserted beach somewhere, and there they were. I just saw them across the way. Like the fact that that's still even like a fantasy world. That's even like just this delusion in 2023, in the 21st century, in 22 and a half years, just about 22 and a half years into the 21st century, we're still clinging to that in spite of years, in some cases hundreds of years, depending on how you're tracking this, of women selecting guys, at least in the long term, because they got money. That's why Melina picked up Destiny. That's why what's her name, Nazgul went out with Naz Daily, and they split up afterwards because got no use for you after that. Thank you for the Briffelt's Law, Sammy. I'm going to read that here in a second. Thanks for tracking that down. That's going to be important here, because really at least the first portion of today's show is really sponsored by Briffelt's Law. Let's put Myron.
Like, men don't have the same ability to be delusional that women can. Women have the privilege of saying, I'm spiritual. Like, as a man, if you say you're spiritual, that's cool.
Women, and quote me on this, clips guys, women cover materialism with spiritualism. Women cover their innate opportunism with chick crack, with spirituality, with it doesn't really matter. No, it does really matter. But if you can distract if you can obfuscate, if you can blur everything with a little bit of Brazilian power crystals and astrology and whatever the hell else it is, enneagrams and runes and tarot cards, well, how you pronounce it, I don't care. They're fake. Who gives a flying fuck? Yeah, tarot cards. If you can cover up the objective, ugly, unflattering truth, which is the fact that women marry a lifestyle. They don't marry a man. They might fall in love with that man afterwards, but what they're doing is they want a man who's going to be the winner who crosses the finish line, or he's got to have prospects before he does so. That's what Nazgul or whatever, not Mrs. Nas said about Mr. Nas, or thought so. They had fake weddings and everything. It was like a trial. Let's see if this really works. Let's see if I get emotionally connected to this guy in this like fake wedding. What? But that's the at the end of it. At the end of the day, the long and the short of it is women want to marry a lifestyle. As much as they want to say, "Oh, I married for love," blah blah blah. Trust me, Melina doesn't know who Destiny is unless Destiny has some sort of status and money, because he sure doesn't have the body and the physique to attract or arouse anybody, not of the caliber that she was. At least you can argue where that caliber is, but she's certainly like leagues above Destiny, at least in the physical sense of things. So there has to be something else. We'll explain the nuts and bolts of hypergamy here in just a moment. Let's put it back.
You're somebody first. So you got to live in reality, then choose
like
to go
Russell
into that
Brand.
realm.
He's
But
cool because he makes money and he's spiritual.
The point is that you got to live in reality first and then decide if you want to go the spiritual route. As a woman,
You know what's funny is Janelle is usually on their side, but Janelle runs some like sex camp in the Malibu or some shit like that. I don't even know where it is. I don't know where it is. Don't quote me on that, but she's like on the West Coast somewhere. And she has some sort of, because I've tracked her down a few times. She gives me shit every once in a while in a short. I don't know why, but she's all about, you want to talk about a grifter? This is a grifter in action here, because as soon as Myron and Fresh say something bad about spirituality, then she takes issue with it. The rest of the show, she's all on board with everything they have to say. So, hey, what's up?
you don't have to. You can just be in the spiritual world all the time and use horoscopes and all this other stuff.
But for me, the men can have two, but for example, you are a successful.
You're missing a big point, though.
You are a successful guy with your company or your business. I don't know what you do, but.
Oh, Lucy, it's just so ridiculous.
You're on the show.
No,
You don't even know what he does. You're on the show right now.
It's example. I don't want to unrespect you. This is example.
Myron, what do you do again?
That's what you do, Myron.
What is it that you do exactly?
Whose podcast is this?
Okay.
I'm confused.
7-Eleven, guys. 7-Eleven. Everybody hold hands real quick.
I don't even got to say things sometimes.
She's only there because she knows that she's getting exposure there. I mean, really, well, she doesn't know who, like she knows damn well who they are, but she doesn't care to have the insight to think about what she's saying before she says it. All right? She's not there to actually have a conversation with Myron and Fresh. She's there just for FaceTime.
Spirits are with us.
Yeah.
Everybody
My
hold
point
hands.
is
It's all
you
good.
can have
Let's get back to my question. Okay.
I had one more.
Yeah, go.
One more. And then you said harmful. Why harmful?
Because I don't think that you guys' reality is the real reality outside out of
Now we
this
get down to
Miami City and the podcast itself.
What specifically?
Okay, let's debunk that myth right there. My good friend, what was it? Let me see if I have Big Mo in my texts here, because Big Mo, Myron and Fresh, by the way, are very meticulous records keepers. They have people that keep records for them, I should say. Of the women that are on the show, like most of them are not from Miami. They're visiting Miami, but they're not from Miami. They let me see if I got Big Mo's. He's been in my DMs lately with some of this stuff. Here we go. Okay, I have him right here. Thank you, Big Mo, for the stats. Here it is. Okay. And this was as of May 15th, okay? 2,132 female guests. Melina, pay attention here, okay? 2,132 female guests, ages 18 to 46. Wow, they had a 46-year-old? That was probably Amanda. Giga Karen. From 45 U.S. states and 61 different countries, with 81 different job titles, including unemployment and OnlyFans. Of the 2,132 female guests as of May 15th, or May 15th of this year, only 159 were canceled, meaning they were booted off the show. So what's that percent? Okay, mathematicians in the chat right now, I need you to give me the percentage. Okay, the number is 2,132 female guests. 159 of those have been Frank castled. What is the percentage of castling that happened? I don't have the time to do it myself. You're wrong. You are absolutely wrong. And I'm sick to death of hearing this, particularly from people who ought to know better because they've been on these shows God knows how many different times. So wrong. Yes, you are wrong. Allow me to correct you.
I don't think that the advice that you guys are giving is, or some advice is good. Some advice, like getting your shit together, like
Yeah, the things that align with a female imperative, all those are good things.
getting a job, working hard, working out, those things are
Doing all the things that would lead to a better lifestyle for me should I decide to marry you.
great. But when it comes to relationship advice, I don't agree.
Okay, what do you disagree with
I agree.
specifically?
What I disagree with specifically, I don't think that trying to build up men by very, very shallow things like getting money or having that car.
Okay, so she just said, and I know Myron's going to correct her on this. She just said, I agree with what you have to say about getting your shit together, getting a job, you know, all the male self-improvement side of things that like aligns with that. But yet in the next sentence, the very next sentence, having a lot of money or focusing on money is shallow. Well, what the fuck is it? Because one necessarily contradicts the other. This, remember I talk about like cognitive dissonance and how women have no trouble with cognitive dissonance. This is it here, right in action. Okay. Cognitive dissonance. It's when a person holds conflicting thoughts or adheres to conflicting, it could be ideologies as well, but like conflicting concepts holding them at the same time that conflict with one another. In some cases, if you can resolve that, that's fine. It's like part of critical thinking. It's actually a sign of intelligence. But when you're making the case or the premise for one is correct, and yet you contradict it with another one, well, then you've got a problem. And that's what we call classically cognitive dissonance. And that's really where she's at right now. She just got caught in it. She just doesn't know she got caught in it. And what I've said in the past is women have no trouble reconciling cognitive dissonance if those two competing thoughts and concepts, if one or both of those in some way will lead to an optimal outcome for hypergamy, they have no problem holding cognitively different concepts in their head. And this is a perfect example of exactly this.
Or having this sort of image.
But you just
and
said a
never
second
showing
ago
any
that
emotion.
building yourself up is good.
Yeah, it is for yourself, but not for just attracting other people out there. Because
I see. So only build yourself up. I'll tell you what's funny is like this is the core argument of guys like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, all the TradCon, whoever what's his name, Brandis, whoever the Christian soldiers of whatever podcast. They make this all the time. So when you listen to, say, the TradCons or Dennis Prager or the rest of these guys talking about how, well, men need to man up. We need a society of men who are strong men because strong men create good times and good times create weakness. All that bullshit. Those are the same guys who will say, get off your ass, work your ass off, but they don't care about you as a guy. They don't care if in fact, to do it for yourself is like the antithesis of what they want you to do. They want you to go get a good job and get yourself educated and do all this stuff and all the other things on my infamous tweet that past number 3, all of those things that they don't mention. They love those as long as you're sticking to those because you're going to be a father and you're going to be a husband and you're going to be a good pro-social, a good pro. If you're succeeding and you're really building yourself up in your business and stuff, that's what rates a real high value man is a guy who's a servant leader, right? Which is just another euphemism for indentured servant. And here we see this happening right here. Like she doesn't know what to say because essentially the conflict, and I said this earlier in the beginning of the show, the conflict here is between this old 20th century way of thinking of things and this new kind of like, well, go get your bag. Like Judge Judy was just saying exactly the opposite. Is that not shallow? Is what Judge Judy, who said in that clip that I put, was that not shallow too? Because she's advising exactly the same thing to women. Is that shallow or is that not shallow? Protecting yourself because you don't know if these sons of bitches are going to turn into abusers or they're gonna be losers, and then suddenly you won't be sexy anymore, and you're gonna be ass out, and you're gonna need to be able to like support yourself and be independent of that guy, and you better have something going for yourself all the time. Like, is that not shallow? Because we're gonna get into some other conversations here with Melina, where we're gonna see just how shallow she really is.
In that case, let's say that you lose all those things, there's just no way that your partner in that case is going to stay with you. She should be with you for you and your interest. And
Melina, if you're married to Destiny.
In a perfect world, she should be with you for you. Yes, in romantic comedies, in Shakespeare, ideally. See, what she's saying is you should be for you. That's a male idealistic concept of love. Men, look, when I talk about, like, we always talk about the like women's concept of love is opportunistic, whereas men's concept of love is idealistic. This is the idealism. This is the advertising. This is how women sell themselves on men. Idealism. You want to know why there is body positivity? You want to know why there's fat acceptance? You want to know all that? Because was a beauty standard. Beauty standards are a social construct. So let's put a fat chick on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, because beauty is just what we say it is, right? You should love her for her. It doesn't matter if she's 400-pound land whale. You should love her for her. It doesn't matter if she's Gorlock the Destroyer from whatever podcast. She's got a wonderful soul. It's all about what's inside, right? You should just love you for you. Ideally, like, that sounds pretty goddamn good to guys who can't really measure up in terms of their burden of performance. Guys want to hear this. They love this message. Are you kidding? Yes, you mean you can love me? There's someone out there for everyone. That's the root, by the way. This is the root germ of the soulmate myth, which I have talked about forever since I started back in 2002. Soulmate myth, the one, the fallacy of the one. There's someone out there for everyone. Well, yes and no, but there is no one. There are some good ones and there are some bad ones, but there is no one. And that's an idealization. By the way, it is the same analogous idealization, the soulmate, the one for guys. There is an analogous situation or an analogous character that is the quality woman. That's why I say there is no such thing as a quality woman. Obviously, there are some women who have better qualities and better aspects and attributes, and they have better personalities. No problem. When I say there's no such thing as a quality woman, it's the idealization that I'm talking about, not the actual woman itself. Because what happens is guys will make any chick she's a quality woman. You know how many guys who got married and said she was a quality woman, like said she was this raging demonic bitch at the divorce table? No guy wants to commit to a lifetime to a woman he doesn't think is a quality woman. I mean, unless he's forced to like shotgun wedding or something like that, maybe. But yeah, it's an idealization, and she's perpetuating this because she doesn't know any better, and neither does Destiny. I want to talk about this in a minute here because Destiny has this idealization, but it's an idealization of androgyny.
Shout out to Destiny. If Destiny was broke and 300 pounds, would you be in love with him?
I would be in love with him, yes.
Bullshit.
You would never have met him in the first place. That's just the thing. See, that's what this is where, and Adam, and this is not a critique on Adam, but this is where I would have stopped Adam. I said, he would never have got his foot in the door in the first place. You would never have seen him online. He would never have been able to steal you away from Leafy or whoever the hell the guy is, right? He would never have been able to essentially import you from Sweden if he hadn't at least met some criteria. This is what Royce used to call the 436 bullet point checklist. Okay. So when I talk about like the hoe phase 18 to 28, if you read my second book, where'd they go? All of the stuff I'm about to talk about now is in the second book. This is the timeline. So women's priorities, they have 400, well, probably less than that, but 436 bullet points that are like make or break deals. This is what I want in a man. He's got to love puppy dogs. He's got to love his mom. He's got to want kids. He's got to be funny. He's got to be hot. He's got to be smart. He's got to make a lot of money. He's got to have this car. He's got to take me to Disneyland now and then. We got to go to fun places. He's got to constantly meet my needs all the time. And my needs are X, Y, Z, whatever, down the list, right? And if he doesn't meet those needs, then he doesn't even get on the short list to be like for me to want to fuck him first, or at least certainly not in the long term. Women, there's a different list. There's a ladder theory, right? There's a different ladder or a different list for guys that women want to fuck and guys that women want to have a relationship and a lifetime commitment to, whether that's marriage or whatever else. Those are two different criteria, by the way. It's called ladder theory. It's old school. I don't know how like relevant it is today, but I mean, in a certain sense, I guess it is. But when you split up alpha fucks and beta bucks, there's different ladders for alpha fucks and beta bucks. So when you have this idealization of, oh, it doesn't matter if Destiny's 400 pounds, I would marry him. I love him just the same. I love his heart and his soul. Well, you don't get to know who his heart is and his soul and his personality unless he meets a minimum criteria of money, muscles, and fucking game. End of story. Bam. And Myron picks up on this. I'm kind of preempting him here, but Adam Sosnick, the thing is like he picked up on this by asking that question. But the fact of the matter is that she's pitching the soulmate myth here. It doesn't matter what you do as a man. This is what kills me is like I can be on like I would love to Melina. Here's an invitation to you. If you want to be on Access Vegas, I will boot one chick to have you on that show because I would love to put you in between all of our girls on Access Vegas and let you hash it out with her with them. These are successful women. These are women with like in some cases millions of dollars and not just based on OnlyFans, also real estate and we've got some smart ass chicks on there too, right? So they're not just tits and lips. So I would love to have you on. If you want to come on the show, I would love to more than Destiny. I would love to have you on the show and put you in between all these girls so that you would get an education from women who know something a little bit more than you do. And I know you're trying to make a living on OnlyFans or doing whatever the hell it is you're doing as a Swedish bikini model or whatever the fuck you do. But they would probably be able to help you out with your career. I could tell you that for sure.
I mean, you could say that, but I mean, I'm being honest. No, I'm fully honest with you.
I'm not saying
yes.
That if he lost his money now and something happened to him now, you'd stick by your man. Respect, right?
Yes, yeah, because I love him for the things that's not the shallow things. And
the shallow things also happen to be the things that she says are the good things about what Myron and Fresh say about male self-improvement. So essentially, by that logic, she doesn't approve of anything they have to say because they're teaching them to be shallow and get a Lamborghini and whatever.
That's
saying
what
if you met Destiny,
I think you guys should try to build up people in that way. Yeah.
If you met Destiny and he was 300 pounds and he had 0 subscribers on YouTube and he's like, I'm going to be a gamer, you would have not given him a second chance.
Of course I would. Because there are things.
Gentlemen. Wait, I got that one too.
Stop the cap.
There we go. Anybody believe this? Like it makes for good Maury Povich moments, right? It makes for the yucks on a live studio audience, which is great, right? But it's also an illustration of cognitive dissonance. She knows goddamn well she wouldn't because she left a dude to get with Destiny. Very famously, anyways, Destiny swooped Melina off of this other guy who was also, I guess, some online personality of some sort. Was it Leafy? I don't even know who it was. I don't know these names. Little kids taking care of my biz, man.
I like him for his opinions.
So pretty,
I like him for
you're
the way he is,
beautiful.
his humor.
Okay.
I like him for his intelligence. That's the things that I love him for.
So does intelligence pay the bills? Intelligence and his heart?
Because it's you. It's the
But
personality.
that's
it's
what
not
pays
your
the bills.
It's not your money.
So if you're homeless and you have no car and no house, nothing to feed the kids, I don't know if you have any.
Why do you want
but
to
you're
go
gonna
to
be
like the most extreme examples?
Because
I'm telling you
it's
that.
not extreme.
Wait,
This
are you going to argue for like what I'm attracted to? I'm not attracted to people that have cars and money. That's not what I'm attracted to.
Except for Destiny has a lot of money doing what he does to the point where he moved to Miami, by the way, and to the point where he imported you from your country. As a matter of fact, and I wish this would have been pointed out in there at some point, the very reason she's even in this country is due to the fact that Destiny was the guy that she says she's not attracted to. She's not attracted to the dude with the money and all that. Does he have a Lamborghini? Probably not. But the guy definitely has enough status and enough money to import you from your country and get you a green card and probably citizenship. The very reason she's even sitting her ass in that seat in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is because of exactly the opposite of what she's been saying. Cognitive dissonance.
Because people people like you who are only attracted to those things, you would ditch your guy right away.
My
Of
guy
course
makes
you
less
would.
than me,
But
way less
why
than
in that
me.
case? Yeah, but why the fuck are you arguing and saying that I would leave in that case if you're the same as me?
Women look for men that have resources that can be present.
But clearly
provide,
you don't.
protect.
You just told me that you're not,
I'm
right?
an anomaly, darling.
Yo, so you're gonna tell me how I feel?
Okay, I understand
what?
where you're coming from. You're saying like the cars and the money, whatever. Cool, that might not be as attractive to you, but it's important, right, for the guy to have it. I've
To
always
have stability and like your
Yeah,
confidence
because
within you. Yes, I do agree with those.
The thing that women never want to admit is that, and I've said this a million times, you know, all girls are gold diggers, some are just better at hiding the shovel.
Yep.
And what I mean by that, right, is you got the girl that says, I want ambition, or I want.
Can I explain gold diggers to you guys for just 1 second here? Because gold digger is a 20th century term. Every woman is a gold digger today to some degree, period. And that's what he's saying. Yeah, they're better at hiding the shovel. Got it. Well, a woman calling another girl a gold digger, at least prior to say like social media anyways, in a local sexual marketplace is a form of intrasexual competition. What does that mean? It means that woman is giving up the game. She is too obvious with it. She's only dressed like that. She's only doing that. She's only hanging out with rich guys, you know, and calling her a gold digger, right? She's only hanging out with rich guys. She's only with those. What was it? There used to be a meme of this big, gigantic, fat dude, very obese, and he's with this hot chick in a thong. And it's like how to spot a rich guy, right? That was the meme. And we laugh at it because it's funny, but we laugh at it because it is funny because our human brains, we are very good at pattern recognition. We see an asymmetry there. When we see a very good looking woman, we want to see him logically, we want to balance this thing out in symmetry. We want to see a very good looking guy with a very good looking woman, like to each, you know, by their talents to their needs, right? Or whatever, however that sentence goes. But there's this want for some sort of balance or see that. So when we see an imbalance, we see for instance, guys do this all the time. I don't understand why Hugh Jackman is with that old fat bitch, right? Well, because that old fat bitch probably put him in, his wife, thank you very much, put him into the position so he could be Hugh Jackman in the first place, right? Or you'll see these guys who are like celebrities who are with women. You're like, God damn, why would he be like Keanu Reeves? Why would Keanu Reeves be with a chick that looks like his mom? Right? Oh, but women love that because it's age appropriate, right? But when a woman does that and it's her, like she's a very hot, attractive woman and she's with a guy, she's with a Jeffrey Epstein style guy, right? We notice an asymmetry there, but that asymmetry is something that is threatening to women because it affects what I've called their existential fear, which is, you know, breeding with somebody that they don't really have any desire to breed with, but because of circumstances, it's a similar thing where like, I don't say passport bros, but when guys would go to different countries and pick up some woman in the Philippines or Thailand or whatever and wife her up and bring her back to the States, the woman is only attracted and aroused by that guy because that guy he's got the golden ticket. He represents a ticket out of poverty. And so of course she falls in love with him. Of course, it's like, you know, Cinderella. She doesn't want to fuck the guy. She's not aroused by the guy, but she might be able to sort of be a very good actress about it until she can get the green card citizenship and then she divorces him. Like we hear this shit all the time. I would argue that that's probably what happened with Naz. And I would argue, well, not the nationality thing, but this probably, you know, I think this guy's going to be my ticket out of this place, or he has a golden ticket. He's got more motivation. I want to get with this guy. I know he's not as attractive as the other exciting guys I fucked in college in the foam cannon party, but he'll do because I think he might have potential in the future to be more than he is right now. And then 7 years later, we find out that he didn't actually have that potential, and she has to cut her losses. That's what Mrs. Nas is doing, is cutting her losses. And that's exactly what Melina will do at some point with Destiny. She will cut her losses with him. Once she gets to a point of financial independence and she's making money hand over fist, doing whatever basically riding Destiny's coattails. And by the way, it's not just her. It'll be Farrah. It'll be anybody else who he deals with will be more than happy to ride her coattails and ride his status until they get the status of their own. And then suddenly it's like, you know, sayonara. Bye. Adios, muchachos.
Want drive, blah, 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 which is code term for the ability to procure resources for a later time for me. Or there's some girls that are overt about it. I got a big shovel. I need a guy that's a millionaire, etc., because I make money or I deserve it. So yes, you can sit here and say, I like him for him, but the thing is this, women typically just end at 10, but they don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The man has to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because he's not gonna get to 10 and even be seen unless he has certain prerequisites. Only women are loved under the condition that they provide no value. Men must provide value.
I don't.
That's just how it is.
I think that's how it is in Miami, yes. And like cities like this,
Okay.
Not just
Now, see what she tries to do to weasel out of it. It's okay. Yes, it's real. This is a variation of No True Scotsman. Yes, but that's only for those girls. Real girls like me from all over the world, we don't think that way at all. Except for those real girls are the same girls that come into Fresh and Fit. And statistically speaking, that's what we've got. Did somebody find me that percentage of girls that were all? I sorry, I didn't look. Maybe Sammy, if you could track that down, if anybody did that. No, it's everywhere. It's Vegas, I can tell you that. But everybody comes from outside. See, that's the beauty of being in Las Vegas. Other than that, we have the Golden Knights, but it's the beauty of Vegas is like everybody comes from somewhere else. Same thing with Miami and Brooklyn. Like people come there girls come there on spring break. That's why they have so many going through. It's like genius. A guy like Brian from whatever podcast, he's got his work cut out for him because he's in Santa Barbara. People have to go to him, right? They have to like specifically go, hey, I want to be on this podcast. Whereas if they're in Las Vegas, they're in Miami, they show up. You have a much like deeper roster, right? You got a much deeper bench in Vegas or in Miami than, or maybe other places, maybe LA and New York or something. There's probably some other metropolises you could pull the same thing, but not like Vegas and not like Miami, because those are destination spots. So she is fundamentally, critically wrong about this. Absolutely wrong. But she doesn't care. She thinks that's her way out. It's No True Scotsman.
Here's the thing. Okay, you know what? Let's go with that.
I probably lived in more countries and cities than most of you guys. So
Miami?
I have a lot of,
So here in Miami, it's celebrated to have a big shovel and be overt about it.
Okay, wait. E. Jones gave it to me. It's 7.45%. So under 7.5% of the girls on Fresh and Fit get castled. There's your stats. Put that in, bookmark that. Write it on your fucking arm, whatever you got to do, so that the next time you're on a show and you're going to start throwing that, you trust me, you throw that shit at me, that'll be the first thing out of my mouth. And I'm surprised it's not the first thing out of Fresh's mouth, because he knows those stats too.
Okay, maybe I go to Nebraska, whatever, and they have smaller shovels, but it does not change the fact that women still want a man that can provide
like
resources.
People are dating within their area, job.
Okay, how about this?
School.
I've lived all
Lady.
over.
Okay, so now she defaults to, well, that's not the way it should be. Well, okay.
In the world,
Ladies,
it's
real
this
quick.
shit everywhere.
How important is it for your man to actually not only just be financially stable, to be successful and have money? Go ahead.
For me, it's important.
Do not go on a
for sure.
diatribe. Just give the answer, please.
It's
How
important,
important?
but
Yeah.
how you say is not the only thing that attracts to me.
Okay.
You know.
So,
But the key here is that they're not even going to give him a chance. There's plenty of smart.
You see that? It's not the only thing that attracted me. Yeah, well, you have to. Like, this is a good. I got to give you the play-by-play. I feel like John Madden of the Manosphere today. Like, I got to give you the X's and the O's, and here's the arrows and shit. When a woman says, "Oh, but yeah, he was hot, but there were other things that made me attracted to him." I get this from the girls on Access Vegas all the time too. It's like they'll say, "Oh, but there's he's got to have a good soul, and our energies and our vibes and our chakras have to fucking align or some shit like that." But like Mike's sitting there going, "I know the last 3 guys you've been banging, and they were like Chippendales models, or they were they were fucking bodybuilders, or they were guys who were like hot dudes. You don't fuck fat, ugly dudes. You don't have to, especially when you look as good as you do and you have money like you do. Come on." You want to know why they're frustrated? Because they can't find any guys who are like good looking and have a lot of money, or have at least as much as they do, and half again is more, right? So that's like for hot women in Vegas, that's their main frustrations. They can't find a guy who has those other things that they're attracted to, but they're happy to fuck the guy who works at Chippendales or Thunder from Down Under, right? So what she's saying is she's trying to hedge what she's saying with the fact that she got to say what's right. And what's right is what's long-term. Anything that has to do with the beta buck side of hypergamy, which is protection, provisioning, and parental investment, any quality that a man has of those is things that a woman is attracted to. What women are aroused by is a V-taper, a strong jawline, 6-pack abs, upper body musculature, you name a good butt, whatever the fuck it is, right? The things that turn women on about guys' physiques, that's what arouses them. So whenever you're asking, what do you look for in a guy? Like, don't ask, stop at like, you are forbidden. You come to this Podclass, you are forbidden from ever asking that question ever again, because you already know what the answer is. But when you do ask that question, women default to the beta buck side. Oh, here's what I'm attracted to in a man. He's got to have like puppy dogs and one, and it doesn't matter that he doesn't have money, blah, blah, blah. But to get to all the things that would like be on that criteria, on that list of like, you know, prerequisites, that you got to have money, you got to have status, you got to be interesting, you got to be likable, you got to have friends, you got to have a social circle, you got to make a lot of money, you've got to be driven. You think about all the things in a man's burden of performance. It used to be, by the way, prior to the sexual revolution, a man's burden of performance was still pretty up there. But a guy could like work a decent job. He could go off to war, fight in war, come back, get a job, whatever. He'd still be an attractive. He'd definitely be an eligible bachelor. Not anymore, because the bar has been set so high for women who are so low. And as a result, like, by the way, anybody like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, if you're bewildered why guys aren't incentivized to like get off their ass and do something, this is the why. This is the paradigm. This is the incentive program isn't there anymore. But it is in your 20th century way of thinking. But in 2023, it's not there anymore. This is an example, right? All the shit that comes out of these women's mouths is 20th century like idioms. It's 20th century memes that don't work, that no longer work, or are in the process of no longer working in the 21st century.
Aren't cool homeless guys out there,
No
but they're
homeless.
invisible.
Right.
So it's
no
like
homeless,
exactly.
but
Like,
don't have to be rich like you. Can be a normal guy.
Okay. You'll date a normal guy?
Yeah.
Miss Entrepreneur?
Yeah.
5'8".
Yeah,
50,
he's a normal guy.
37 to 50K
He's
per
not
year.
rich like you.
Those are some crazy ass eyes. I'm just going to point that out.
How
And I
about
can
this?
date him.
Would any of you ladies?
Wait, so you'll date a guy that makes less money than you?
Say it again?
You'll date a guy that makes less money than you and has lower status than you?
We are the same.
No.
Okay. Would any of you ladies date a guy who makes significantly less than you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You would.
No.
I mean, I have.
You would not?
No.
Really tall.
Would
and had
you?
A huge
Hold
dick,
on. Would you?
No.
Would you?
Significantly less.
As long as he can
That's a catch
protect and
that they do.
provide and I can support.
Protect, provide, and be parentally invested. Because I should point this out too, is that the closer women get to the epiphany phase, like 29 to 31, some people want to say, oh, that's the wall. Roll's trying to. No, the wall starts here, not here. Like there are some very hot women who are 34, 35 years old, right? But they up here know that while they're still competitive in the sexual marketplace, they were not as competitive as they were at 20 or at 34 as they were at 24. That's where the wall is. It's not a set date. So all you sons of bitches who say, well, the red pill says this about the wall. Boy, are they? No, dumbass. We don't say anything remotely like that. But you want us to say, you want to quote us like that. You want to like conflate shit like that. I've never said there is 29 to 31. That's when women hit the wall. No, that's when women hit the epiphany phase. That's when they realize that they've got to cash out of the casino before the lights come on. You know, they got to grab a guy before, you know, the club closes, right? And that's kind of where this chick is right now. She's like, oh, well, if you can protect and provide and want kids, be parentally invested, then I'll fall in love with. Yeah, you'll fall in love with him, but you won't be hot for him, and you won't get hot for him. If you don't get hot for him, then you won't fall in love with him. So alpha fucks precedes beta bucks. It's down. So beta bucks is downstream from alpha fucks. He's got to be hot. He's got to have something, unless like social like unrest, you know, upsets the balance of that. And even then it doesn't. How do I know that? Well, I can tell you this. I'll just give you a quick example. Is the Vichy French and Dutch women during World War II were taken up with let's just say the German soldiers at the time, and knocking it out with them because they thought they'd be the winning tribe, and it turns out they weren't. So what happened? I mean, in like that's the proximate goal, the proximate effect, which is like they banged the officers of the opposing team, of the opposing army, because hypergamy trumps kin altruism. It trumps family. It trumps DNA. That's when I talk about the war brides effect. Yes, this guy it's in my first book. When I talked about the war brides effect, that's exactly what I'm getting into. You can see this in lesser degrees, just in conversation with women. I only want a guy who can protect, provide, blah, blah, right? Yeah, of course you do. And if he can't, you'll go fuck the opposing team. You'll go sleep, literally, you'll go sleep with the enemy because it provides you with a better chance for survival and the survival of your offspring. That's why Dutch women took up with German officers in World War II. That's why they got their head. There's infamous shots. I think I've used one as a thumbnail now and then. Women getting their hair chopped off because it was a sign of shame. They shamed women for doing something like that. Guys who collaborated with the enemies, they just gone. Women, what did they do? They made them look ugly. They cut their hair, which, by the way, I think is probably a little bit better than getting off because you were collaborating with the enemy. Like, well, they'll just, if you're a guy, you're dead, right? But if you're a woman and you collaborate in the sense of like you have sex with them and have babies with them because you think that they're going to be the winning team and it's like, can't beat them, join them. That's what I'm talking about. Tribal affiliation, nationality, dedication to like kin out your family, whatever. Again, that's an effect of the war brides dynamic. It's survival. It's an adaptive survival strategy that women have followed for a very long time. And so you're hearing this, like it just hints of this in the conversations here. So Janelle's like, well, I generally want a guy who makes as much money as I do, or like a half again is what I do. But I have fucked guys who haven't because they had big dicks. So alpha fucks trumps beta bucks. She's going to hate me for that.
The money doesn't matter as much. However, with that, typically to protect and provide, you need to make a certain amount.
Okay.
Correct.
Janelle, would you?
I mean, I have, like I said, but he was 6'8" with a huge dick, and so there's an exception.
All right.
I mean, but I'm
alpha fucks trumps beta bucks, especially when she's got, she's got money of her own probably through a divorce or two. I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's divorced. Not sure. Anyways, but the fact remains is like when a woman's beta bucks side of hypergamy is taken care of, at least even perceptually, like the knowledge that the state's I got AFDC, I'm going to take care of these kids. I don't have to worry about being independent, or I've got my own money, or I'm going to school. You can have it all today, whatever, you can't trust men anyways, just like what Judge Judy was saying, right? Be independent and make sure that you've got something going for yourself because you can't trust men. That's what that whole clip was about. Rather than saying it outright, Judge Judy should have said this: you can't trust those sons of bitches, those men, anybody with a dick between their legs, you can't trust them. So you've got to make sure that you can get your own long-term security for yourself, because they're going to, it's not that every man will, but every man can, right? It's like that whole fear-based, like don't never submit to a man because they're untrustworthy. They're always abusers, or they're always doofy Homer Simpson daddies that need to be saved from themselves by mommy. They need a mommy. They need you to do laundry for them and dishes. And like that one chick was saying, oh, I get turned on when a guy does dishes and it's chore play, right? No, you don't. Do you think a woman like Janelle gets turned on when the guy is like in an apron and is like washing dishes or changing the baby or is doing her laundry? Do you think that, oh man, damn, that's great. It's not that you're 6'8" and have a huge dick. It's because you're doing laundry and you're doing dishes. Come here, big guy. No. In fact, I would say, let's put it in a different perspective. If she sees the same guy like washing dishes, does she get hot for the guy washing dishes, or does she get hot when he's out there shirtless and he's chopping wood, or he's mowing the lawn, or he's like doing an oil job on the cars or some shit? I don't know, whatever, some sort of masculine thing outside with his shirt off. I'm pretty sure that labor is a little bit more arousing than the babies.
Yeah. Honestly, if he was not 6'8" and didn't have the biggest dick ever, I would say no, thank you, sir. You need to have some money and be successful.
And you also got to remember, no disrespect.
Okay, so, but now she's hedging her bets here once again because she realizes the cognitive dissonance she's just been caught in. And so now it's like, well, it just doesn't matter. If it was going to be a long-term thing, it doesn't matter how big his dick is because he's got to have some money. So, but really, I'm not that way. So what is it? What it is this. The medium is the message. What is she doing? She's fucking a 6'8" guy with a huge dick. But if it doesn't really matter that he has a big dick, that's the words, right? Because if he doesn't have money, then I'm not gonna get. Here's the thing: the guy, the 6'8" guy with the huge dick, that dude is not wifing her up in the first place because she's like 41 or 42 years old, so she knows where that goes. But it's so she loses nothing by trying to like play both sides of the fence.
He's a little bit older. So when you're older as a woman, you have to make concessions on what you're demanding.
Gotcha.
You can't demand as much as you get older.
Yeah. Right.
Unfortunately for women.
Fair
So
enough.
I get what you're saying. You're saying not all women are like that, blah blah blah. But the reality is, all women are attracted to more status, more money, more strength.
So you're saying, for example, Destiny, not the fame, not the cars, it's the identity of who he is as a man.
His passion.
Okay. I want to point out to you guys that they are not even an hour, 51, almost 52 minutes into the show. We've already got Destiny's name on our lips because Melina is there as a proxy for Destiny. Believe me now? Do you believe me now? Hear me now, believe me later. Farrah on whatever podcast, when I was on there with Justin and I was on there with Mike Sartain, proxy for Destiny. Angela Knight on the show, the same damn show, same damn stage, with, yes, a visibly kind of inebriated John. And, you know, I think he handled that as best as he could, but it still looked very bad. So I will say, I'll be the first one to say, hey, look, you know, tough love, but it kind of looked bad because he wasn't prepared for the plant on the show. That was Angela Knight, who is very good friends with Melina and probably Farrah as well. I think actually Farrah as well, right? It's Destiny's Angels. So when you see Angela Knight, you see Melina, you see Farrah, just know those are the mouth of Sauron. The mouth of Destiny is on that show. And for the next like 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of this show, that's all you hear. And that's exactly what he wanted. Bravo, by the way. Bravo, Destiny. I 100% respect the hustle.
But would you admit as well that to get to that level, you need to work on yourself as a man? So his identity that you love, right? He had to work on it as a man.
Or like the chemistry he have, the intelligence that he has, the passions, the humor, all of those things. Not like how much money he's making. I don't care about that.
But those
Yeah,
things
yeah,
are really
but it does play a part, though.
and hard work.
That's what I was gonna say. There's a difference between a guy who was like became a millionaire from inheriting it, or maybe he was just like a rich boy, versus someone who worked for it. Because those character traits they needed to exemplify in order to get that is someone who's a real man. Like that.
As I said before, the chick that's in the back there, I'm fairly sure she's kind of TradCon-ish. I don't know her name, or they mentioned it. I didn't care to remember it, but she's the only one who sort of like lays in like some of the real empirical like understanding here. I kind of have some more respect for her than anybody else on that panel.
That's why that is attractive. Not so much the money, but what they needed to build themselves into in order to achieve that. That's what's attractive.
100%. No
So ultimately, he became the man that you love because he had to go through hardships and became successful over time. So those
Burden of performance, Fresh. Repeat after me. The burden of performance.
character traits that you
It's
saying
not about
earlier.
the success. It's like, I would say the success of his passions.
You're missing
like
the
things
point.
that he.
Yeah, but
Well, if his passions were like collecting comic books and Magic the Gathering cards, then you'd still want to fuck him because he's just a passionate individual.
At some
loves
point, if
to
he
do
lived in his
the things that
parents'
he's interested
basement, I
in.
don't care how smart he is, you're not going to accept
Yeah, but in
that.
that case, you clearly have like a problem that you're not like, you're in that case depressed or something. You don't have a drive in your life.
It's only a problem if what he's passionate about doesn't align with what benefits women. That's when I've talked about in the past. I've talked about hobbies before. And guys will, hey man, I kind of have a nerdy hobby. Should I like keep it secret and not tell girls? Yeah, you should. Actually, certainly in the beginning, you should. Unless it's something that can like just kind of peripherally be seen as cool, right? It didn't used to be like playing Dungeons and Dragons or watching or reading comic books, or because now Marvel movies, everybody goes, oh man, I love the Avengers. Ooh. You know, like they have no idea about the golden age of comics. They have no or silver age, whatever. They have no idea. They're not encyclopedias like these guys are that would make them nerds in the first place. But now it's like, it seems like it's cool because, hey, I go to San Diego Comic Con. I like cosplay. You know, I'm sure she probably loves cosplay, right? So some nerdy hobbies might be okay. But the point is that if you have hobbies that are not in any way beneficial or seen as cool, you know, and by cool, I mean, they have some sort of pro female benefit to them, then you're a nerd and women don't want to have anything to do with you. So, for instance, if your hobby is shooting, you know, basketball after work, and as a result, you have a nice body and everything, is, you know, from playing basketball or whatever, you lift or whatever, that if it benefits her in some way, even just like periphery, you know, just like in the tertiary, right? If it benefits her down the road, downstream, then she's all about it. But if it doesn't, you're a nerd. You're a geek. You're a weirdo. You're a creep. I don't want to get with a guy who does that. Those guys are creepy guys, right? Anything that doesn't benefit women, especially your passions, your hobbies, and all that kind of stuff, if she can't at least in some way make a connection to how that's going to benefit her somewhere down the road, then keep it secret. Seriously.
Like you're not
Correct.
doing anything.
So that would be unattractive.
But it doesn't mean that someone. It doesn't mean that you need to make millions. Like it doesn't mean that at all.
Okay.
Just like if
I
you
mean,
have a
the
passion
reality is you
and
left
have
the
some
guy
sort
that
of
you were with
stability in your
before
life, then I
for
think it's great.
Destiny
This is
because
what I
Destiny had more status, he had more clout. If we're gonna be all the way 1,000 here.
Well, I'm a whore.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean when women say and I need the audience to really like understand this, right? Like besides like looking at the girls and be like, oh my God, blah blah blah. I think men need to really, really understand and drill this in their head that women are going to say things that are politically correct to kind of massage or
You're just
conceal.
not. Is there anything I could say to
talking.
change your mind?
Let him
Well,
talk.
I was talking too.
Yeah, like my point is this: like women are going to say certain things, but they're going to do opposite things because of.
Yes, it's called The Medium is the Message, straight out of the first book. It is not so much like, let me see if I can explain medium is the message. Yes, I took it from that is not a Rollo Tomasi-ism. It's just I appropriated the quote. Okay, there you go. I'm credit where it's due. The medium is the message is that if a woman is flaking on you for the first or second date or whatever, that's the message. If she goes from hot to cold, that's the message. If she's quote unquote sending you mixed messages, she's not sending you mixed messages. You just don't want to understand and relate and read and interpolate what the message is. She's flaking. There's somebody else that she's got a better proposition for. She had something better to do. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Like if her behavior is inconsistent with her words, the behavior are now the words. The behavior itself is the message. That's why I say the medium is the message. So, for instance, let's use Janelle as an example here. Well, I want a guy who's long-term. He's got to have he'd love his mom and go to church on Sunday. Well, I don't know, go to shaman on Sunday. He has to love, like puppy dogs, and he has to be, in tune with the cosmic energies and shit like that. Unless he's 6'8" and has a big dick. Right. And then you see who she's fucking. That's the message. That's how the medium is. She's fucking the guy with the big dick at 6'8". That's the medium. The message is this is the guy this is the guy who preempts all that other bullshit that I was saying. That's what and guys, you don't have to make a big deal out of it. In fact, let me emphasize this by just putting myself solo here. You don't say this. You don't bring this up in casual conversation. You don't go, well, the reason why you're like that is because the medium is the message and Rollo Tomasi and Red Pill. Don't stop it. Don't be a spurg. Don't be autistic when it comes to stuff like that. Understand it, interpret it, move on. Demonstrate. Do not explicate. There's your prescription. You want prescriptions? I'll give you a goddamn prescription today. If you're in that situation where you notice the cognitive dissonance, where you notice that the behaviors are inconsistent with the words, where they just don't like, you notice an asymmetry in her behaviors with her words, you don't go, well, I got to tell this bitch what's up. You're not going to teach her goddamn thing because that's just the nature of women. That's just how they operate. So you going up and getting on your freaking soapbox and going, look, young lady, this is why you're hypergamous. Don't. Stop it. You just make yourself look that much worse. You know what you do? You know how you punish her? You leave. There's not a lot of money in revenge. And Hugo Montoya, The Princess Bride. There's not a lot of money in revenge. You're wasting your time. In fact, if anything, you should thank her. Thank you for revealing who you really are to me. And now I can move on. And I'm not wasting any more fucking time with you. Mode 1, right? Alan Roger Curry. He was right about that. Pragmatism, man. You see that? You interpret it, you read it, the message, medium is the message. By the way, another medium could be that she can't keep her hands off of you. Her eyes dilate when she sees you. She's got those big you see the whites of her eyes like Miss Columbia there. That's just as much a medium. It's just on the good side. Hopefully you're like, oh, that seems like an indicator of interest. If you can read that, don't listen. You don't matter what she says. If she's like, really into you and she's a hell yes girl. Do you want to go rock climbing? Hell yes, I do. Do you want to go on a jet ski? Yes, I do. Do you want to go skydiving and I packed your parachute? Hell yes, I do. Wait, yes, I do. You want to help me bury this body? Hell yes, I do. You want to break me out of jail? Hell yes, I do. That's a medium. It's just the good kind. And by the way, sometimes the good kind is just as hard to interpret as the bad kind. So there's no such thing as mixed messages. And that's the law. That's the moral to the story. There's no such thing as mixed messages. Women are telling you exactly what they think. It's just you're not picking it up, or you are picking it up and you just refuse to interpret it. And that message is what she's doing. So it's a little bit more detailed. It's a little bit more in depth than just like, don't believe what a woman says, watch what she does. That's incomplete. You got to remember that what she does is also the message. And that's like most guys who go, well, she's a flake. I'm out of here, Buster. Well, good for you. I'm sure you feel good about that. But you learned nothing from that fucking exchange because you didn't see what the behavior was and what the behavior was communicating to you, because men tend to communicate overtly. And if women don't say what they mean and mean what they say, then fuck them. No, then you might as well go fuck guys, because that's how men communicate. It's not how women communicate.
We're honest about the way that they actually mate select, it would be very bad and make them look very poor and like terrible people, because women typically do monkey branch to better guys. And your own mating practices have proven what I'm saying, that you went to a better guy that you had and you did it overtly on a camera. Let's be honest.
The medium is the message. Get her, Myron, get her.
If we're going to be 1,000.
So there's absolutely nothing that I could say to change your mind to believe what I actually feel.
But what I'm saying is that destiny was
that dude. Dude, call me. I want to know your name.
Able to take you from that male because he was better in some regard.
Not because of his money and not because of his success.
He had more potential. Remember I said
See, what she's like, so there's nothing I could say or do that would make you believe otherwise. No, because why, children? The medium is the message. You are telling him with your behavior. That's why it's important to understand the medium is the message and not just believe what the woman says and not what she does, or believe what she does and not what she says, right? I mean, that's the bonehead bumper sticker version of that. But if you're not understanding what her behavior is telling you, because Myron easily picks out, he doesn't want to fuck her. He has no like intimate interest in her. So it's no risk in telling her what she's doing and interpreting it and giving it back to her. I tell you, don't do that, especially if it's somebody that you wanted to get intimate with in the first place, because it just makes you look bad. She tells her friends, and he's kind of a creep and a dork, and boy, he told me some things I didn't like about myself. He's one of those red pill misogynist guys. Fuck him. He made me feel bad because I did all this stuff that was completely incongruent with what I said. And they'll think they're in the right, and their girlfriends will think they're on the right too, because that's just the nature of the beast. That's how the machine works. But Myron can build a podcast on telling women what it's about by interpreting the medium being the message, because he's got no investment in these chicks in the first place. And as a matter of fact, the more he does that, the more the girls who are attracted to that will seek him out. He told me things about myself that I really was. Boy, I'm really hot for him. I know he's kind of like my dad was, very overbearing, but man, I don't know why. I can't explain it.
Whole shovel thing. Maybe you had a smaller shovel at that point, or you had a smaller shovel at that point, but you saw the potential and you're like, you know what? I can invest with this guy.
That's not how I felt at all, though.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree. All right. So
that's how I felt. My emotional state. My emotional interpretation of this. Not my rational interpretation. And this is where we start, children. This is empiricism versus emotionalism. As I said in the title of this video, women's emotionalism is ruining the red pill, because the more we have these conversations, the more we get, I feel. I felt like X, Y, and Z. It doesn't matter to quote God Sod, not Myron Gaines, to quote Gad Sod, fuck your feelings. Because your feelings get in the way of accurately determining what's going on, objective understanding. The objective is this: your behaviors belie your bullshit. And when you get caught in that, and the cognitive dissonance is you're made aware, it comes to the forefront of your awareness, and you don't have anything to really say. Most women, they will, when they're presented with cognitive dissonance by anybody, even if by themselves, even by other women, it doesn't have to be a guy trying to get with her. It could be other women. They will do one of two things. They'll go into denial mode, which of course what she does, right? I felt like this. Oh, my defer to feelings, because feelings are superior to rationality and reason. At least in a gynocentric social order, they are. We should prioritize in a gynocentric social order. The prescription is that we ought to prioritize how we feel above what we think, about what we see, about the objective truth that's in front of us. We should prioritize the words rather than the behaviors. The medium is subordinate to the message. No. I should say the message is subordinate to the medium, right? So it's the opposite way around. So empiricism and emotionalism. When women cannot win an argument with emotionalism or with rationality and reason and objectivity, they automatically default to emotion. Why? Because in the present state, in a gynocentric social order, or whatever we want to call it, it's prioritized. It's the correct way to think. It's the correct thing to do. We have follow your heart, girl. It'll never steer you wrong. Get the fuck out of here. It'll steer you off a fucking cliff is what it will do if you don't fucking pay attention to your surroundings. You don't have like situational awareness. And I don't mean just in the immediate vicinity. I mean in your life. The situation of your life, you need situational awareness of your life. And women have in fact, they're isolated. They're actively encouraged not to have that awareness, not to be cognitive of their situational awareness of their lives. In fact, men reward them by keeping them in a cocoon, by telling them what they want to hear, by avoiding unflattering truths like myself. You want to know a shining example of that is Chris Williamson and the rest of these schmucks who want to, I would lose half my audience. Yeah, you're goddamn right you would if you told them the truth. That's why I only have 200 and some odd thousand, subs that I had to fight for every single one of them. But I'm telling you the truth because the truth tastes like shit sometimes. And most of the time it tastes like shit. This doesn't have to. It's tools, it's equipment, but in the present state, if you're used to having to feel good at the end of a show, yeah, you're probably not. You're not going to leave this show. That's for damn sure. You're not leaving the rational male feeling good, but you will be educated and you will be informed and you will have an accurate assessment of your situation that you can build upon. You will have a better foundation for your life as a result. Sucks, man. Yeah, it really sucks. When people say, you know what, you really need to fucking do something different. That sucks. I thought I was doing it right, Roland. That's the switch from the blue pill to the red pill. The blue pill was, I thought I was doing things right. The red pill is, no, you weren't. This is the reality. It's ugly. It sucks. But at least now you know. At least now you know the real, what's really going on. At least you have a map. Now you're not walking blind. Oh, where am I going in the blue pill? So let's keep going here.
Myron. That's fine. Well, we're just getting this thing started.
One thing, but they do another.
I mean, you can tell me over and over again how I feel. I'm telling you the truth. Do you want to believe it or not?
No, I'm going off your actions and how you feel, because feelings change, but the actions are there.
So
hold on.
So he just, I don't know if he is aware of this, but he just made the comparison between empiricism and emotionalism.
Melena,
yeah?
Question for you.
Yeah.
Does destiny fulfill you?
Yeah, of course.
So then, hold on.
This is a clip.
So then,
this is the clip I used.
Why is it open?
Because we like to fuck around.
So he doesn't then.
I like women. Gotcha, bitch. He doesn't have a pussy.
So you like fucking around more than you like being in love with him. If he was 500 pounds, do you think you would still want to go fuck other guys, or would you just say, you know what, I'm done with this? That's the real question. Would have been like, well, okay, now let's just say for sake of argument, Destiny's 400 pounds. He doesn't make any money. You're in love with him. How long are you staying in love with him if you like to fuck around?
Sadly, he's not a woman.
What the fuck?
It's very psychologically.
He's not a woman, and
They have
women.
an open relationship.
Yep.
Your husband and yourself, it's 100% open.
You can try to put on your insecurities out there. That's fine, but I mean, you don't have to start talking about.
When anyone, by the way, he feminized men too. When anyone brings up your insecurities, that's the language of emotionalism. Gotcha, bitch. That's the language of emotionalism. That's I got nothing left in the tank. I got nothing. I got no more bullets are in the revolver. I got nothing left. Well, that's just you projecting your insecurities onto me. Insecurities are an emotion. You've just reframed the logical, rational, reasonable argument to an emotional one. And you presume authority by doing so. because you defer to Carl Jung or Sigmund Freud or whoever the fuck is. You're projecting, and everybody knows what projection is, right, girls? Right? Everybody in the audience, we all know what projection is. And when you do that, you're insecure. So you're insecure, right, guys? That's what she's looking for, because everyone else, the law of averages, anyways, is going to say, well, enough people in the audience are going to agree with me, so I'm going to make an emotional appeal. And if that doesn't work, I'm going to cry. Or I'm going to get histrionic on you, because that's what gets me out of this very distasteful, uncomfortable position that I've been put into, because now I have to confront my cognitive dissonance.
Him.
It's crazy because he doesn't say the same about you, though. But you attack him like that. Why?
I mean, open relationships are your women not enough for you, or because you
your
have a one-sided open relationship, right?
Usually when women get defensive, they
Because you
attack
said
right away, but you never do the same.
that you love him for him.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
But if you did, why go somewhere else?
Get a fresh.
Well, why do you fuck other women?
No, because I want to, but you.
You're not.
You
Yeah,
said,
because I want to.
No, you said earlier.
Does that mean that you don't
he
love your women?
fulfills you.
Does that mean
so
you
then
don't love your partner?
You're satisfied, right?
Does that mean that you don't love your partner because you go out fucking other people?
For you, yeah.
No, for you. I'm
No,
asking
not for me, for you.
Yeah, I'm the same as you.
Because you said you're fulfilled.
I'm literally the same as you.
You said you're fulfilled.
I'm the same logic.
And I'm confused.
Can you understand that?
I definitely do.
Yeah.
Do you?
Women
Yeah, of
always
course
have
I
a
do.
double standard.
So here's the question, of course, like, okay, Fresh, at least like think like I love Fresh. And in other situations, like where he's talking about like, what is it? Owner soul and that kind of stuff. Like, I get it. I understand what he's saying. It just doesn't come out the way he wants it to. He's a master of like networking and a lot of stuff. And in that situation, he kind of thinks as like, he's playing like chess, right? He's playing 3 steps ahead. Rather, like that might've worked on Fresh and Fit, but I will tell you this right now, Fresh, and learn this now, Fresh, if you're watching this, especially when you're dealing with one of Destiny's plants, she's already prepared for that. He's already coached her on that, or she's had enough conversations with him that she understands it. So the stuff that you would like throw, like that would probably work on a girl who's uninitiated with Fresh and Fit on a after hours show, but it's not going to work with Melina, because Melina's being, of all people, is being coached by Destiny.
I don't know.
How is it a double standard when I have an open relationship? He also has an open relationship. So I don't understand. We're just pointing like the fucking Spider-Mans, right?
And real quick, it's like, yes, maybe open relationships are unproductive for most of society, but we can't deny that individualism exists. And there are certain people who are happy in their certain setup, and maybe that has nothing to do with anyone else. Is
Just
that the
like you and
majority?
me.
No,
We're
probably
both happy.
not. But that still exists. We can't deny that doesn't exist, and it's like impossible. You know what I mean? So no one can really speak on Melina and Destiny's relationship except them.
I want to talk to this chick because, first of all, she's trying to she's reframing here a little bit more, but she seems to me like she wants to have some sort of like significance in like a more of a traditional conservative sense. I get what she's saying, but also remember she's also using emotional language, the language of emotionalism, I should say, not emotion, but emotionalism. There's a distinction we need to make here. And that is, well, if they're happy, happy, happy. Okay. What did I say in the beginning to Jedediah Bila, right? About the happiness thing. Happiness is not a state. Happiness is an emotive state. Yes, but it's not a state, a goal state. It's not a sustainable, maintainable state that we can sell people things with, right? It's you're happy in the doing. So by that logic, Melina would be happy in the fucking of other people. Destiny would be, the happiness comes from comes from the process and getting into it and with other people. It's not afterwards. It's when you're getting to that point, or maybe the build up to it as well. I know that sounds really salacious when you talk about it in sexual terms, but you can also apply it to like if you want to be the best athlete, if you want to be the best at whatever your hobby or passion is, if you want to be the best at anything, if you want to acquire mastery in anything, any human endeavor, the best way to do that is not through like, oh God, this is miserable, I just got to stick with this and fuck this. It's better that you're intrinsically rewarded by the experience of actually becoming better. That's what makes happiness. I've got this book. I'm going to read you a passage from it when we get to a little bit further in, but the happiness. But I finished this book. It's freaking fantastic. And guess what? It's positive evolutionary psychology. Those red pill guys are always negative. No, dude, this is the kind of stuff that I read. Okay. And thank you, by the way, Rob Henderson, for suggesting it. He was one on his reading list, and I picked it up and I thought it was fantastic. But it's also what taught me about the evolutionary, the sort of like the biopsychological state of happiness, which also applies to miserableness, like depression as well. Depression is an emotion. It's meant to motivate you from one unsustainable state to another. Happiness. If you're happy in doing something that benefits you either reproductively or like survival wise, it's so much better and you're so much better at it and you will master it if it makes you happy and you get rewarded intrinsically for doing the fucking act. That's happiness. So when people say, well, if it makes you happy, then why do you have a problem? It's not that implies that happiness is a state, not a process. If we can just wrap our heads around the fact that emotions are things that are a physical part of the human machine. I can make you pissed off by putting like testosterone and you can get you roid raged up. You could be pissed off. You won't even know why you're pissed off. You're like, I'm going to go fucking lift, for a small, VW in the squat rack today. Why? I don't know. I just feel like I need to. Right? Yeah, because I feel like I need to. Yeah, you can change a person's emotional state by what they eat, certainly by alcohol. Certainly by, just like telling somebody some bad news, right? And then it triggers a cascade effect in your body. It's all based on chemicals. It's freaking endorphins. It's, the cocktail that gets released into your body, fight or flight, Well, I was really frightened, but I plucked up and I really got pissed off and I hit the guy, right? That's emotion prompted by environment, but it's still something that's part of the machine. It's not some magical, whoa, we gotta find happiness in the fucking cosmos. Get the fuck out of here with that. That's the idea that there's some sort of fucking pussy at the end of the rainbow. There isn't.
Ultimately.
I mean, we can because she came.
I mean, you can make your assertions, but you could never actually say whether they're truly happy or not. We can make general assertions about whether or not an open relationship is going to be better or not for a relationship.
Do you guys fuck?
No, we do not at all. I would.
You trying to set that up? Is that what you're trying to do? Trying to set that up?
Amy disagrees on most things that I have.
I would personally never want
okay?
to be in an open relationship. That would fuck me up mentally.
And I would never tell anyone to be in an open relationship either.
Everyone has a different experience.
Okay. What you're looking at, like this chick is traditionally conservative. I presume she's in some sort of quote unquote relationship, but it's sexless because she's probably saving herself for marriage. Now she's probably saving herself for marriage. Again, I don't, whether you think that's noble or you're foolish, I don't care. The fact of the matter is you're looking at two conflicting, a 20th century ideal versus a 21st century ideal. Melina is a 21st century ideal. This girl whose name I don't know is a 20th century ideal. It would fuck me up. Yeah, well, I'm sure it would, because she was probably brought up by an intact family. Hell, it would fuck me up if my daughter was in some kind of situation like that. Yeah, I would feel like that's shitty, but like that's us, right? Like I don't hold that same kind of judgment for somebody like say like Justin Waller. Oh, that's inconsistent. You're a hypocrite, right? Well, no, I'm not, because that's what he's about. I think in some cases it's untenable in the 21st century. It doesn't mean you don't make a good stab at it. It doesn't mean that it's like, something that like, if that's your personal, that's what you want to do, go, please do. That's why I don't give prescriptions, right? I give you equipment so you can make decisions for yourself. You can build your own shit. But having the conversation is important because you get to see things like this. She's got a 20th century. She's speaking 20th century ease, and Melina speaking 21st century.
If we're gonna keep it 1,000, and I'm not talking about Destiny and her relationship, but in general,
We can talk about it
That's
all
what
night.
no, I'm not talking about that. But I'm saying in general, most women, if they truly love their man, other men are invisible to them.
But it's the
That's
same
just
thing
how
for
it
you
is.
in that case too. That's true.
They wouldn't even they're closed on their end at all times if they truly love, admire, and respect their man.
But that's why I asked you, does
Yeah,
it
but do you
actually
not love
fulfill
your
you?
partners
You
in
said
that
yes.
case? Do you not love your partners?
Huh?
You don't love your partners, like your girlfriends. You have several girlfriends, right? Or do you have one?
Okay, so here we go again. This is an emotional appeal. I can't answer you in a logical sense, so now I must answer you in an emotional sense. Don't you love them? Because if you answer no, you're fucked. If you answer yes, then you're wrong. That's what she's trying to do, right? It's because and based on what premise? Love. But you don't love her? Well, you don't want to go to heaven? You want to go to hell? Essentially that's what she's coming. She can't answer the question directly, so she has to reframe in using emotional language. Which anytime, by the way, listen for these terms, class. Listen for these terms when you're in a conversation with somebody. When they say "I feel," that's the easy one, right? In fact, I'm very sensitive to that now. I'm as sensitive to that as I am when people go merch, right? Because when people say, I feel like, and I even if I'm just like in casual conversation with somebody, I think I'm back my merch. That's a good kind of mnemonic device, right? Like sort of this merch. You say it every time you hear that so that you know that you're being talked to or you're being spoken to using the language of emotional. Well, because when people say that to you, I feel like what that means is that feelings preempt reason. When somebody says, I think that blah, 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 blah. We see that all the time. Like that's almost like, it's almost too obvious now. Like even people who didn't know about it, they know about it now. But when I see somebody say, well, don't you love your girlfriends? Who hurt you? Didn't mommy love you enough? Have you ever been in love? Have you ever been in a relationship? Have you ever touched grass? Have you ever actually met a real woman? Like that's all emotional language. Watch for that stuff. Sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes it's like sort of like, in your face, don't you ever love a woman? Like that kind of shit. That's just still an emotional reframe and an emotional appeal.
Yeah, do you love him? Do you love your girlfriends? Ooh, I can hear them right now be crying out there, okay?
And that's when she devolves into middle school.
Here's the thing.
This is not a good thing.
Here's the thing. I have love for women, but I'm not going to fall in love with women.
Why is that?
Because
you fall in love with your bros?
No, because when you fall in love, that's when you become...
See what she's trying to do. This is the coaching part. She's getting ahead of herself. By the way, Melina does this way better than Farah, whatever her name was. Because Farah was easy because I don't know if I intimidated her or something, or maybe the panel intimidated her, but she was like, when we were on the whatever podcast, she was getting ahead of herself. Like she was anticipating the hit. Right. She thought, oh, these guys are going to go about this and they're going to say this and they're going to say red pill that and then they're going to say war bride and then they're going to say alpha widow and then they're going to say this. And so she's already like 3 steps ahead in the conversation. So she's having another conversation that's 3 steps ahead from where we are. Me and Mike and Justin are like, what the fuck are you talking about? We didn't mention anything about alpha widow or whatever the topic was. Right. She was getting ahead of herself. Melina doesn't do that. She knows because she's been around Destiny enough to pick up on that.
You start to become more emotional, more erratic. You want to have love for women, but never fall in love.
What is the point of a relationship if you're not?
Once you fall in love, you lose your ability to be a deductive problem solver.
Love and monogamy is a new concept.
Okay, so here's where Myron steps in it a little bit because it's emotionalism. He's like, when you talk about, like, I can tell you this, like, what if I told you, what if I told you that emotion or that love is just an emotion? I talked about that in this book. Where is it? In religion. Well, why is Rolla saying about religion? Well, because there's a passage in the Bible that says God is love, right? It's an emotion. That's an emotive state. I can make you love someone. I can make you hate someone. I can make you feel aggression. I can make you feel sad. All I got to do is just manipulate the right part of your brain and you'll feel those things. I can put you in the right environment. I can give you the right alcohol. I can give you the right prescription. I can make you feel nothing at all. I can make you feel completely comfortably numb, right? With a SSRI or an antidepressant. So we know that emotions are things that we can physically influence on human beings. So if I go and I say this, love is just a series of chemical reactions, endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. Oxytocin is the love hormone, right? I can, fuel you up on the right cocktail of hormones or whatever the fuck it is, and I can make you feel a certain way. And one of those ways is love. Now, have I just taken the magic out of love for you? Have I taken the God out of love for you? Because then it's just reduced to a chemical reaction. What if I can make a pill that would make you fall in love with me? And by the way, we're probably not too far away from something like that with, plotting the human genome and everything else. I don't claim to be an endocrinologist, so don't quote me on that. But the function, the probability is that we could influence people to feel certain ways, whether it's through environment or words or for smells. I mean, you have memories because of smells. You listen to your favorite song because it makes you feel a certain way. So feelings, whether it's love or hate or anything in between, are some things that we can influence, at least by environment, by our senses, by our endorphins, by our biochemistry. So we take the magic out of it. We take it where we see the great Wizard of Oz behind the freaking veil, right? That's what I talk about. If you want to, I have no time to give you a really long dissertation on this, but I wrote like at least 2 chapters about that in my 4th book, which is The Rational Male Religion. It's available on Amazon. But it takes the magic away. If it takes the metaphysical sense of it away, and that's really where women come in. So when women make appeals saying, haven't you ever loved anyone before? Love is so important, blah, blah, blah. Love is all. Love conquers all. Love is love. Like when homosexuals wanted to get the right to marry, that's what love is love. Love wins. Remember that when they lit up the White House and all in fucking rainbow color. Hey, we are in homosexual month. We are in gay pride month, whatever they call LGBT alphabet soup month right now. As a result of that understanding, love is love. Doesn't matter. We're all the same. Love is love. Is it? Because there's the physical side of it, and then there's the concept of love. Why do men and women fall in love? Why do men and men fall in love? And I mean that in like a fraternal sense. Like have homosexual sex, go do what you're gonna do. But like the idea that there is a fraternal like bond between guys that is as much love as anything else, right? Guys who will go re-enlist in the Army or the Marines because they don't want to give up on their squad because they are brothers. They are bound by a fraternal love for one another, and they want to be there in case those guys get shot, or they want to help them out. Like that's all they've ever known. Right? Is that love? Sisterly love? The sisterhood uberalis? Yeah, it is. And do you feel something as a result? I'm sure you do. And there's probably a biochemical, response to that as well. But what women do in a gynocentric social order is they turn love into Brazilian power crystals. They turn it into a concept that is metaphysical rather than physical. So the empirical understanding of love is going to always be nuts and bolts. This is the chemical compounds that are going to predispose you to feel love for the chick you just banged, so that you will be invested in her parentally and want to protect her and want to provide for her. This is all part of the Big Head Babies chapter that's also in this book. I'll bring it up later if you want me to read Big Head Babies. But Big Head Babies is the principle that because human beings are smart and women are the vulnerable sex, men have to be the protective, big, strong protectorate sex. And there are psychological mechanisms that predispose men to a protector dynamic. I'll talk about that later, but I've talked about it in the past. But remember that the conversation that's going on here, and later on when I get into the part where Destiny's riffing on this, it's this, I think, mistaken understanding, and that is rooted in the metaphysical, the chick crack side of it, rather than the physical side of it, there's a conceptual side of it, there's a metaphysical side of it, and then there's the physical side.
As a guy, you have to constantly be in a leadership role. When you're in a leadership role, you can't afford to let emotions come in, which is a temporary feeling, to make permanent solutions.
It sounds like you're scared of showing your woman who you truly are in that case.
See that? Scared. First of all, this shaming tactic, okay? That's pretty obvious. Any MRA will, or any MGTOW will tell you, shaming, deering, whatever the fuck it is, right? Or whatever acronym is applicable here. Okay. Shaming. Okay. Well, you're just scared. Scared is what, children? An emotion. So another emotional appeal. The only reason you think that is because you feel scared, and feelings preempt and trump thought, rationality, reason. Her presumption is that he feels scared, and he should feel shame for feeling scared for what he just said and for his understanding of love and everything else. Whereas he's trying to make an empirical argument over what is love, or she's trying to defer, or I should say, reframe it to an emotional sense. That's why she uses terms like scared.
Well, here's the thing, in an ideal world, right? It'd be great to be able to open up and be emotional and get in my feelings, but
so
women don't respect that.
Woman. No,
women
are
don't
women
respect
out there
that.
that do respect that. Not in Miami, but they are out there. I promise you.
They're in Miami too, by the way.
Okay.
Don't seriously.
Next question. Here's the deal.
So obsolete, it doesn't exist.
Myron.
Yeah.
So funny. How are we all feeling out there, by the way? Make some noise. We got Big Mo in the house. I see you, Mo.
Yo.
How much weight has Mo lost since he's been working with you guys?
Mo, you got a mic over there?
No, but 102.
Hey! Respect to you. When we met him.
By the way, we've got Chris over here. Shout out to Chris.
All right, let me fast forward this a little bit because they're gonna move into some other shit here.
Myron wrote a little book.
Okay, so they get into that. Anyways, that's probably good for now because I kind of want to switch off to, let's pull that up. I want to switch off to the emotion topic here because now I'm gonna transition into what Destiny's take on this whole thing was, because he was really quickly comes out with a response video to this, which, remember, this was on Friday. So I mean, I only do a show on Sundays, but even when I was on whatever podcast, like in less than 24 hours, he's got a breakdown video of what he thinks was going on whatever podcast. I get it. That's what he does for a living. But I have one thing that I need to show you guys before we get started, because we're going to talk about emotion here and what, like I was just telling you before, a lot of people conflate emotion with sort of this woo-woo magical, metaphysical, cosmological understanding of what emotions are. Like they're the concept of emotion as opposed to like what is the purpose of human beings having emotion. You've probably heard me talk about, do I have it up? I don't have it yet. The triune mind theory. Okay. So there's like the lizard brain, the hind brain, the instinctual side of things, instinct, emotion, and reason. So there's instinct, which is like fight or flight. Instinct could also be like your autonomous nervous system, which is like if I stop thinking about breathing and doing the Wim Hof breathing thing, my autonomous nervous system will pick up and I'll still keep taking breaths so I can talk to you and concentrate on something else that I'm doing. But I move the ability to breathe to the periphery, right? So I can take over, my conscious mind can take over breathing. But if I want to focus on something else, I don't have to worry about it, right? Because otherwise I asphyxiate. So that's part of the instinctual side of things. Here it is. So it's a lizard brain. That's stem and cerebellum, fight or flight, autopilot. Okay, so these are like instinctual things. Like, for instance, you will flinch if I throw something at your, you'll try to get out of the way. Trying to think of some other things. And then remember, those are like instinctual emotions or instinctual processing, right here. Now, this is like triune brain theory. Again, it's in some way, in some schools of psychology, it was quote unquote debunked back in the day. Okay. That was before we had fMRI scans, CT scans. That's before we had an ability to understand where emotions begin physically in the brain. So you can actually stimulate parts of your brain. And again, I'm not a neuroscientist, so don't. Didn't know that. Yeah, you're right. I don't know everything about your brains. I'm not a brain surgeon. However, I do think that we need to reconsider triune mind. And by the way, I wrote an essay about the triune mind theory on my Substack, which you can get just in the description. You have to go, it's below the fold, but you can get the link there to my Substack because I wrote about this in a lot of detail. I think it's something that we ought to sort of reconsider in light of new information. So when people say, well, Rollo doesn't know that the triune mind theory has been debunked. Well, yeah, it was in 1975 before we had all the technology and the evolutionary psychology and everything that we've known about since that time. And I think it's worthwhile to revisit. Even if you say, okay, it's hokum, I still think that it's a good thing to revisit, because it kind of follows with a lot of the stuff that we're thinking right now. So if we got like the lizard brain, which is like sort of your autonomous nerve system, it's autopilot, it's flinching, it's also revulsion responses. Like if you see somebody throw up and then you can't help but like sort of like reactively like hurl. That's because if you see somebody, you smell vomit, if you see them throwing up, your instinctual lizard brain thinks that there's a pathogen that you need to hurl to. So just in case, just to be on the safe side, it's better to err on the side of throwing up than not. That the sight of that, the smell of that, the sound of that will cause you to like hurl as well, or at least to feel sick or nauseous or like kind of queasy, right? Then there's the mammal brain. This is where the emotions start. Okay, this is the limbic system. It's emotions, memories, habits, and decisions, right? So you're like, unfortunately, it's decisions because we make impulsive decisions. Now, the human brain can also make decisions, but we tend to think of its decisions in terms of making an emotional decision, making an impulsive decision. Like when you're in the grocery store and you buy like National Enquirer or whatever, like a pack of, you get a Pez candy, right? And that's like your emotional, it's an impulse buy, right? They have them right up there because it's appealing to that part of your brain, right? The sort of the middle cortex area right there. And that's where emotions come from, like memories, habits, routine. That's where that all gets stuffed into in the limbic system. And then there's a neocortex, and this is the most, this is the part where you have most of your gray matter here. And this is where language, abstract thought, imagination, consciousness Reason comes from here. So when we say that there's a sort of a conflict between emotionalism and empiricism, what I'm looking at here anyways is the mammal brain versus a human brain, right? It's instinct, and instinct preempts everything, right? Because if it didn't, you'd be dead. But the emotional side of things begins in sort of the limbic system in the inner core, and then out around that is the gray matter. Hopefully I'm relating this way. Any neuroscientist who wants to sort of like correct me on any of this, I'm happy to. But then let's look at some of these. These are the base emotions, and you kind of have to know what the base emotions are here first. So you'll notice that she used the word scared. Okay, well, the base emotion of scared is fear, anxious, rejection, being insecure. Also rooted in what base emotion? Fear. You should be fearful that something will happen. You should be scared, or you are scared. In fact, it's not even like you should be. It's like you are scared. I presume that you are already scared because you should be fearful of not thinking in the way that I think. Now, later on, we're going to talk about anger here because that's the first thing out of Destiny's mouth when he starts doing his breakdown of this with Farah, whatever the fuck her name, no lens girl. But let's look at these things. So who hurt you? Anger. Threatened. You're threatened by a powerful woman. You're threatened by an independent woman. Oh, you're so distant. Oh, you're mad. Mad may as well be just anger as well, right? Okay, and then there's other ones too, sad, guilty, despair, lonely. Those are really good ones too, because usually those, when there's appeals to base emotions, like if somebody wants you to feel guilty or shame about something, that's related to sadness. Disapproval also could be a shameful kind of thing. So you got disappointment, you got you're awful. Like, by the way, disgust is also rooted in the instinctual side of things as well. So we instinctually want to get away from things that we are repulsed by, such as like feces or like a dead body or anything that might have pathogens in it. We feel a visceral disgust for certain environmental conditions. Maybe we smell like spoiled milk and we want, try to get this out of here. Oh, the trash smells horrible. Take it out. I'm sick of it. Right. That's disgust because it plays on the disgust emotion of the base of. And then there's happiness, right? Joyful, proud, optimistic, peaceful. Got that. So we go. I'm pretty sure most people understand basic human emotions. Okay. But what you probably don't understand is how men and women parse this shit out. Okay. So I don't know if you can see that as well as I can here. So I'm just going to read some of this stuff. There's a male brain and a female brain. And this is where the whole egalitarian blank slate thing comes crashing down. What have I told you in the past? I've said that if you want to win an argument and if you want to win a debate, don't go for emotional stuff. Go directly to objective understanding and reasoning. Put it in a way that people can digest it, of course, make it humorous, make it in some way. And I mean, try not to belittle anybody, but like make it humorous enough so that people want to understand it, sing it in a song, say it in a poem, make it memorable in some way. But because there's always got to be an emotional side, you got to sugar it up with a little bit of emotion, but stick to rationality and reason. Now, so we look at the male brain and the female brain, and yes, there are two distinct types of brains here. There is a female brain that is, and by the way, I'm going to read you something. Like I said, I'm going to cite sources today. So we've got the gray matter side of things. Males have 66.5% more information processing matter. Boys often excel in math with local processing skills. Okay, so that's like the prefrontal cortex. Half developed by age 15. Fully developed at age 30. So remember when we laughingly say, oh, men don't become men until they're 30? It takes longer for a male brain to mature and develop than it does for a female brain. That doesn't mean women are smarter. It just means we're different. Okay. Chemistry, serotonin and oxytocin. Due to the lower levels of serotonin and oxytocin, males are more impulsive and less likely to combat natural impulses. That's why we tell men you need to have self-control. Johnny, get a hold of yourself. That's why if there is a social component to this, the self-control side of things is because men lack more like physiologically, the machine itself. It's not a personal flaw. It's actually the way your brain is fucking wired. Men and women do not process emotion the same way. So when anybody tells you, well, you know, I don't understand why guys, it's a double standard. How come guys can do this and women can't? Because you're different. You are physiologically, mechanically different. That's why. But we live in a social order that says men should think and emote like women, and we lack the fucking hardware to do it. But yet we're still responsible for, I got to meet her needs and we got to listen to her and I got to be emotional with her and I got to cry at the end of fucking Titanic. And if I don't, I'm emotionally stunted and there must be something wrong with me. And I really love when men go to therapy. But yeah, you know why? Because it's this self-perpetuating churn marketing, because men lack the fucking the mechanics not to go to fucking therapy, right? Let's keep going here. Let me put this back up. There. The other one, intelligence, spatial and mechanical functioning. The male brain is better at creating pictures and charts than writing explanations. Okay. Then again, now when we're sleeping and we're at rest, the male brain must enter a rest state to recharge. Okay. So that's the male. Yay, men. Yeah, men. Now, female brain, white matter. Okay. This is probably didn't even know what white matter was, right? This is connecting matter, connective tissue, connection, synapses, let's just say. Females have 10 times more connecting matter. They're better at integrating information, especially in language arts. Imagine that. Women, here you go, ladies. Here's Rollo Tomasi is going to show you a rare moment of positive evolutionary theory. Women are better at communication than men are. They get more out of sub-communications. They get more out of a dirty look. They get more information from like the shoes you're fucking wearing and the outfit you're wearing and the tone of your voice. And, oh, Rollo, people would be more into what you're saying if you would just modulate and be a tone police. Women are the tone police, not guys. I don't think I've ever had a guy say, Rollo, you know, people would really like you a whole lot more if you just like toned it down. You just talk like this. Yeah, you get more bees with honey. No, because they don't think in those terms. Women do. That's why they get sub-communications, physical, like your posture, body language. So when like myself or like modern MLD talk about like body language mastery or something like that, it's because guys don't understand that that's a form of communication. Your body language is a communication, and women pick up on that because they have their machine, their brains are wired for that. That's why they're good at that. That's why they love texting. That's why they love social media. That's why I've said in the past that social media is a parallel, an analogy to men's pornography, because women enjoy, are made happy by communicating with other women. I've talked about this in the past. Men focus on the content of the conversation. Women focus on the context. Men prioritize information in conversation. Women prioritize the feelings, the context. How did it make them feel? That's why women want to catch up and go to Starbucks and let's get a coffee and just catch up, right? That's enjoyable. For men, it's like, okay, I need to fix a carburetor on this, on this Camaro, and let's go over. And then they communicate that way because they've got a project, they got something else. There's no pretense of like, or I should say there is a pretense, but there's a pretense for like communication. Men and women do not emote like each other, and they do not communicate like each other, and they do not develop friendships like men and women and women. That's why I say men and women cannot be friends, at least not in the sense that men and men are friends and women are friends. And I've had that conversation so many times, I'm about to shoot myself in the head with, and next time it gets brought up with Mike Sartain. Okay, memory. Let's see, where's a memory one? Memory is the hippocampus size. The hippocampus size or memory storage area is larger in females, increasing their learning advantage. But remember that learning advantage is only leverageable when girls are taught the way that girls learn. Men are very intelligent. We've got, as I said, spatial. We're intelligent in other things. We have different abilities because of the way that our mechanics are. So men used to be teachers and teach boys as boys would learn. And then when women took over the education system, we started teaching boys as if they were defective girls. That's where that comes from. So we are using the wrong, let's say, operating system, the wrong firmware, the wrong way of teaching boys. We teach boys as if they're defective girls because was it 77% of your teachers from like preschool all the way, well, certainly through high school, and then maybe into your undergraduate stuff, are going to be female. And especially in like the communication sciences, if you're talking about like psychology, or you're talking about like social work, sociology, you look in the humanities and stuff like that, it's going to be women teaching you as a woman would teach another woman. So in a societal sense, at least in Western cultures, when we teach girls as girls and boys as boys, we do better. But when we prioritize one over the other, which we've been doing for, you want to know why men aren't in college right now, or why they fail more than little girls do in school right now, is because we teach boys as if they should be learning like little girls. And here we have the mechanics of all this. Intelligence. What is that? Intelligence. Which is down there. Verbal emotive functioning. Okay. The female brain is better at handling the complexities of reading and writing. Again, communication skills. Now, and let me put rest there. Females can recharge without resting, which is why they can go and go and go, and they can be like some 24-hour bitch, right? But that's the last part of that is, I think, is the most interesting part. Where did I go? Put that back up again. Verbal emotive functioning. The female brain is better at handling the complexities of reading and writing. Everything that the female brain is wired for is for nurturing, is for community, is communitarian. You want to know why egalitarianism is so appealing, and why when women come into power and you create a society that is organized by women, it tends to become for women. And that's why when we see, especially right now, that's why even on college campuses, when they do these polls, you got women who would rather give up individual freedoms if it meant inclusivity. Because that is, well, I've said this, I think it was on George Gammon's show once or twice, women's priority when women organize societies, it's always in communitarianism, because that's what they know. That's a natural disposition for women, because they had to do that in our hunter-gatherer beginnings. So when you have a community of women who have to, like, it takes a village to raise a child, right? So they might not even be related, but they are all related in the sense that, like, the same guy probably fucked them, and then that's daddy, right? Patriarch, Father Abraham, right? You know, that's the patriarch of that particular part of the tribe, or whatever the family is. But the women folk have to be interdependent upon one another. That's why you get the sisterhood, right? You get the sisterhood uberalis. You want to know why feminism it took off so quickly and so strongly, is because there's this sense, this collective sense that if you have a cooter and tits, then you're part of the sisterhood. It's automatically, you have this sort of, because women are the vulnerable sex. And so you take that, it's a very short step to victimology from there. And so if you've been an oppressed class, and by class, I mean like the oppressed gender, the oppressed sex, and there are only two of those. And how do we know that? Because we're just looking at a male and a female brain. We're looking at the gendered differences in neurological architecture. Okay. That's just one aspect of the differences, by the way. There's a lot more than just that. But oddly enough, when you look at the things that women are strong at, what is it? What do we say? Communication. Where do we go? Put this back up just really quickly. Connecting matter. Females have 10% more connective matter. They're better at integrating information, especially in the language arts. Got it. Communication. Hippocampus. What do women tend to major in? People fields. That's why it's Karen in HR and not, Chad in HR. The hippocampus or memory storage is larger in females, increasing the learning advantage. Yes, because especially when it comes to language arts. Is it possible that women can learn advanced mathematics and trigonometry? Absolutely. But they don't have the biological advantage that men do because of brain architecture. You can teach women to be very good at throwing a baseball, but they don't have the natural ability that a little boy does, because that's just how we're built. The female brain is better at handling the complexities of reading and writing, communication. Once again, why would that be important to the female human? Because they are tasked with incubating the next generation. They have to be nurturing. They have to have cooperation, the cooperative side, the collective side of, when we talk about socialism versus capitalism, or communism versus capitalism, the socialism, which is sort of the natural extension of communitarianism, that communitarianism is a distinctly female way of organizing society. That's how they did it in the tribes when we were in hunter-gatherer tribes. Men organize society on hierarchies. Who's the chief? Who's the sub chief? Who's the next down from that? Who's the janitor, right? We do that in our companies. We do that in the military. We do that on our sports teams. It's just the way we naturally organize society in hierarchies. So there are distinct ways that men and women socialize and organize societies that are directly related to the mechanics in our fucking brains. I don't understand why this is so hard to wrap your heads around. But, throwing that out to a Destiny or throwing that out to a Melina, again, it takes, what are we at? 2:39 right now, almost 2 hours and 40 minutes into this. I could probably go on for another 2 hours and 40 minutes explaining the rest of this shit right here. I'm trying to do it in the most basic way I can. There's a lot more to this. And I'm not a neuropsychologist, evolutionary neurologist, right? There's probably people who know a whole lot more about this than I do, but even my basic understanding conflicts with the bullshit that I see on these shows where it's like, we're all blank slates and it's all about how we feel. And we should all prioritize emotion over reason. What you're saying is we should prioritize the way that women feel and the way that women think over the way that men think. Because if they can't, then there's something very, very wrong with women. That's why. Yes, I know it does. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Rick. Yes, I get it, but I hate it when you say that red pill needs to be apolitical. You and I both know feminism, Marxism, and egalitarianism is a reference point for every single degenerative statistic in the world. Yes, but you know what we need to do is not talk about that. We need to talk about why Marxism, feminism, egalitarianism is based on false premises. When I've had this question come up, I think it was when I was on with Mike at one point. They're talking about, what do you think, Karl Marx, why do you think there's some sort of like collusion between Karl Marx and the feminist movement? Because they like Seneca Falls was like 1848 and like Marx came out with the Communist Manifesto in 1849. Right. So I've been asked that question before. And then it's like the Bolsheviks and Stalin and Nick Fuentes thinks he's a great guy. And so I maybe this is a conversation killer, but one of the things I always say is this. I said, like, I can't believe that in the 21st century, we're still even talking about socialism, communism, or Soviet, whatever, that kind of stuff, because it's really totalitarianism is what it boils down to. But if you go and you look at the Communist Manifesto and you look at the writings of the, quote unquote, communists of the very early, the mid 1800s, it's based on the false premise or the false understanding or the false memes of an understanding that is a very rudimentary caveman bonehead understanding of human nature. Humans are like this, so we should organize society like this. Humans are always going to be X, Y, and Z. So therefore, communism, it's never been tried before, like, and communitarianism and Soviet socialist republics and all that's a better idea. But it's only a better idea in 1849 when we don't have access to evolutionary psychology. We don't have access to fMRI studies. We don't have access to understanding the brain architecture that I just simply put up there for you. You think Karl Marx understood any of that shit that I just threw at you that we're taking for granted right now? No. So when people say, oh, we should really try or I listen to Andrea Ocasio-Cortez talk about like the democratic socialists. The reason why that's even appealing to women in Congress and the Senate is because they're predisposed to communitarianism. That's why. Is it a good idea? No, it's a very, very bad idea. But you know why it's a bad idea? Because it's premised on an understanding of human nature that was founded in 1848, 1849, 1850. Let's round it off. Like in 1850, this is what we thought people were like. This is how human nature is. And if we just organize society better, then we won't kill masses of people in Stalin's Russia. Get the fuck out of here. It does, like people say, well, what is it? Communism has been responsible for more deaths than World War II and the Germans in World War II, right? Well, yeah, but because you can throw the stats at me all day long, and you're right. But it's not because of the quote unquote socialist it's because of the fundamental misunderstanding of how human beings operate and how they work. Marx didn't know anything about fucking anthropology or sociology or evolutionary psychology. There wasn't even a fucking Freud wouldn't even come until like the late 1800s. And we're going to go, hey, I know a better way. Let's go back to 1850 and try that shit again. Get the fuck out of here. It's a dead meme. That's why. And it's a dead meme because it's based on like, we might as well go back to like putting leeches on people and blooding them and figuring out like, bone saws and all the shit that we used to do in the Middle Ages. Why don't we go do that too? We don't, because we've got a better understanding of medical science now. It's like saying the same fucking thing. Oh, don't worry. You don't need a surgery. We're just going to put some leeches on you and have them blood you. That's the same when people say, "Oh, I think we ought to try communism this way or socialism that way." That's the same thing. You're just putting leeches on something because you're too primitive to figure. You're still thinking that might, well, let's try anything kind of thing. So when women like AOC says, "Oh, well, we can try socialist democracy. If we put Democrat in it, then it'll taste better." No, it's because you're a female and you're predisposed to communitarian, egalitarian bullshit. But that bullshit is based on one fundamental flaw. You didn't know those old ideologies are founded on an incomplete, in fact, barbarically stupid meme that wasn't even really relevant in 1850. So that's what I would say. Anyways, let's move on. I got a couple of other things to get. You know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna before I do, I got to clear out some of these bad boys. Thank you, MLD. I got to that. I got to. Okay. Mel saying she'd date Destiny is a fat gamer. No, she wouldn't. I stick with the basics. You and Aaron Clary. Okay, got to you. Let's see. I loved your interview with Stefan Molyneux. I don't know why. Big fan. Okay, I got to you. Ethnic minorities. Judge Judy. Oh, here we are. Hi, John Dredd. I know who you really are. I would recognize that symbol anywhere. What is best in life? To choose the red pill, see the beta driven before you, and to enjoy the competition of the women clamoring to be a part of your harem. Doing my part to keep Ned off of OnlyFans. Thank you very much.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
God, I'm gonna miss her. She's taking a sabbatical for like three weeks. I think she says she's going to. That's Jedediah Bila. She's going off to New York. I just saw her. She had like a little 6-minute video trying to explain what's going to happen in the next three months. I hope she's good, right? She's talking about how she's going up there to like sort of purge the mold from her bloodstream, but it might be she's looking for another job too. Briffelt's Law is the law. Briffelt's Law is the crux of the trad cons. They have no answer for it. They do. It's the Achilles heel. Would you like me to read you Briffelt's Law? I will. Thank you for this. Sammy came through. Briffelt's Law is a theory that suggests that in relationships between men and women, the woman determines the terms of the relationship, and that any association between the man and the woman will only occur if the woman deserves some benefit from the association. That's the extrapolation of Briffelt's Law to human beings, because Briffelt actually applied this to like animals in general, but like human beings being what we are, and that's where it came from. And I actually have the law right here. Here we go. Briffelt's Law is a theory that suggests, okay, I got to that part. Suggests that relationships between men and women, the woman determines the terms of the relationship, and that any association between the man and the woman will only occur if the woman derives some benefit from the association. Okay. Every single woman on that panel backs this up. Okay. The theory includes several corollaries, okay, because it was really originally for animals, but including the idea that past benefit provided by the man does not guarantee continued or future association. Okay? So even though you provided and you had benefit, you had value added, there's no assurances that it will continue even after the benefit is added. Okay? So, including the idea that past benefits provided by the man does not guarantee continued future association, in which the man provides a current benefit in the return for a promise of future association, are null and void as soon as the man provides the benefit, and that a promise of future benefit has limited influence on current or future association, with the influence being inversely proportional to the length of time until the benefit will be given and directly proportional to the degree to which the woman trusts the man. That's a big mouthful. Okay. Essentially what it's saying is like nothing takes place, nothing happens unless that woman wants it to happen. Right. And it even benefits, like side benefits when he talks about benefits, at least this is my reading of this, is that it's the value added side of things. Now, how does that apply to hypergamy? Well, a lot of guys want to say that it's all about the beta buck side. Well, those benefits could be like laying down the good D. You could be 6'8" with a big dick, right? That might be a benefit. And so the relationship will continue. But it also might be the fact that you are a Twitch streamer and you made a shit ton of money, and that money isn't as forthcoming as it used to be, and so therefore the relationship no longer. It's basically a pragmatic law of supply and demand, right? The book will expand on this theory and discuss the implications for relationships between men and women. Got it. Briffelt's law is a theory that suggests that relationships between men and women, the woman determines the terms of the relationship. Okay, so we got that. Go look it up. It's Briffelt, Briffault. And Sammy, put that in the chat for everybody so they can enjoy it too, or grind their teeth over. When will the gynocentric global Marxists come to the authentic red pill? And what would that be, Wandering Warrior? Red pill awareness advisors, they will not tolerate masculine men. It interferes with their narrative and ultimate agenda. Stay strong, Gen X swallow. I'll give you that one. Here, you can have that was pretty cool. Here, you can have that. All right. The gynocentric globalist Marxists, they will not tolerate masculine men. You know what the next question is, right? Who are they? And don't say who you think they are. Never thought I would see a tornado on a roller thumbnail. Yep. By the way, I would never think that we were going to have an earthquake right here I live in a place called Cold Springs. I live right on the border of Nevada and California. And fortunately, I was in Vegas when this happened, but we had a 4.1 earthquake that was epicentered right here underneath my feet. So yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. Maybe we won't have another one for 100 years, right? All that pressure has been released. Apologies, off topic, but I have to say I appreciate that you saw through Tate's situation, as did I. In fact, I think it's likely that he's owned by foreign government. Man, it's always a conspiracy, isn't it? It's always a conspiracy. It can't be just like, you know what? I want to make a shit ton of money. Again, I don't know anything for certain about the Tates. All I can do is read what I see. I just show me what's going on. I don't know any more than you guys do. All I do is connect dots. If you think I'm wrong, then I want to know. The MRA female lawyer was so angry at her husband, but then said he was right. Calling Dr. Phil superfluous was like calling him Captain Dunsel. You should know that reference. I do. Yes. And I also know what you're referring to. In case you guys don't know, the second episode of my Dr. Phil appearance that was recorded in November of last year is finally up, and it came out like about 2 weeks ago, like middle of May. It actually came out on the day that I did the interview with Jedediah Bila and Mike Sartain, and I didn't know what day. I knew it was going to be that week. I didn't know what day the episode was going to be on. My wife calls me up when I get back to the hotel, and she's like, "Oh, I'm watching it right now," and it was already over on my coast, so I kind of didn't really care about it, and I was just like, it is what it is. People have seen it, and then a lot of people really liked it, especially when I confronted Dr. Phil about being superfluous, and he had no comeback for it, and you could tell I flustered the fuck out of him. But I don't know, if you're into that, you can go look it up. It's on YouTube now. I was more like once the first one came out in February, I was kind of over it, but go check it out. People were saying that they liked it, so at least I did good with them. Most men, due to Briffelt's law, will have no choice if they want to date, marry a woman is to accept if she has an OnlyFans, or other. Is English your second language, dude? Or other sexual website, even escorting. What's funny is like, is escorting like figuratively relatively better or worse than OnlyFans? Because I would presume like if you're an escort, you probably don't do it as often as you would if you were an OnlyFans girl. What if you are a girl? What if you're a hot chick and you do OnlyFans and you're an escort? Does that make you doubly fucked? You're a double slut. A law will be pushed to make full prostitution legal. I disagree because it's already legal. In my state, it's legal. It's been legal here for a long time in the state of Nevada. Yeah, it probably will be, but it'll be toothless, or like nobody will care, because pretty much it's by one way or another, by inch or by mile, it's legal now. There's a video on YouTube when Destiny took Melina from her boyfriend in Sweden. I know somebody said that was around. I don't know if they took it off or not. It's crazy. Search Destiny steals Swedish. Okay. Destiny does Sweden. Her ex hasn't dated since losing her. Okay. I have a full confession to make. I guess I got it. I'm sorry, guys. Wait here.
She's not a Christian.
I have to come clean with you guys today. I did actually see the leaked photos of Melina from whatever hoeing thing she was doing before she met Destiny and changed her tune, right? So what I thought was funny is these nudes were released by Leafy. And by the way, Destiny features in at least 2 of these pictures, and that is not a pretty sight. And I don't mean like fucking them, but he's like, I thought what was interesting is like, I can't actually put them on. Trust me, I'm not going to put them on there. They're out there. You've probably seen them. If they're not, you can go hunt them down. There's leaked pictures of Melina before she was like married to Destiny. And she'd been doing OnlyFans and sexual stuff for a long time. And Destiny knew about it, and Destiny was part of it, at least as far as the pictures indicate anyways. And so I'm looking at pictures of him with Melina and some other girls, and he's got like handful of their ass, and he's just like smiling like a pig and shit, and with a bit beard and everything else. I thought it was kind of ironic to see this, because it's like, this is the same guy who runs a guy like Andrew Tate up the flagpole for more or less doing what he was doing, or at least being sort of like an e-pimp. And I don't mean like in the sense like he's running her account, but like, because I don't know that for sure. But he certainly knew what was going on, and probably in some way, at least tangentially, benefited from the fact that she was doing what she was doing. And I'll say this right now. The offer's still good, Melina. If you want to come to Vegas and sit next to like somebody like, Amber Rose, and I mean like the Penthouse Amber Rose, or Jamie Villamore, or Katie Moore, or any of the girls that we've had on the show, I would love to put you in between all of them. You could wear that cute little yellow outfit you have, but I will tell you this right now. You put her next to even one of the girls on Access Vegas, and you will understand the difference between Vegas women and the rest of the world. And people say, well, she got big fake tits, she got big lips, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. But figuratively speaking, relatively speaking, when people say, oh, someone's hot or someone's not, right? It's usually based on your own personal, like the Tomasi scale is probably a lot different than your 10 scale. And usually that is dictated by like what you think you can get, what is attainable and what is unattainable. And I'll tell you this right now, I've yet to see a 10, and I've yet to see even really a 9.5. I mean, some girls come close, but at least on the Tomasi scale anyways. Like the brothers like big asses. That's not my thing. I've never liked that. I like black women in a great deal, but they not Lizzo, not even an ass like Lizzo. I don't understand the, I like big butts thing, but I understand that guys do. So there's definitely a variable. There's an ethnic variation. There's a racial, cultural, regional variation of like what people find hot and what they don't. I think there's probably some certain like universal standards, but then there's also sort of like the local variables, let's just say. Melina is on the Tomasi scale. I would give her a solid 6.5. Cleaned up, she's all right. But she looks like a little girl, and she acts and behaves like a little girl. And then again, this is not me being a dick. I'm just saying comparative to the other women that I work with weekly on Access Vegas, there's a substantially different conversation that we would have with them that we would with Melina. That's why I would love, fuck Destiny, bring Melina onto the show. I would love to have that conversation. And John Zucker. Let's see. Smash the like button. Thank you very much. You get one of, which one do you want? Here, you get that.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
There's a video. Okay, I saw that. Women are clueless when it comes to money. Depends on who you're asking. They're not clueless when they're making, $400,000 a year off their OnlyFans, as I showed you in the clips before the show started. I make just over $100,000 a year, and the lifestyle they think that brings is delusional. Yeah, that I will agree with. That you're right about. Melina isn't even worth conversing with. She acts in bad faith with straw man arguments and extreme examples. Wow, imagine that. Kind of like, I don't know, Destiny. I'm 22, spinning plates, same aged girls. They're hot now, but won't be when I'm looking to settle in 10 years because I care for them. Should I explain that I'm biologically wasting their time? No, don't explain. Don't. And you know what? Punch yourself in the face every time you feel the urge to explain anything. Don't explain. You only get like 2 apologies in your relationship with the girl. I think that's what Royce used to say. You get 2 I'm sorries for the duration of your relationship. Use them wisely. Also, don't demonstrate, do not explicate. There is no reason for you to say, you're biologically wasting your time with me. If you feel like they are, then do them the favor and break up with them. Stop. If you think that you're licking the ice cream and they're going to be worse off for being with you, then it's on you to cut that off, because you're the one. Because if they're as into you as you say they are, then you're the only one who's going to make that decision and not them. Okay. Take some responsibility. Women's reaction during the interview where Henry Cavill is talking about his hobby, Warhammer 40,000 is worth watching. I have that because I love me some Henry Cavill, man. It's because and not the least of which, he's a great actor, don't get me wrong, but he is really hardcore into Warhammer 40,000, which, as you know, I am too. I would love to have had that conversation. It would have ended the whole show. I will say this. I saw that. So what he's describing is just this exchange between this guy and some chick who, I don't know, it was a podcast or it was a show. And the ladies, because she knew she had to ask this question, which was, well, can you tell us about your hobbies? Like she knew what his hobbies were. She's like, what? He's like, that's easy to answer. He's like, it's Warhammer 40,000. I've been playing for X amount of time. I paint miniatures. I really enjoy it. And he's also, Henry Cavill is producing a Warhammer 40,000 live action movie, which is the first. The other guy that's on the show with him, he plays too, and immediately goes, "Hey, what army do you play?" And he's like, "Oh, I play Adeptus Custodes." And he's like, "Oh, I play Necrons." And suddenly they're instantly friends. I should just dig that up and put that out here, because that's what I'm talking about. When men do things, men are interested in things, women are interested in people. That's another part of that emotional, that the brain differences between men and women. So when you get thank you for that. A great example. So Henry's into 40K. He plays Adeptus Custodes, and the other dude plays Necrons. And they're like, oh, hey. And they're like, next weekend? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like they're going to go and play a game, because now they both understand where the other one's coming from, because they share some sort of mutual interest. That's what male friendships are developed on or built upon. Now, are they going to be besties after that? I don't know, but they instantly have something in common. And that's how the communication begins with men. Men are interested in things like Warhammer, and I don't care. You call me a geek and a nerd and a dick and a screw off, but Henry Cavill plays 40K, so chicks want to jump in a bathtub with him with his long white hair in The Witcher. Excellent. You know what? Here, that was too good. You get one of these. That was too good an example. An exercise for men: when speaking to women, pretend that they are speaking a language you don't understand. Pay attention to their tone, body language. Yeah, turn the volume off in the video and see what she's saying with her body. Thank you for that, Plumber. Medium is the message is so eye-opening. I have to bookmarked. Good. Point of diminishing returns. Yes. Yeah, that was reached very quickly in that podcast. The answer: I would tell Melina, I don't love the women I am with. I can only desire them. The only way I love them is if one of them shows and demonstrates she loves me first. Good example, good illustration. I will explain to you what my concept of love is. If you haven't read Religion, where I describe this in great detail, I don't see love as like agape love or eros or these varieties of love. Okay. Because remember, when I'm talking about love, I'm looking at it from a biological, mechanical sense, right? I can make you love somebody by putting the right chemical cocktail and put you in the right conditions. But when it comes to varieties of love, for instance, I'll give you an example. I love my brother. I have a younger brother. I love Ned. He's my boy. And I love my people. I love my guys. I love Justin Waller. I love, who else? All the people in my band. They're my tribe, right? I love my daughter. I love my mother-in-law. I love a lot of people in my family, right? And I love my wife, but my wife is the only person I fuck. Close on her end, close on my end, right? She gets that, right? I mean, I have a much deeper, much more meaningful relationship with my wife as a result, but sex is the glue that holds relationships together. And that's what defines man and wife as opposed to man and brother, assuming you're not banging your brother, right? That's a defining aspect. It's like, what are the conditions for that relationship? That's different than love, at least in my book. You might be different in yours. So all this agape love, and we got to put a category on everything because human beings we're pattern we're really good at pattern recognition, and we have to give names to fucking everything and categorize things because we want to put order to the chaos. And so therefore, this is this variety of love, and this is a better kind, and this is a cheaper kind, and this is a more meaningful kind. It's like, fuck that. I think that the love that I have for like my brother and the people in my band or the people I like, Rocky Savo, Kevin Savo, like I love them like my sons. Okay. I'm not gonna fuck them, but I love them in the same sense that I feel love for my daughter or for my wife or whatever else. So when I look at it in that purpose, it's like, that's the concept. There's the concept of love, which, by the way, why do we fall in love? Why is it that women would be more focused on, like, say, communication? Well, because of nurturement, because that's what facilitated. It was an adaptive response. We have to have women who are nurturing and communitarian and cooperative, in some ways egalitarian, at least in redistributing like resources and shit like that. Because that's what benefited the children and it kept them alive and strengthened numbers because they are the vulnerable, weak sex. So we need more of us here. That's why the architecture for women's brains is what it is. I'm not gonna say it's because of that, but there's definitely a causation, not correlation, but there's definitely a link there. So when I look at the evolutionary reasons for that, what are the evolutionary reasons for people feeling the physical feeling of love and connection and want, like for men, why would we want to protect women, right? Why would we have that protector dynamic? Well, because it benefits the species. There's an adaptive survival benefit for men to feel love for their children and for their women, right? Maybe more than one, depending on what era you live in. There is a benefit for me to feel love for my dog, at least from an evolutionary sense, right? I mean, maybe not a practical sense now, but maybe my dog saves my life. Maybe he goes and I fall down a well and he brings me 50 feet of rope because he's a smart guy. Maybe there's something, maybe a warning, maybe an intruder gets in the house and the pit bull goes and bites. Like there's that symbiotic relationship, right? But I feel love and affinity for my dogs, and most human beings feel love and affinity for their pets and for their livestock or animals, at the very least, right? Because they have some sort of mutual interest in them. It would help if you could feel something for them and name them. And that's why I tell you, like, if you're a farmer, you're not supposed to name your sheep or the pigs because they're not gonna be there very long, and you don't want to like get too like emotionally invested in them. Again, emotion. Let's see. What was that? The answer I would tell Melina is I don't. Okay, that's the love question. The Bible instructs men to love their wives with respect. Love their wives to respect. Find it funny that all women say they need to love more, but they don't say they need to respect more. Of course not, because I'll tell you. Would you like me to explain why? Again, something explained in the rational male religion is the gendered differences in the concept of respect. I did a whole show on this already, so I won't belabor it. But men and women have differing definitions of respect. For women, oddly enough, as you might guess, is communitarian. It's common. It's courtesy, mutual respect. You should give respect to everybody. Everybody is deserving of respect. And men will say, fuck you. No, they're not. You have to earn respect. You have to be respectable. Respectability. You have to perform. Men have a burden of performance before they get respect. That's the long and the short of it. merit-based respect, hierarchical-based respect. That's a uniquely male point of view and perspective. For women, it's like everybody gets a participation trophy, and one for you and one for you. Here's a respect token, one for you and one for you and one for you and one for you and one for you. Everybody's getting a Chrysler. Everybody gets respect. Everybody's deserving respect. Don't you think so? Or are you scared to say so? Are you so insecure? Emotional reframe. Yeah, men and women do not share the same definitions of respect. And by the way, I've done, like I did in the show, you can go look at the dictionary definition of respect, and there are two definitions, and they are both the male definition and the female definition. That's how I didn't write the dictionary. You guys can go sort it out for yourself. Rolo, I get it, but I hate it. Okay, so this is the Marxist thing. Thank you. It still has to be apolitical, my friend, because if it's not, then people tag it to an ideology and dismiss it as such, which they're already doing anyway, so we might as well, right? Great show, Professor Rolo. Hope to see you at the next CME. It's in October. I don't think I'll speak at it if I go. Watched all this content with the other content creators answering for the red pill. I wish this space was small. I'll be happy after 2024. You and me both, my friend. Driving to Vegas from LA. What better thing to listen to than Rolo for 2.5 hours? I just drove my bitchin' Camaro from Las Vegas to Reno, Nevada, and I did it in 5 hours and 45 minutes. It helps when you have a 6-liter engine. My vote is to sit her next to Electra Barbie. Yeah, right. That won't happen. I wonder if they'd sit next to her. I just watched the Ant-Man movie. Ant-Man. My wife always calls ants because she hates ants. It's like a swearing word for my wife. Ants. She just despises. But hold on. I couldn't enjoy it because it was just seeing all the blue pill thing. Yes. Okay. Here's my theory. I think this is true. We're going to get to Destiny's thing here in a second, but I think this is true. Women have a better sense of smell than men. Maybe that's a biological thing. I think. I don't know. I have to look up some studies for this. I believe that women have a better sense of smell than men because it is in women's better interests to be able to pick up on pathogens and smell things because, like, my wife will smell shit that I just simply do not smell. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Or the reason why women are more afraid of mice and spiders and scorpions and crustaceans and things with like multiple legs, things that look like bugs. I think the reason why women I think they are more fearful of like critters like that is because of this sort of like species hardwired, like firmware implanted in our brains for women to be scared of like snakes and scorpions and any like small things that can kill the children. And therefore this is me logically thinking this. I could be completely off base, but I think that they have a better sense of smell so they can smell things and go, is this good? Like, I don't know about you, but my wife, whenever we have like something in the refrigerator, and I swear to God, it could be like, I could say, oh, what's the date on this package here? Right. And it could be tomorrow. She'll be like, throw that shit away. What? Come on, I really wanted the salad, right? But smell it. See if it smells bad. Smell it. It smells fine to me. She smells it. When in doubt, throw it out. I mean, I guess I understand that, but I think women are more sensitive to pathogens than men are because men are just like, fuck it. I just go like, they don't, we dirty ass dogs. They'll roll around and do whatever. Like we're filthy, but not to say that women are necessarily always clean, but I think they're more sensitive to shit like that. But I could be wrong. I'm going to look that up and I'll come back and I don't know, but I'll find out. But she always said ants. That's a swear word. Rollo Tomasi don't get no. Is that what you want to hear? Okay, I'll give you that one. I know. I like that one too. Where'd it go? There it is.
Man, Rollo Tomasi don't get no holes, man.
There's your $2 worth. Have Melina to network with your Vegas girls and make Destiny even more superfluous than he already is. Yeah, Destiny will be the new Dr. Phil. Speaking of which, let's go and grab. Is this it? And
100% determined by the way that they look. Okay, that is their primary agency. Everything else comes after. Okay, so.
Okay, hang on one second. I think I need. Oh, that was us here. No, I think that was it for these. Hold on one second. Let me pull this out. I got to grab the other video, which is right. Sorry, I'm a one-man show. So if you want me to be a two-man show, I really need to see more super chats on your part, because this is a pain in the ass. Okay, there we go. Video. I'm so organized. I have to be organized, otherwise nothing happens. That's it. Okay, here we go. This is the Destiny video.
Oh, already woman on woman violence going on here, defending. The only way that Red Pill can ever survive on the idea that women are more emotional than men.
Okay. This is the reason why I did this show.
Is if anger is not considered an emotion. That's the only way it counts. Because if you consider anger, then men are of course just as emotional as women, if not more emotional than women.
Because there's so many men out there beating the shit out of each other. Because they can't even talk about their feelings. That's just called testosterone. You don't think so?
That's just called testosterone. So she's saying like anger is not an emotion.
Okay. Anger is an emotion, but it has a function as well. So as I was saying in the beginning of this thing, and now this is just a preview to this. He's going to get into this proper here in a second, but let me just give you the build up here and see if we see where it goes from there. Okay. No one is saying that men are completely unemotional. We're just saying that we don't prioritize emotion the same way that women do. Men and women are different. It's not that men aren't emotional. In fact, I've said this again, Rollo Tomasi, the godfather of the manosphere, is saying that, yes, men are emotional. Of course we are. I've only ever said that men process emotions differently. And I've got dozens of studies to show you that the truth about that. But it's not that, oh, well, don't they know that anger is emotion? And that's what they default to. If you knew anything about the red pill, you would know that we have talked about, me and Myron have talked about that on several occasions. It's not about the emotional part or the emoting part. Yes, men default to anger. I have written several essays and gotten into this several times on several podcasts. There's what's called the male anger bias, which means that in our evolutionary past, it was in women's and children's best interests to err on the side that daddy was pissed off, that the man that's walking down the street is a threat, that if he presents in these ways or if he postures in some ways, it is better to presume that the man is angry, that the man has a capacity for violence, because they do. That fact right there is exactly why we'll get into it about the Duluth model of feminism, which presumes that the man is always the aggressor in any domestic violence situation and extrapolated into other things. That's how the Duluth, look that up. I don't know if you've looked that up yet, but the Duluth model of feminism is based on the fundamental idea that men are always pissed off or will always most likely be the aggressor in any. And between men and women, it's usually the woman. And they're not wrong in that sense, right? It usually is the man, but it's based on the male anger bias, which we've talked about many times. And if you were the foremost leading authority and expert in the red pill, you'd already fucking know that. So yes, we do. We default to anger. The thing is that one expression of emotion is appropriate and correct. Another is toxic masculinity. Another is an inappropriate antisocial thing. One is supposedly pro-social, although that's ostensibly pro-social. And then there's the anger side of things. Then there's the aggressive side of things. And yes, men are innately more aggressive, more hostile, and more predisposed anyways to anger than women are. That's not that women don't get angry. They do. Absolutely they do. But that's not their default setting. Their default setting is cry, right? Their default setting is to get histrionic. Their default setting is something else. But one of those emotional expressions is approved by gynocentrism, and one of those is not. That's the difference that the red pill calls out. Not that men are never emotional. We're just Mr. Spot. Get the fuck out of here. No one has said that in the red pill. No one. Even the most bonehead idiot doesn't agree with that. It knows this. Like, yeah, I don't care. You've been in the red pill for a week. You probably already know this. Myron has said specifically this, right? So again, confident ignorance.
Like, testosterone is a hormone that influences your emotions. If a woman is on a period or having a whatever, you would say she's being hormonal, she's being emotional. Why does it not count for men?
It does count for men. What did we just say? What did I just throw up on the screen a second ago? Would I put this up? Would I be trying, if I was trying to avoid that, would I not embrace shit like this? Would I embrace shit like this? I don't think so.
Have way more. They have way more hormones. First of all, that allow them to be mothered. Men are just naturally more logical.
Okay. Destiny, you are taking the word of Janelle, sex high priestess of the West Coast, as being a representative of the manosphere and the red pill. This is disingenuous in the extreme right here. This girl in no way speaks for the manosphere, in no way speaks for the red pill, in no way speaks for 25 plus years, even longer, really, 25 plus years of what's now called the manosphere. She in no way, she is as much an authority on this as you are. That's why this makes for some good fucking content, because she's easy to attack. No one in the manosphere has said anything like this.
Saying now that women have more hormones that make them emotional, but just earlier she was excusing men's emotions because of testosterone, which is a hormone.
Because she's an idiot. Because she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's like the blind leading the fucking blind.
I saw a clip where you were saying that women have done a good job, like, being more masculine.
Okay. So the chick that's like sitting there with the vocal fry guy, masculine, that's Farrah. She was the girl with the no lenses in, I don't know if that's a freaking fetish or whatever the fuck that is, but she looks like she's got the no lens glasses on there too. So she looks like a smart girl, but she's like Walmart Mia Khalifa, 24 years old. And boy, does she have a thing for my good friend, Justin Waller. I'm just going to put that out there. Leave it alone. Ask him if you want to know more.
Mm-hmm. But men are behind because they haven't incorporated more like feminine traits into their life.
Yeah.
So like women, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. Please guide me, oh Destiny.
So I was going to say that that's something I think about a lot, but even as a woman, I think about like the balance between like feminine and masculine.
Ladies, if you're on a podcast and those words come out of your mouth as a woman, just leave the podcast. I turned it off. Click. We know you're a woman. You have tits. You look like a chick. Okay. As a woman. Okay, fine. Women have to qualify whatever their opinion or their observation or whatever comes out of their mouth next with I as a woman. Men rarely say as a man, because when women, remember what I said about communitarianism and collectivism and why women think in terms of like social, like communitarianism. When a woman preempts something or prefixes as a woman onto whatever it says she says next, it's implied, tacitly implied, that she speaks for all women. As a woman, let me speak for womankind. No, you're a chick. How about as Farrah, I want to say this and this and this. This is what I see. This is what I think. This is what I'm observing. Not I feel. As a woman, I feel that, blah, blah. So when I see that, and by the way, and again, language of emotion, ladies, and even the most well-meaning, Torsha, whatever, whoever's watching this, for fuck's sake, eliminate that from your vocabulary. Your lexicon no longer includes as a woman. Just put it out there. And if you do, and you want to curb that habit, I suggest you read this really great book. It's by Josh Bernthal. I think it's Parental. It's called Writing Without Bullshit. And it should be really titled Communicating Without Bullshit, because stop wasting our time by preempting and prefixing things to in some way imply that you're speaking for all of womankind by throwing that shit out there. As a woman, how about as yourself? How about this is what I'm observing? I don't. Yeah, and I'll tell you what's funny is like, if gender is a social construct, then why would you care? Why would that make what you're about to say more important? Why would that mean that you're supposed to like what you're about to come out of your mouth is in some way insinuating that it speaks for all of womankind? If gender could be anything we want.
Traits. And I think the thing that's hard is that the cap on masculine traits is criminalization. So like you're not able to kill people. So you could get as aggressive as you want, but you're still kind of limited by like law in a way. So it feels like the sky is the limit. Like the more masculine you are, the more success you'll have because you'll make more money. You'll just be a better worker.
I honestly, okay, so maybe I'm a little overly optimistic here, but I think that maybe a lot of the red pill is kind of rubbing off a little bit on Farrah, because this is actually, she makes a pretty good point here. and her understanding of it. So let's keep going.
And all these things, and then like the downsides of masculinity would just be like the violence and stuff, but it's like that's illegal. You can't like just hit people or kill people or whatever. So it just feels like you can be as masculine as you want and just you become more and more successful. Versus I feel like if I allow myself to be more and more feminine, or if like men allow themselves to be more and more feminine, it feels like in a lot of ways it's easier to hit zero. Like if you become more agreeable or nurturing, you'll just be like taken from, like you'll be like a talking wall to your friends. Or if like you're just extremely selfish, like selfless and agreeable, it just feels like there's, you know what I'm saying? Like you could hit the floor on that. So I think that's why it's hard to tell men sometimes to be more feminine, because I even think about it for myself was my point about like, I feel like I have to be more aware of how feminine I'm getting in terms of feminine traits, because they could be correlated to like lower levels of success.
Yeah. So she's running essentially, which okay, now I don't think it's any coincidence that this sort of, this observation, let's just say the way she feels, right, is coming hot on the heels of our show in Santa Barbara on whatever podcast, where she encountered myself, Justin Waller, and Mike Sartain. And I don't know how she felt about that at the end of that, but I like I said, I'm not gonna spill the beans on anybody or rat anybody out. But I do know this is, I think I got a pretty good idea why this is sort of like she's having some trouble processing these feelings.
Versus with masculine traits, you don't really have to filter yourself as much, because again, you're not gonna like kill anyone, so you can just get more and more and more money. Versus if I value more feminine things like child rearing or whatever, then you have to think about like, oh, am I having a child too soon? But you're not going to really regret like, oh, am I starting this company too soon? Am I getting too rich too soon?
If you listen to what she's saying here, and you go and hell, just grab any of the 30-second clips of me and my exchanges with her on whatever podcast, it's like, this is a different person. Or I mean, or I shouldn't say that. It's a developing, she's developing into a different person. I got the same kind of feeling, or the same kind of understanding, let's just say, of Jedi Bila when I first went on and I talked to her in July of last year. And then by December, she'd come around, right? She no longer was, she was all on board with the Tates. She was on board with Fresh and Fit. She was, doing what she does now, right? And it's not because, I mean, I would not like to have her say, hey, you told me so, I was wrong, you were right. I don't want that. I just want to know what she built, like where she is now as a result of our conversation. And that's pretty much the proof is right there, right? But in between July and December, something shifted, something happened, something evolved and developed in Jedediah Bila that turned her into the Jed that we know and love today. The Joan Rivers of the manosphere. Where is she? There she is.
That's nasty.
Her.
It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.
So that was not the same Joan Rivers we knew back in the day. Now, Farrah, I think is Farrah. However you say her fucking name, lensless girl. I think she's kind of having her moral crisis of the red pill at this point, which I find very interesting.
Was my point.
Okay.
What do you think? That's just something that I thought about when you were talking about men need to be more feminine. I was thinking like, what do you think is like a good level? Because they do associate more masculine traits with success, like conscientiousness and extroversion and stuff. So what do you think is like the healthy balance of feminine traits?
I wonder if she's been reading like Steven Pinker or any of the books, like maybe Mike Sartain has suggested, like maybe something by David Buss, who knows, or The Ape That Understood the Universe. She seems kind of inquisitive, so it's a possibility, because what she's throwing out there right now was not something that I would have expected to come out of her mouth in the show that we did in Santa Barbara. So especially the parts where it's like she's making distinctions about like male nature and female nature, and the masculine and the feminine being distinct from one another.
What?
And all Destiny can do is laugh about it, because he doesn't understand, because he can't wrap his head around this, because he doesn't see the distinction between the two. And he'll explain why.
Are you going to draw your cowboy hats?
I'm going to draw a graph. Okay. This is how I would view it. All right. What?
Nothing.
No, share with us. What's so funny? What?
They said just use the rectangle tool.
Well, too late now. Okay. Are you ready for my explanation?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that the figure on the left and the figure on the right represent the idealized version of a man and a woman, okay? I think that the ideal, best type of man is somebody that is extremely masculine, but it also has an extreme amount of femininity that expresses itself in pro-social behaviors. So a man that is incredibly masculine will be...
You notice pro-social behaviors is never really defined in any of this, okay? Pro-social behavior might be beating the living shit out of somebody because they deserve it, and or you might be actually saving someone's life as a result of that. In one context, that might be a crime. In another context, it might be justified. So when we talk about pro-social contexts, we have to really like sort things out.
A strong leader, but he'll also be highly empathetic to the people beneath him. He'll be somebody that can take charge in situations, but he'll also understand the people around him enough to be able to give orders. Essentially, he'll be able to be a leader, but he'll understand the thoughts and the feelings of people beneath him so that he can be a good leader to those people because he understands their needs, essentially. He's like a leader, as I would say, not just a boss, right? This is how the incorporation of these two traits is what I view as like the ideal man. For a man that is very high in mass.
Okay, once again, to be a leader implies that there are followers. To be a leader implies hierarchy. When you have both of those, if everyone is should strive for the ideal that he just said, especially when it comes to like masculinity, to have just a like 5% less femininity than masculinity, to have that as an ideal is androgyny, but I'll let him finish.
Masculinity, but is emotionally retarded. This guy goes to jail because he's probably selling drugs, robbing people, raping people, being retarded. Okay. For what I would consider to be like an ideal woman is somebody that is very, very high in these feminine traits, very emotional, intelligent, nurturing, all that bullshit, whatever. However, really...
Okay. Emotional intelligence is bullshit. There is no such thing as emotional intelligence. Cognitively speaking, it's been debunked like ages ago. Go look. All you have to do is go on Google, type in emotional intelligence is debunked or emotional intelligence is hokum, right? There are so many, I can't even believe like this is a 20th century, Bubba right? It's a bullshit. It's 20th century hokum is what it is. It's this touchy-feely, let's hope. Again, remember when you were asking, I was asked about like Marxism and communism and everything was like premised anyways on a misguided, uneducated, best guess of human nature at the time, like way to organize society. This is the same thing here. It's like, oh, emotional intelligence. No, that's pretty much been debunked, especially in light of like the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. That's number one. And number two is like emotional intelligence. The concept of it arose because we live in a gynocentric social order and we wanted to find some way to justify and legitimize emotion over reason.
Strong women also have a very good deal of masculine traits as well. They reign in the family, they control the household, they represent their family's affairs to other people. They're very good at like building like social status or whatever while the man is working. Like they do that management very, very well in a very powerful way.
Okay, let's look again. How does that gel against this? How does that gel against white matter, memory, intelligence? Well, could we say this? People are always asking me for a definition of what's masculine and what's feminine. If we look in a conventional sense that women's brains largely follow the pink side of this graph and male brains largely follow the blue side of this graph, can we then at least define conventionally masculine traits as things that align or attributes, characteristics, personality, whatever flaws or benefits align with the structural side of the male brain versus the female brain? Could we do that? Because if we do that, everything he says here just falls to pieces.
A woman that is just super agreeable all the time here and gets walked over by everybody and has no boundaries, no ability. These are single moms, right? Roughly speaking, this is like how I would view people.
And then these are like criminals.
Sure. Well,
No.
Yeah, these are like, these guys go to jail because they're retarded.
Yeah.
And these women get rolled over by everybody because they have no boundaries and they can't assert themselves ever.
Yeah, the guys in that in the one where he says those guys are retarded, those are the guys that women get hybristophilia for and want to fuck. Those are the hot guys. Those are the dangerous guys. Those are the dudes. Those are the outlaw motorcycle guys. Oddly enough, the guy who's most likely to reproduce is the guy he just circled right there. The potential criminal, the guy who's, I love how the less feminine you are, the more likelihood, the more, I should say, at the expense of masculinity, the more masculine you are and the less feminine you are, the more likely you are going to be a criminal. See, that's a conflation. You want to talk about like, what is it, correlation, causation? And we're supposed to accept this as gospel, and Destiny's angels read this and go, oh, I guess that's right. Or he explains it to them. I'm going to explain something else to you here, and I'm going to just break this down bit by bit and show you why he's full of shit here. So let's actually, hold on a second. Let's minimize that. And let's get to a couple of things here where I'm going to sort of back up my points here. This one. Okay. So brain connectivity studies. Okay. By the way, I have like dozens of these. I actually collect these like freaking trading cards here. Okay. So let me put this full screen here for you. Okay. This is Penn State. This, Penn State, it's a little bit older. It's 2013, but the connectivity still, I mean, it's physical structures here. So brain connectivity study reveals striking differences between men and women. Penn State brain imaging study helps explain different cognitive strengths in men and women. Okay. We are not the same. Philadelphia, a new brain connectivity study from Penn Medicine published today in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found striking differences in the neural wiring of men and women that's lending credence to some of the commonly held beliefs about their behaviors. Wow. In one of the largest studies looking at the connectomes of sexes, these professors whose names I can't pronounce, Rajini Verma, PhD, and associate professor in the Department of Radiology, Perelman School of Medicine at the University of Pennsylvania, and colleagues found greater neural connectivity from front to back and within one hemisphere of males, suggesting that their brains are structured to facilitate connectivity between perception and coordinated action. Maybe that's why they have a better ability to throw a ball or an object. In contrast, in females, the wiring goes between the left and the right hemispheres, suggesting that they facilitate communication between the analytical and intuition. These maps show us a stark difference in and complementarity. A very important word. Let's highlight that really quickly. Complementarity. In the architecture of the human brain that helps provide a potential neural basis as to why men excel at certain tasks and women at others. Also, it would also explain why they're deficient at certain things and deficient in others as well. For instance, on average, men are more likely better at learning and performing a single task at hand, like cycling, navigating directions, whereas women have superior memory and social cognition skills, making them more equipped for multitasking and creating solutions that work for a group, right? What did I just say? Communitarianism versus hierarchy. They have a mentalistic approach, so to speak. Of course, we have to like build women up. Women are great. Past studies have shown sex differences in the brain, but the neural wiring connecting regions across the whole brain that have been tied to such cognitive skills has never been fully shown in a large population. In the study, Verma and her colleagues, including co-authors, yada, 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 psychology department, yada, 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 neurology and radiology, investigated the gender-specific differences in brain connectivity during the course of development in 949 individuals, 521 females, and 428 males aged 8 through 20 to 22 years using diffusion sensor imaging. Wow. New technology, at least for 2013, that we use to image the brain, which we've never had before. DTI is water-based imaging technique that can trace and highlight the fiber pathways connecting the different regions of the brain, laying the foundation for a structural connectome or network of the whole brain. The sample of the youth was studied. Okay, so they go through this. I just want to get to the conclusion here. You guys can read this if you'd like, and you can, since I'm sharing the screen with you, you guys can go look this up. The authors observed only a few gender differences in connectivity in young children younger than 13, but the differences were more pronounced in adolescents, age 14 through 17. Findings were consistent with the Penn State study. Behavior in this imaging was a subset that demonstrated pronounced sexual differences. Females outperform males on attention, word and face memory, and social cognition tests. Skills that would be very useful in a group communitarian surrounding in hunter-gatherer tribes, maybe. The males perform better on spatial processing and sensor motor speed. Those differences were most pronounced in the 12 to 14 range. Now, this is the part I wanted to get to here. It's quite striking how complementary the brains of women and men really are. Got it? Detailed connectome maps of the brain will not only help us better understand the differences between men and how men and women think, but also give us more insight into the roots of neuropsychiatry disorders, which are often sex-related. So, one of the things they did in the study that I was looking at, that I came to this one from, was overlaying those connectome maps on top of one another. So I took a male brain and took a female brain and put them on top of each other. If you look at the connections between crossways and up and down, or like forward and then across hemispheres, they are almost like perfectly complementary to the other. So what does that mean? What that means is that most of us, most men and women, are going to
feel like any reasonably
like this. They're going to look like those two graphs that are in the center. This is why men and women are better together than they are apart. Naturally, innately, we are those two spikes in the middle there. That's why we need each other. When men and women are mostly female and mostly male, again, this is very Jungian, outdated Jungian psychology, that we have an anima and an animus, and that we're all some sort of level of male or female, or we have some sort of like feminine and masculine in us, and men just need to get in touch with their feminine side, and women need to, actually it's women that need to get in touch with that. But socially, we can condition men to be more like feminine and women to be more masculine, which is not necessarily untrue, but his ideal man and his ideal woman don't exist, and they never will exist, because the hardware doesn't exist, because we don't process emotions in the same way that women do. That's the fundamental truth that the red pill, at least from my perspective anyways, from when I'm talking about this and what I've written about in the past. When I'm talking about how men prioritize reason before emotion, that doesn't mean they don't prioritize emotion at all. That means they're like Mr. Spock. But it sounds better. It sounds awesome when you go to these binary extremes and say, well, the red pill says we should all just be emotionless robots. Fuck off. No one has said that. Certainly not on my side of the freaking fence. But the fact of the matter is that the ideal man and woman that Destiny is trying to sort of like pawn off as being the, like the Ubermenschen, right? That's androgyny, to have both female and male parts at the same time. That's androgyny. That is, I want to be just, he tries to hedge his bets a little bit. Men should be just a touch more masculine than women, right? And the ideal is to sort of try to get to this balance as best you can. No. Men are that center, that blue with the really small pink, and then the blue with the little small blue and the pink. That's men and women. That's why we need each other. That's why men and women need each other, not want each other, Dr. Phil. And when you put men in that ideal, as he's circled right there, or women in the ideal, which is on the opposite side right there, when you put those two in a society, they have no use for each other. Why would they? That's when you make Dr. Phil and men, that's when you make them superfluous. The one that's circled right, the man that he's circled right there is superfluous, especially in a gynocentric social order. There's no need for it. There's no use for him. You cease to become a man, and you cease to become a woman as well, which successful alpha females are finding out finally in this generation. They're finding this out right now because they are striving for that androgynous ideal. They're no longer men. They're no longer women. They're something else. They're pretending to be some sort of amalgamation of man and woman. They're pretending to be some sort of self-fulfilling thing that has no need for either one of them outside of itself. And that's the problem, is the belief. This, by the way, this is all ideological here, because we're taking qualities that are supposed to be feminine and they're supposed to be masculine or whatever. We're not even looking at them conventionally. We're just taking them independently. In fact, he even says this later on. I'll let him finish. But the ideal here is androgyny. At least Destiny's ideal is androgyny. It's an androgyny that is not only like impractical and untenable and unrealistic, because our brains don't work that way. We're not hardwired that way. The machine doesn't work the way that he would like ideally want it to work. And I get it, right? There's no more feminine a way of thinking than changing the game and hoping the rules are going to change for you. But even if they did, if you could make men and women androgynous, all you're doing is putting them into a state of stagnation, which is really where we're at. And it makes them unprepared for environmental changes, wherein if they were more masculine or they were more feminine, depending on what the environmental changes are, they would be better able to survive than if they were androgynous. Both of those, like those ideals on the ends there, those here's the ideal woman and ideal man. You can say, oh, this guy's a criminal, he's a drug dealer, and he's a retard, right? Okay, well, that's fine. But you know what? That retard gets laid. The women want to fuck that retard. They really do. They want to go break him out of prison, in fact, right? Because men want the woman with the long pink bar and the very small blue bar, and vice versa, because that's the innate complementarity between the sexes. And that relates to the emotional state, because men and women do not process emotions the same way. And if we could get just past the freaking blank slate, because this is blank slate horseshit, like any like ideal that would be androgyny, or this sort of relativist idea of like what makes a man man and what makes a woman, that kind of thing, what's masculine, what's feminine. When you make that subjective, it's in an effort to create those androgynous men and those androgynous women. You hear women, they've been saying this since like the mid 70s, right? We're all the same, just the plumbing's a little bit different, but we're all the same inside. It's a blank slate. No, we're not. In fact, we are more different biologically and psychologically than we are the same. We're the same species. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going, oh, he thinks we're the same. No, we're different animals. No, we're not different animals. I'm going to show you a couple of other things here too that I think are pretty good. Where is this? There's an ambiguity when I see a feminine front but masculine personality in women. Maybe it's also what confuses women, vice versa today. Yeah, it is. That's why women want to know where all the cowboys gone. Cowboys are the guy with the long blue, the blue long line and the short pink line. And that's what they want, because they have a need for that, especially the ones who have a long pink line and a short blue line, right? If you're like overwhelmingly feminine, those are the ideals. But they're ideals only if those two can come together, and that complementarity exists between the two of them. So the innate, imagine this: if you want your ideal human being, you put both of those two together. You take the pink line and the blue line that are all maxed out, you put them together. That we're better together than we are apart. There you go. Now that's Rollo Tomasi with positive evolutionary psychology, saying that androgyny is a lie, and it is absolutely the opposite of what we need. And by the way, unattainable for the way that the machine is built.
A successful person is going to have a very good balance of both feminine and masculine traits. I don't think you can.
The most successful ideal person is androgynous.
Just push infinite masculinity and be,
or as close to androgyny as possible.
Be successful.
But do you think the first one will always be better than the fourth one, or no? Do you think
Better?
they're equal in terms of like success or like the perfect balance?
Well, success is relative. What do we mean? For instance, like some women wouldn't consider it successful to have a successful career. Some men wouldn't consider it successful to just be like a really good father and caretaker, right? Like success is somewhat relative.
Yeah.
In terms of how society judges you, it depends. I mean, even at that, it depends on what segment of society you're in, right?
Can you be a really good father and caretaker and not be feminine? Can you be masculine? Can you be authoritative? Why do you like, for the same reason why we want to subjectively define certain aspects of masculinity as well, women could do that too. why do we not think that perhaps like the guy with the blue line and the short pink line there, the second one over, why do we think he would be a bad father? Maybe he's just being a father in the masculine. It's the only way he knows, because that's how he's been hardwired since birth. Why is it necessarily a bad thing? Oh, it's criminality. Well, yeah, there's going to be aggression. I'll tell you about that here in just a second, because I got some studies on that. But
And this doesn't correlate to gender, right? Like the fourth one could be a guy, right? Or no? Can they not, because if they're on like
I mean, I guess theoretically it could be, yeah.
Okay.
But I think in terms of like traditional strengths that play towards our like relatively set like biological strengths, I think that I think that like the first and fourth are ideal. Like these are the types of women that I look for. Like I like people that are relatively feminine and everything, but they also have to be like very confident, very assertive,
more like a man. They have to have more man-like qualities, male-like qualities, masculine-like qualities than female-like qualities. Or at least they have as maxed out female qualities as possible, but they also have to have that max. Now, does it surprise anyone in the chat right now that this guy's bisexual? If that is your ideal, then a dick or a pussy is all it is the plumbing at that point. Because if your ideal is androgyny, then bisexuality would be the ideal state for your heteronormativity or whatever, your sexuality, right? Because if you're striving to be like, let's just say for sake of argument, he's striving to be the leftmost bar graph right there. I would expect him to be bisexual, because he would look for that in someone else. Does that mean that Melina is that? Does she peg him? Is it something that is like, or maybe Melina is like the second or the third one over. She's all pink and a little bit of blue, and he needs to find that outside of their quote unquote marriage in bisexual relationship with men and women, because he doesn't get that with Melina. I would say so. I would definitely say so. You like that? I think that's why, yeah, exactly. Dropping truth bombs in pursuit of androgyny of sexes is actually linked to hermetic mysticism. And yeah, it is. But let me see if I can bring this home for you, Bill. Let me read this. Rollo dropping the truth bombs. The pursuit of the androgyny of sexes is actually linked to hermetic mysticism. I know it's the as above, so below. Got it. What is the Baphomet thing where it's like Slanesh from 40K. It's like half man, half woman is the perfect, pleasure seeking hedonist, chaos cultist. Plato states the sexes were once one in Timaeus. It's an ancient universalism rebranded. It is. But the thing is like when Plato was talking about, he's really talking about what I'm talking about, which is complementarity. This is metaphorical truth. This is not like literal truth. When we don't know how to describe things, we tend to do it with stories, parables, imaginations. Like it must be because the gods said it was this way, until we figure it out with an fMRI study. And then we go, oh, that's why it was. Oh, we were smarter than we thought back then. We don't know why we're right, but we're right. But if you look at the hermetic mysticism, I'm very aware of that, especially doing the study for religion. But the androgyny thing, by the way, that's a striving not for a balance in male and female in the same person, because that's impossible to do, physically impossible to do, because we're not wired. The machine isn't built that way. But bringing the highly masculine, low feminine man, the alpha male, with the alpha female also, which in this case would be the pink line with the short blue line, you put them together and you have a really great lasting relationship, because the strengths of one make up for the weaknesses of the other. That's the beauty of monogamy. That's the beauty of coming together with somebody who you really click with. Remember when I said like there is no one? There is no one, but there are some good ones and there are some bad ones, but there's no like soulmate. But the good ones are the ones where your pink line and your blue line like lock in. Otherwise, you're trying to become this thing that is a self-fulfilling, superfluous, androgynous thing that has no needs for anything outside of itself, which is ludicrous. You want a recipe for a detestable life? That's it. striving to balance both of those, or at least get him to as close to his ideal as possible. That's androgyny. That's stagnation. I was going to also say this is that species that do like what hermaphroditic budding or whatever, like they can reproduce in themselves, they tend to be like androgynous, right? They can be male or female as the environment dictates. I think what is it? Seahorses do something like that. Slugs, worms. It's called hermaphroditic budding, right? So it's basically that the organism can self-reproduce when it needs to. Or if there's not enough females in the environment, it can like fundamentally change its sex and then reproduce with the others, right? They can in some way find a way to make the alleles align and come together, right? The problem with those is they never really advance beyond like the larval stage or the worm stage, or I think they're called planar stage, like they're slugs. That's one. The other thing is that those species tend to depend on an environment that is static. And human beings do not depend on that. We live in the freaking mess. And we have to be adaptable, and we have to be smart. We don't have teeth. We don't have like sharp teeth or horns or claws, or we don't have natural weapons. This is our natural weapon, right? Men, this is your natural weapon. Use it well. We have to be able to use those things. But I do understand like what you're saying here, Bill, is this is the metaphorical truth way of explaining something that is biologically true. Like there is, the idea, or biologically understood, let's just say. So if we say that this is a bad thing or this is a good thing, mysticism, all that other stuff, what is it? I think it was it Isaac Asimov saying, it is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic until it's not. Until it becomes less and less advanced, and then we can figure it out ourselves. So we're going to call things magic that we don't understand, and maybe we got a kind of a hunch about it, but we're going to say it's the gods or it's the the magical spirits of the forest do this, and then later on we find out that it's just the forest, right? Or it's this. It takes the magic away from it. We were right. You're right. Metaphorically speaking, it was true, not literally true, but we got the dynamics right, and we needed a name for it, so we call it energy. Or we call it vibing, or we call it, dwelling in your inner inness.
Ability to assert boundaries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like I think this is a really good match. You don't want whereas like people that are passport bros, they're looking for these types of women. They want women that are like feminine, but also demure, submissive.
I would argue that every man is looking for that, because every man is the asshole, is the guy that you think is a retard. Every man, like, trust me, no one can be as advanced as Destiny is, right? Because Destiny is that ideal that's on the far left there. It's androgyny.
Easy to walk over, aren't going to challenge or assert.
I'm actually taking the side of passport bros.
Boundaries very often. Like that's who they're looking for. Like this group of people are people that are looking to be taken advantage of, essentially, in my opinion.
Makes sense.
All right, let's halt that for a second. The rest of this is basically you can look at this is the fundament. This is the guts of what I wanted to get into. But like he goes on, it's actually pretty entertaining if you've got 4 hours to kill. But it's pretty much his cheerleading of Melina out all after this, and he really got him. Okay, but I thought the very beginning of this was very telling about his sort of epistemology, right? Like why he believes what he believes. And essentially his fundamental beliefs are rooted in an ideal that is androgyny. So I'm going to pull that for the time being. Here we go. Now, why do I say that? Well, let's go and let's look at a few more studies here, because people think that this is like, roll the red pill. Those red pill guys don't know what they're talking about. This is what they presume. I've already debunked the whole thing where he's coming at Janelle, because Janelle is not an authority on this by any stretch of the imagination. And neither is he. And this is where I will make the plea for accuracy in the red pill. I know that's impossible with a Janelle. I know that's impossible with a Pearl. I know that's impossible even with me sometimes, like to a degree. It's impossible to be 100% accurate, but like some people are a little bit more accurate, have more of a vested interest in it than others. So let me share this screen with you. I want to throw something else out here too. This is a good one. So this is actually something from my book. It was a source I cited in my 4th book. And let's see if I can put this up here. Religiosity is associated with a more feminine intelligence profile, evidenced from the National Longitude Study of Youth in 1979. Okay. This was, I could just read you the abstract for it if you want, because it's a kind of a long read. But let's go back down. So the discussion, as we examine relationships between cognitive bias and religiosity, we have to examine the possibility that some of the tests in the ASVAB test are not a true measure of intelligence, but are instead measures of interests and preferences. Essentially what this goes into is the, when we talk about like chick crack, when we talk about how women tend to be more emotional, or they tend to prioritize emotion before reason. This is why women are more superstitious. This is why women are into Brazilian power crystals and energy and vibing and chakras and Eastern mysticism and witchcraft, Wicca, right? It's the interest in quote unquote forbidden knowledge, because women's power has always been covert. Men is always overt, because women are the vulnerable sex. Well, they say men conquer worlds and women conquer men. They do that through covert power. Women conquer men through covert power. Men conquer worlds through overt power. And so when you think about it in terms of like the innate feminine and the innate masculine and how we're wired, it ceases to be as surprising as it was. Let me pull that one. That was the religiosity one, but there's another one in here I wanted to get to. Oh man. Okay. So this is the one, this is a study, or this is a bit that I'm hoping, like, I know it's kind of a tall order, but I'm hoping Farah will watch this part right here. So where'd it go? Share that. And this is it. Oh boy, is this a good one too. I have so many of these links too. I really need to just make a mass publishing of these links. Masculinity may have a protective effect against women, against the development of depression in women. This was like absolutely fascinating to me here. So when we talk about like the statistics for how women are like on SSRIs and they're more unhappy and depressed than ever before in history, here's the biological neurological link to that. Women and men who strongly endorse masculine traits are less susceptible to depressive symptoms compared to their less masculine counterparts, according to new research. This is, by the way, is August of 2021. The findings could help explain why women face a greater risk of depression. Yeah, because they are forced into that androgyny that a guy like Destiny thinks is an idealized state. The idea for this study began in 2007. Since then, our team has published a series of work referring to sex differences in emotional susceptibility and found that women are more sensitive to emotionally negative stimuli than men. Why? Because men do not process emotion the same way as women. It's not that one is more or less emotional, or that anger is one emotion and it's not expressed or whatever. It's the fact that we lack the fucking hardware in the first place. Okay. So, said study author Huang Li, a professor at South China Normal University as an admiral and director of Chinese Psychological Society. We inferred that this may be an important mechanism for gender differences in the prevalence of depression, as women are almost twice as likely to suffer from depression as men. Therefore, we asked whether girls and women suffer from high-risk depression just because of their biological sex. We searched for answers from the past literature and found that psychosocial gender role, might be an effective indicator of predicting depression susceptibility, even more accurate than biological sex, because personal emotions are easily affected by social factors. To examine this further, the researchers conducted a meta-analysis using 58 peer-reviewed studies published between 1978 and 2021 that included measures of depressive symptoms and gender roles. Given the number of studies about gender roles and depression has increased significantly over the past 40 years, post-sexual revolution, and the gender roles issued have changed over time and vary by nation. My co-authors and I decided to systematically reevaluate depression's relationship with gender roles to determine the potential moderating factors. Lee explains. most of the studies assessed masculinity and femininity using the BEM, the BEM sex role inventory, or personal attributes questionnaire. Both scientific surveys have a similar format. Participants are shown a list of traits such as affectionate, independent, and are asked to indicate how well each item describes them. Lee and his colleagues found a robust negative relationship between masculinity and depression amongst both men and women. In other words, individuals with high levels of masculine traits experienced lower levels of depressive symptoms compared to individuals with lower levels of masculinity. The researchers also found a weak negative relationship between feminine traits and depressive symptoms, particularly among those of higher education and those living in countries with higher national incomes. Those with high levels of both masculine and feminine traits, androgynous, were the least at risk for depressive symptoms. The main findings suggest that androgynous gender role traits can protect against depression regardless of sex and age. To be specific, both male and female individuals who strongly endorse masculine traits are less susceptible to depression, and feminine traits, tender, gentle, affectionate, yada, yada, and understanding may also allow them to benefit from the social support as protective factors for depression. Conversely, conformity to traditional and typical gender norms, men should be men, boys should be strong, blah, 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 may promote distress and mental disorders, particularly depression. According to development of individual androgynous traits is expected to be an effective process to reduce the global prevalence of depression and gender disparity. Given that gender differences in depression start to emerge during adolescence, a stronger focus on effective educational activities, yada, yada. Okay. Furthermore, only one study, the researchers analyzed responses from thousands of participants from around the world, but the majority of the studies were conducted in highly developed countries, such as the United States. So that results of this review may be hard to generalize to other developing nations and economically disadvantaged countries or regions, Lee said. Additionally, participants in most of the selected studies were college students, while a relatively small number of studies contained children, adolescents, and older adults. Furthermore, only one study focused on depressed patients on this topic, which may not be very convincing evidence for clinical samples like patients with a physical or mental disorders. Okay, well, I'll keep going here. And right there. Okay, so masculinity may have a protective effect against development of depression, even for women. So let me also point this out to you while we're here. So you guys are already aware of this one. This is an easy one. Demographics of long-term antidepressants. I usually use this stat when I'm talking about how happiness is really kind of a misnomer these days. Like, it's not a goal state, it's actually a process. But it's big business for men and women, and particularly women, to believe that they can be put into a state there of like sort of perpetuated happiness. This is done through SSRIs. Now, I usually use this stat set, but I'm also going to show you this one. Global antidepressant users per 1,000 people. The United States tops the list at the number of, as the volume of antidepressant use. Korea is actually Korea, which my new book, my book 2, 3, and 4 is about to be published in Korea, by the way. You can see them as the lowest, and you would think, wow, Korea would be high. Like they would want to feel more happiness in Korea. But if you look in the more let's say industrialized nations, I don't know if Iceland's that. Maybe Iceland kind of, the only reason why antidepressant use is there is because Iceland's kind of depressing. It's isolated and it has a higher population, of course. Australia, Canada, Denmark, Sweden, Portugal, United Kingdoms. But again, even the United Kingdoms is a far cry from the United States. Okay, let's keep going. How about this one? This is the percentage of adults 18 and over who used antidepressant medication over the past 30 days by education, yada, yada. Okay, so less than a high school graduate, and some college. This is what that report was talking about a little bit for both. But if you look for men and you look for women, look at the prescription for depression amongst women versus depression amongst men. And again, this is by demographic cohort. So by educational cohort. So it's high school, less than high school, and then some college. So college educated women tend to be the most prescribed or the highest usage of SSRIs of anyone in the United States. So if you look at that, like 18%, what was that? 18 something? Let me put that back real quick. What did it say? 18.3%. So if you're dating a college educated chick who's like supposed to be like an alpha female, there's at least an 18, maybe 19, like 18.5% chance she's probably on SSRIs. That's kind of an interesting graph there. It's interesting when you put it in those terms. Where'd this go? This is another one that I particularly like. I'm digging out. I dug out all of my links here from. I usually keep like a list of links for the differences between men and women. This one in particular was interesting. And so Rollo's like, oh, well, we're more alike than we aren't alike, or we are more biologically the same than we are. The truth of the matter is that there are brain differences in genders, which are, is this the one? Brain differences. Let me see. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. Let me push this just so you can see me too. That's better. Okay. There we go. Where is that? Hold on one second. That is brain differences between the genders. Do you ever wonder why men and women think so differently? Research reveals major distinguishers between male and female brains, which each have advantages and disadvantages, like they're complements to one another. Despite differences in male and female brains, scientists have discovered exceptions to every so-called gender rule. Differences between male and female brains include that the female brain uses 10 times more white matter than for activity. I showed you this one right here, that's where this is from. So we're already looking at gender differences in brain architecture, but that wasn't the one. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay. Here it is. This one's from the sun. Where'd you go? Here we go. That's it. Okay, this is the one with the babies on it. There we go. Gender agenda. Men and women are born to be different, as experts prove. Brain differences begin in the womb, not society, not the patriarchy, not social constructionism. It's actually biological constructionism. Okay. It's a question as old as Adam and Eve. Are men and women wired differently? A new study, and this was from 2019. A new study finally confirms that the sexes really do have different brains and suggests these variations start in the womb. The conclusion is a controversial one, and why would it be, right? Why wouldn't it be? As many experts think social influences are more important to the distinctive ways that men and women think. No, they don't. It's evolutionary genetic differences. But scientists at New York University Langone say they've narrowed down a biological route after they took brain scans of more than 100 fetuses in the womb. Study author Professor Moriah Tomlinson said that she was not surprised at the findings. There were many differences in the organization of male and female fetal brains. That's what I would have expected, she told the Times, which we can't see because it's behind a paywall. Her team investigated how connectivity was different in the growing minds of men and boys. Scans were taken from 118 fetuses in the second half of pregnancy. One of the big differences was in the connections between the distant parts of the brain. Girls produce more long-range neurons networks as they matured in the womb. While it's impossible to know how this changes the way women think, although we can probably figure it out, differences in boys' brains were easier to decode. Of course they are, because we're just stupid, dumb, simple boys, right? Their connections were found to be more changeable than girls. Yes, because we have more brain variability. This, by the way, I should also say that I've read studies. I don't know if I have it up here in my books, but there are studies that show that men have greater personality variability, more variable personalities than women do. And again, biologically rooted that way. Their connections were found to be more changeable than girls. This may explain why men are more vulnerable than women, according to Professor Thomason. Okay, it's vulnerable in the sense that it's physiologically. Males are more susceptible to environmental influences than female babies. Of course they are, because we have a higher testosterone level. Testosterone makes men more vulnerable to pathogens, and it lowers our immunities. That's why. If that's true, that could partially account for the fact that the male is more vulnerable and programmable. You might be right. The findings breathe new life into the long-standing debate over male and female brains. Some scientists think the differences in our minds are mostly shaped by social factors, while others believe that we are born with them. All right, good enough. And this one can go. What about the next one? Oh boy, this is a good one too. So what I'm doing is just backing up what I've been talking about here. This is a good one. How about this one too? Differences between boys and girls evident 3 weeks after conception. 3 weeks after the sperm enters the egg. Here we go. Is that what it was? Is this it? No, that's not it. Hold on. It is this one. Okay. Differences between boys and girls evident 3 weeks after conception. There are plenty of old wives' tales regarding how to tell whether a pregnant woman is going to have a boy or a girl. But one thing that doctors know for certain is that in the second and third trimesters, women having girls display higher levels of a hormone known as maternal serum, HCG, than do women pregnant with boys. Now, new research suggests that such hormonal differences appear less than 3 weeks after conception. The findings published today in the Journal of Human Reproduction may help explain how girls and boys exert control over their mother's hormones. Keep going down. I don't know if this is the one. Oh, finding this gender-related difference so early in pregnancy may help explain how it occurs. Previous research into the variants suggests that either some genes on the X chromosome that regulate protein expression may become overexpressed in the presence of a female fetus, or hormones from a male fetus could suppress MSHCG, which I guess is the counter to that. Because the glands that produce fetal hormones do not develop within the first 3 weeks of pregnancy, the authors conclude that there is a differential expression of genes by the placentas of female compared to the male fetuses. Once again, establishing the physiological differences between boys and girls and men and women. And let's see. Let's go back again. Yeah, Nick, there you go. Goodbye. Bye, Felicia. Yes. Yeah, of course he is. Let's see. Shall I go on? Is there any other ones that are in here that are pretty good? This is a pretty long one. I don't know if I want to read that to you right now. National Library of Medicine, sex begins in the womb. Once again, and by the way, this is like down to the, oh, this is a really good one. This is down to the microbiological. This is down to the cellular level here. This one will really, it'll explain everything for you. Okay. Nice brains finish last. More pro-social brains are more prone to depression, study suggests. Who was just saying we needed more pro-social men and that was the positive way to do things and anger was not? Okay. We all like to think that being kind, responsible, and fair will lead to a happy life. There's that word again. But what if we were wrong? What if nice guys really do finish last? A new study published in Nature Human Behavior suggests that those who value economic equity at their brain's core are more likely to be depressed. Those who prefer everything for themselves tend to be more happy. Really? They also tend to reproduce more too. According to the model of social value orientation, humans can be placed into 3 rough categories based on their reactions to economic inequity. 60% of people are pro-socials, meaning they prefer resources to be distributed equally among everyone. 30% of individuals, meaning they are primarily concerned with maximizing their own resources. Roughly 10% are competitive to them. To them, the most important outcome is that they have more than other people. So that's 60, 30, and then 10. So that's the whole thing. In 2010, Dr. Mashiko Haruno suggested in The Nature of Neuroscience that primal brain structures like the amygdala lie at the core of prosocial orientation. His research found that when exposed to economic inequity, prosocials have strong activation of the amygdala, an evolutionarily ancient region of the brain associated with automatic feelings of stress. In a simulation where others received more money than they received, the prosocial amygdalae were activated. When they received more money than others in the simulation, they had amygdala activation, again suggesting that automatic feelings of stress or guilt. The individualists, on the other hand, only had strong amygdala activations when they were the victims of inequity. Those are the sociopaths, right? The individualist amygdala was relatively unfazed when individualists unfairly got more money than other persons. Both groups had amygdalae that were sensitive to being victims, but the prosocials were uniquely sensitive to economic inequity that benefited them financially. They had guilt amygdalae. So essentially what this does is it links up the biological reasons of why like nice guys finish last, right? Or they are more prone to depression because they are more pre-wired for prosociality, I guess, for lack of a better term. Oh, that was fantastic, considering that the fact that the guy who is like the Ubermensch into Destiny by Destiny's ideal here is actually more prone to depression. Assuming that's the thing. So I got that. What else do we got here? Brain differences between the genders. I think I've already read that one. And then I have why breakups are more tough on men. Also another fact. Oh, this is okay. So here's the last one before I get into the rest of this shit here. If we finish up, this is one of the studies where it shows that stress. Okay, so this is stress and how boys and girls, men and women, deal with differing emotions, like negative and positive emotions. Okay, and this is from the BBC, and it was 2016. Okay. Teenage boys and girls respond to severe stress in different ways deep inside their brains, the researcher suggests here. Okay. The stressful events affect the brains, very stressful events affect the brains of girls and boys in different ways, a Stanford University study suggests. A part of the brain linked to the emotions and empathy called the insula was found to be particularly small in girls who had suffered trauma. But in traumatized boys, the insula was larger than usual. This could explain why girls are more likely than boys to develop post-traumatic stress disorder, which is true. The researchers said their findings suggest that boys and girls could display contrasting symptoms after a particularly distressing or frightening event and should be treated differently as a result. The research team from Stanford University School of Medicine said girls who develop PTSD may actually be suffering from a faster than normal aging of one of the insula, that area of the brain which processes feelings and pain. And they break it down here. I have no clue exactly what all this crap is, but again, I know what the thalamus is, and then the hippocampus. The insula, also known as the insular cortex, is linked to the body's experience of pain and emotional experiences of fear. Again, another root emotion. The insula or insular cortex is a diverse and complex area located deep within the brain, which has many connections in the instinct part of things. As well as a processing of emotions, it plays an important role in detecting cues from other parts of the body. The researchers scanned the brains of 59 children aged 9 to 17 for their study, published in Depression and Anxiety. One group of 14 girls and 16 boys had suffered at least one episode of a severe stress or trauma, while a second group, 15 girls and 14 boys, had not been exposed to any. In the group of traumatized boys and girls, there was evidence that one area of the insula, the anterior circular sulcus, had changed in size and volume compared with the other of the groups. Okay, so what is PTSD? They go through this. The rest of this is essentially explaining how men and women, boys and girls, process emotions differently, and particularly negative emotions differently. So we're not wrong to say that men tend to react emotionally when it comes to anger, because they're processing emotions and are prompted to behaviors that are different from girls. Very simple. It's not hard to figure out. Men and women are just as have the potential, the capacity to be emotional. They all have the capacity to be emotional. The difference is that the processing of that emotion is different in men than it is in women. Again, women have the more they have the communication gene, right? That's the back and forth synapses versus the front to back, right? Yes, men. Let's see if I can find this. Where did I put this one? Oh, this was great. Nature alone can't explain male aggression. Okay, so nurture alone cannot explain male aggression. This is from the Nautilus blog. Nurture. This is from Steve Stuart Williams. Males, it seems, are more aggressive despite culture, not because of it. By clamping down on male aggression, culture may make sex differences in aggression smaller than it would otherwise have been. So, again, men are more aggressive because society are they more aggressive because society rewards male aggression? Probably not. Males, it seems, are more aggressive despite culture, not because of it. This is from The Ape That Understood the Universe. We are, again, hardwired to be violent. If you saw the I don't know if they showed the entire clip of this, but when I was on Dr. Phil and I was confronting Imran Ahmed, and he hits me. This was in the first episode, and he hits me with the question, because I had mentioned that men off themselves at 3.5 to 5 times the rate of women, and his comeback, his only comeback was, well, do you know what the number one killer of women is? And the answer to that is actually heart disease. But I know where he was going with it. It's like, oh, men have are incarcerated at higher rates, and they're more violent, and it's the women's experience violence at the hands of men more than women. Like, it's like, yeah, because men have a predilection towards violence. And I even I think they probably cut this part out, but when I was talking to him during the show, I said, that's because we're men, because we have a predilection for violence. That's what we do. That's us. We're hostile. That's why we need self-control. That's why we need fathers. That's why we need coaches. That's why we need masculinity, to keep that shit in check and to release it when it is appropriate. I am glad that I have an animal nature when I'm in the squat rack. Are you fucking kidding? I'm glad I'm not the nice guy, have the nice guy gene when I've got like the weight of a small car on my fucking neck. I'm glad for that. I'm glad that I can tap into that animal nature if I have to. When I need to push something, when I need to like force something, when I need to hit someone, justifiably hit someone, right? Justifiable fisticuffs, right? I'm glad we are violent by nature. That is us. Sorry. There's proxies for that. Hell, I like the freaking Golden Knights, man. Hockey, the most dangerous sport on planet Earth. And I'll die on that hill. You're wearing armor. You're traveling at speeds in excess of 60, sometimes 70 miles an hour. The puck is flying close to 100 miles an hour and gets slapped in. You're wearing armor. You're on skates, for fuck's sake. And you're playing with a weapon in your hand. It's the most violent sport you could possibly think of. I mean, potentially the most violent sport you could possibly think of. Nothing wrong with it, but why do guys have to do this? Why can't we have why is football the thing? Why is rugby a thing? Why do they want to? What's MMA? Women love it. They love fucking violence. They love to see it. Because in our ancestral past, the best way to demonstrate higher value was actually to kill somebody. That's how we did it. If you could prove that. Like, I love how Dr. Jordan Peterson, you need to be a dangerous man who doesn't use it. Then how does anybody know you're dangerous? Because you're like yoked? Does that mean you're dangerous? You need to have the capacity to be violent. Well, I do agree with that, but sometimes you gotta kick some ass. You gotta display the fact that you're a black belt, because if you step down, if you back down from a fight that you could win and nobody else does, to everybody else, it looks like cowardice. So sometimes, say speak softly and carry a big stick. Sometimes you got to use the big fucking stick. Sometimes you got to speak loudly and use that thing. That's the long and the short of it. That's just what we are as human beings. And you know what? Women are more nurturing. Women have a higher, well, let's just say they have a greater sensitivity to communications. Women communicate covertly. Men communicate overtly. I don't see how this is like groundbreaking, revolutionary epiphanies for people. Well, it is if your goal is to make men and women androgynous. Then it is threatening as hell. I completely understand why Destiny would think that a guy who has overwhelming masculine qualities and very minuscule feminine qualities. I understand why that's a threat to a guy like Destiny. Absolutely, that guy represents a physical, existential threat to a guy like Destiny. But unless that guy uses it, unless that guy actually it demonstrates his capacity to be a violent person, he's just a coward. Or let's say this, he presents the appearance of cowardice unless he's willing to use it. So occasionally you have to be able to kick ass. You have to say no sometimes. You have to be aggressive sometimes. That's just how we are. That's what human beings are. We are, what was it? I think it was Mike Sartain was like, we're basically hairless murder apes. Now we can also, we're hairless murder apes who can also play guitar. We can write sonnets, paint a masterpiece, write the next American novel. But we're much more than that, but we're also that. So we're hairless murder apes, but we're also cultivated gentlemen, refined gentlemen, or we should be anyways. I love that. But see, that's the thing is I think too many people think that aggression and the negative, the toxic masculinity is something that is taught. It's not. Masculinity is just masculinity. And the aspects of it that are convenient and that align and cooperate and embolden and build up and reward a gynocentric social order, anybody can have those aspects of masculinity. Well, women can be those things too, unless you're a hostile, hairless murder ape. And those characteristics that make you that's toxically masculine. Anything that builds up men specific to the expense and the exclusion of women, that's toxic. You want to talk about that, Ben Shapiro? You want to talk about that, Matt Walsh? I'll be happy to come in there and just mop the floor with you next time. But that's what we are. We are, and I think the further we get away from our visceral nature, the worse off we are. I'm not saying we need to in one of it's in my fourth book as well. I make the case that it is equally unhealthy to have all these restrictions on our pleasures as it is to overindulge in those pleasures, right? So it's one thing to people want to say, oh, those degenerates are all hedonists. Look, they just want to fuck anybody. They're poly and whatever else. Yeah, that's unhealthy. You're right. But it's just as unhealthy to say that any sex that's not for procreation is a drug addiction. That's the opposite side. Can we just find a happy medium in there? Can we just say, hey, you know what? How about we get married and we fuck a lot? Can we say that? Is that okay? Can we just go back to the way we used to do it? Heterosexual marriage. It's going to make a comeback. I'm sticking with it. Can we enjoy fucking our wives and having our wives dress up sexy and stay in hot and stay in shape as long as they possibly can? Can we go and can we force that down people's throats? No. More than a man can take. Let's see. Oh, this was really good. Interesting. Adherence to emotional norms is greater in individualist cultures than in collectivist cultures. You would think it'd be the opposite way around. But in more less egalitarian, the more those emotional norms are greater in individualistic cultures, which I thought was fascinating. This is again, Steve Stewart Williams. This is from PsychNet. It's generally assumed that there are greater pressures to conform to social norms in collectivist cultures, larger population, than in individualist cultures. However, most research on cultural differences in social norms has examined norms for behaviors. Here we examine the cultural differences in norms for emotions. Relative to members of collectivist cultures, members of individualist cultures are more attuned to internal states and value them more. Therefore, we predicted that the adherence to emotion norms would be greater in individualist than in collectivist cultures. In 4 studies with 119 samples from 69 distinct countries and over 200,000 participants, we estimated adherence to emotion norms in different cultures and how deviation from emotion norms is associated with life satisfaction. As predicted, in countries higher in individualism, emotional experiences of individuals were more homogeneous and more concordant with the emotions of others in their culture. Furthermore, in more individualist countries, deviation from the mean emotional experience was linked to lower life satisfaction. We discussed 2 complementary mechanisms that underlie such differences. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that was from the APA in 2020, but the report is on PsychNet, which is related to APA. Interesting. Adherence to emotion norms is greater in individuals countries such as the United States. So wanting to fit in and wanting to toe the emotionalism line is more likely to happen in an individualist country, such as the U.S. That's not here near there. I don't need that one. Let's see. I love this one. I had to throw this one out there. I just got to throw this in. This is Rob Henderson. He says, using data on males aged 18 to 59, current measures of muscularity significantly positively associated with the number of total sexual partners and partners in the past year. I meant to throw that one out there when they were talking about, it doesn't matter if he looks good or he makes a lot of money. It's just it's what the heart wants. Bullshit. This bullshit. Provable bullshit. Cost and benefit of fat-free muscle mass in men, relationship to mating success, dietary requirements, and native immunity. Oh, man. Thank you, Rob Henderson. Soon to be Dr. Rob Henderson, I presume. Here's a really good one. Rolf Dengen. The only factor that predicted a positive emotional outcome from casual sex was being a man. Now, you have heard the red pill. Myron said this before. This is where this comes from. And I'm sick to death of people trying to conflate. Well, what's the double standard? Well, men can go fuck other women and women can't. And casual sex this and casual sex that. I specifically drew this one out for today's show because I have heard Dr. Jordan Peterson in his little clips on marriage and all this other shit and casual. There's no such thing as casual sex. No, there is. For men. In fact, here, let me just show this one to you if I can get it for you. I don't want to rat anybody out here. I'll just read it to you. This is from maybe I can just read it from the here. I can send you this here. I can put this one on screen. Hang on. This is awesome. So when we talk about how, like, if you're a guy, you're less likely to have like a negative experience if you, like, men and women do not, again, process emotions. They process emotions differently, but as a result of that, like, women have a higher emotional investment in sex. The opposite, though, is true for men. Men can separate the emotional investment from the sex act itself. That's why pornography is so popular, right? I believe, is that the one? Yeah, here we go. All right, this is from that study. I'll just read you the excerpt from it really quickly. This is from Was It Good for You? This is from Springer Link. Okay, so this is actually you can download the PDF if you'd like to from this link right here. And was it good for you? Gender differences in motives and emotional outcomes following casual sex. I'm just going to read you the excerpt. This study, N equals 701, meaning that's their sample size, was designed to ascertain what motivates people to have casual sex, what emotional outcomes follow casual sex, and whether there are gender differences among these variables. People who engage in sex to regulate negative emotions are likely to experience negative emotional outcomes. Women reported significantly more negative emotional outcomes than men, including loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, regret, general negative feelings, and a perception of negative judgment from others. Okay, the walk of shame. Conversely, men reported greater sexual satisfaction, happiness, self-confidence, contentment, and mood improvement after casual sex. No predictors, apart from being a man, were found for positive emotional outcome. It is important to note that this finding is consistent with research from an evolutionary perspective, which suggests that women experience more regret than men because short-term sexual relationships are considered less advantageous for women's reproductive success because they have a higher cost, right? And conversely, advantageous for men's reproductive successes, or for reproductive success, means ejaculate and evacuate, hit it and quit it. The red pill's been talking about this forever, but you don't want to listen. So where do they get this crazy idea from? However, the item that loaded on the same factor as all of these items was concern about being negatively judged by others, which supports the sexual double standard from a social psychological perspective. There you have it. So let me kill that one out of there and come back to you. That's why we say the emotional impact for women when it comes to sex, casual sex particularly, is different for men than it is for women. Men can separate themselves from the emotional investment of the sex act. Women have an investment in that because the possibility of them getting pregnant is always there. They always focus on that side. Well, men must be more responsible because they shouldn't have casual sex because women will feel negatively about it. Blah, 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 blah. It's your responsibility to give women a better life. Not today, it ain't. Not after the sexual revolution and not after gynocentrism, it ain't. And more guys are following along with that. So you could say, well, if men were better men, then women would be better women. No, not now, because women want to get theirs. They want the paradox of choice, or the paradox of having options, until they get to be 29 to 33, and then they go, where's my man? Again, men and women are different. If they weren't, then we could logically presume that men would be just as negatively impacted by casual sex as women were, emotionally, on an emotional scale, because that's what today's about, emotionalism. How come men don't feel, how come actually men feel the opposite? They're like, damn, man, that was great. I feel happy. I feel self-satisfied. I knocked it out. It was a good time, a good experience. I think I left her better than I found her, and I'm hit it and quit it. Ejaculate and evacuate, baby. Time to go have a big gulp down at 7-Eleven. Slurpee time, baby. Guys feel good about it. They're like, fuck yeah, got laid. It's not like, and I think a lot of people say, oh, you just feel validated. No, it's just the afterglow. That's the happiness and the self-satisfied. It's the post-sex afterglow. It's not about validation. It's not about ego appeasement. It's not about, oh, I conquered another bitch. Let's put another notch in the, that's why notch can't come from. We're going to put another notch in the bedpost. Got you, bitch. That's not the purpose of, like, women want to say that is because they're feeling negative. They're feeling bad about it. And they think men should feel bad about it too. Why should they feel bad about it? Because we're all the same. We're all blank slates. We all have the same hardware. It's just the plumbing's different. Get the fuck out of here. The more we become educated, the more technology we have, the more fMRI studies, the more we can do brain imaging, the more we can find out more about hormones and endocrinology or whatever it is. The more we can find out about that, the better educated we are, and the more I believe we're going to find. And this is me, a statement of belief, because I have no other reason to see it changing anytime soon. But the more technology we have, the more we will realize that this bullshit wokesy shit is just that. All this, oh, we need to be androgynous. No, it is impossible for us to be androgynous, and it should in no way be an idealized state. So get the fuck out of here with that. That's why people say, Rollo, why do you have such a problem with Carl Jung? This is why. Because I have to constantly have this conversation over and over and over again. Anima, animus. Bullshit. That's where, you want to know where that androgyny ideal is coming from? It's coming directly from Carl Jung. Directly. And you know what? The more we understand men's brains and women's brains and the synapses and the white matter and the gray matter and everything else that goes along with that, and understanding our brains a little bit more and understanding the architecture, you're going to find that all this bullshit with Carl Jung is exactly as a social engineering program. You want to know how you get wokesy shit? You stay away from the hard science and you go to the, oh, let's go and feel better about ourselves. Touchy-feely humanist cognitive bullshit, psychotherapy. Let's go get on the fainting couch and talk about our feelings. Let's get a drum circle going. Bullshit. I'll call it out every time I see that. And so the frustrating thing for me, if you don't know that I'm frustrated, I'm being emotional, I'm frustrated. That's a frustration, is emotion, right? I'm being emotional. Yes, I am. Trust me, and justifiably so. I have to emphasize things now and then. But the reason why I have to do that is because I watch shows like this, and Myron does yeoman work. He's really good at what he does. Don't get me wrong. But when you're looking at Janelle as an authority on the red pill who's just like talking out of her ass, and then you got Destiny going, oh, that's what the red pill's really about. It makes for great content. Bravo. I'll give that to you, but it is in no way red pill. So no way red pill for the last 22 and a half years, by my reckoning. Like, can you just like, at least just like have the intellectual honesty to say, yeah, she's full of shit. And yeah, I'm full of shit for having like, for saying that she's in some way an authority on this. Can we just like have some sort of intellectual like honesty in all of this? I don't think so, but because that doesn't make for good YouTube. Doesn't make for something that advertisers are going to put you like at, you're not going to get ad revenue from a 4 or 5 hour podcast for shit like that. You're going to get it for like, oh, look, this is what these guys are about. Abba and Preach, Myron and Fresh. That's what gets the clicks going. You know what doesn't get the clicks going? Talking about shit like this. It's more than a man can take. Okay. So yeah, this was my deep dive. Thank you very much. And this is what you're going to get from me from here on out. All right. I am turning. Here's my pivot. My pivot is, I promise you, I will come back to like the hard sciences and the real fucking red pill, because no one is doing it, with the exception of maybe like Mike and Ryan and a handful of other people. Because in the meantime, we're going to like have live studio audiences, and God bless me, Jerry Springer's gone to the grave. We got to have somebody replace him. Might as well be Adam. Adam, I hope I like Adam now. Go for it, man. But in no way should any of these people be considered authorities on the red pill, the manosphere, masculinity, or anything else, because their ideal is death. Their ideal is stagnation. Their ideal is androgyny. Their ideal is just being a thing, an outside, it's nothing, a self-contained, self-fulfilling thing. That's what it's about. You don't think Adam can replace Jerry Springer? How about I said this with a little bit of malevolence, but now I'm kind of like saying it with love. I think I really think whenever I see, and God bless him, I like him well enough, but now anyways that we sorted things out. But like Adam Sosnick is Caesar Flickerman from Catching Fire, from the Hunger Games. He's Caesar Flickerman. And I think you're going to see more and more Caesar Flickermans as we move on into the mid 2020s, the roaring 20s. There's going to be Caesar Flickerman, and there's going to be like, what is it? The Capital Couture as we keep going. Adam's wild. He's a good dude. Yeah, he is. Let me see if I can get to the rest of it. He's Ricky Lake. You think we knew? He's not Ricky Lake. Ant-Man. Let's see. What do you think would happen if I put Farah, Mia Khalifa on and Melina on an Access Vegas with our girls? I wonder what would happen. Oh, this is great. Even when Farah is asking men to be effeminate, she is utilizing vocal fry that sounds like a man and be taken seriously. Comical, also EI equals stupid. Emotional intelligence. Yes, it is stupid. And by the way, it's been debunked like years ago, like decades ago. Let's see. Stephen Olson. Yeah, there is ambiguity when I see a feminine front but masculine personality in women. Maybe that's also what confused women, vice versa. Let me I'll reiterate this. I said this on Access Vegas on the last Thursday show. That, by the way, Access Vegas will be on the next one will be on June 8th, which is coming up this next Thursday. So I'll be out there. Glenn Lawrence and everybody else. I'll be there on Wednesday through Friday. I'll leave Friday, so I'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Staying at where I usually stay at, and I'm not going to tell you where. My usual haunt, and no, not my condo. But that will be when we go there next. But I will say this is that when I was talking about the different, like what an actual alpha female is versus an alpha male. Like most people want to debunk alpha male. I've heard Adam ruins everything. I remember that video where he's like, alpha males don't exist. He was on Joe Rogan trying to explain how alpha males was a misnomer and that there's no such thing as an human alpha male, or even an alpha male in general, like for like wolves or silverback gorillas. And he just went through this big rigmarole. And of course, Joe Rogan's like, you do realize that there are guys who are just like much more like magnetic in their personality, let's just say. And you're just trying to explain these things. And it just came down to semantics and all. But the thing is like there's everyone's ready to dispute alpha male. But when a woman comes up and she says, I'm an alpha female, everyone's like, oh yes, you go girl, get yours, babe. You can do it all, have it all. Like everybody re-encourages that because it's part of the female empowerment narrative. It's fempowerment. And so nobody questions that. I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha female. No, you're not. And every time I've heard that on Access Vegas, and that's really the only time I have an opportunity to sort of correct people, is an alpha female looks like that bar graph with the pink and just a little bit of blue. That's an alpha female. All feminine and like very little masculine. That's alpha. And the guy who with the very like the long blue and the little pink, that's an alpha male. Those are the guys that we respect. Those are the guys who go in and kick ass. Those are the guys who take chances and risks. Those are the guys who give two shits about being pro-social. They're not depressed at all. They're ready to rock and roll because they're comfortable. They're not insecure in their masculinity. They are very secure, so secure that they could give two shits what you think about their masculinity. Opposite is true for women. So when a woman says to me, I'm an alpha female. No, you're an alpha male with tits and a vagina, because an alpha female looks like the hottest swimsuit model who outclasses every other woman in sexual availability, her sexiness, her vivaciousness, her visceral sex appeal, who outclasses who's hotter than any other bitch in the schoolyard, right? That is the alpha female in the context of females. Men, alpha males, are in the context of men. When you say I'm an alpha female, you're saying I am a functional equivalent of a guy, because all those characteristics are what they venerate, right? That's what they said. This is what makes me an alpha female. I'm a boss babe and I'm a bitch and I go and get things done and I got my bag and I got my education and I got all of the characteristics that would make for a very marriageable dude. You're an alpha male. You just happen to have long hair, tits, and a vagina. That's the difference. So I will, and again, that's something I will correct all the time, but in contextually speaking, an alpha female looks like Renee Summerfield. Go look her up. Let's see. Speaking of ill-prepared for environmental changes, did you see the article about AI impacting mostly white-collar jobs heavily performed by women? HR back. Yeah, I didn't see it. Is there an article? I haven't seen any articles on it. There's so much new shit that comes out in AI these days. It's amazing. I was just looking at how AI will write you a cover letter, and they'll rewrite or reformat your resume to specifically cater to the person for whom you're going to get a job interview with. So it goes into like it does a net scrape on their Facebook and their social media and finds out, do they like dogs? Do they not? Like all that those kind of personal thing, little tidbits of information, and then putting you in your best light for the job that you're trying to get, whatever that happens to be. But you can do it like instantaneously. Cover letter, bam, done. Cover letters are easier than the resume. I was like, damn, I got to see how that works. Not because I'm trying to get a job, but it's like I'm looking at that going, in case somebody tries to come at me. I constantly get emails from people who want to do my video shorts and they want to do my, they want to help me out with my graphic design. I'm like, dude, you know who I am, right? But they don't, because the format letters, I'm beginning to understand the inconsistencies in how certain ones are written by AI versus a live human breathing on the other end. Let's see. Rolo dropping truth bombs. Truth bomb. We need a song called Truth Bomb. Truth bomb. Truth bomb. The pursuit of androgyny of sexes is actually linked to. Okay, I already talked about that. It is. They knew. We knew. The wisdom of ancients. Rolo, would you say women are becoming more violent since women commit more domestic violence than women? I would say because the context environments have changed. Remember, we have only put women in the workplace in the last 45, 60, somewhere between 45 and 60 years, depending on whose reckoning you're using. Post-sexual revolution. We're at the very beginning of the experiment. I don't think people really realize we're still the sexual revolution is still alive and well, still going on right now. And the more we change things up, and the more the technology or genetic gap, right? The more we advance in technology, the more that experiment keeps rolling on. If you want to do so, if you want to affect some change in the world as a guy, would you like me to pontificate a little bit? Would you like me to give you some prescriptions? The first thing I will say is stop using the language of the woke. You've heard me say this before. Don't use their language, because if thought corrupts language, then language can corrupt thought. The more you agree, the more you start using the vernacular of the woke, the more you use partner, the more you agree to use pronouns, the more you agree to use their language. And by language, I mean the language of emotionalism. Stop speaking the language of emotionalism. I have to train myself to pick it out. So when I listen to like Janelle, or I see Melina, or I listen to Destiny, and it's like, I pick out these, like the choice of words that they're using. That's how I know I'm in the midst of an emotional reframe. And that's when I go, nope, back over here. We're going to go right back to empiricism, and I'm going to speak this language, and I'm going to force you to speak it. And if you don't, then you can castle yourself off this show. Simple as that. So you have to start using our language of empiricism. And empiricism is not pretty. It's a very guttural, straightforward, overt language. Say what you mean and mean what you say, right? It's very masculine language. Empiricism, objectivism. Stop speaking in emotionalese and learn when it's being spoken to you. Because sometimes people it's like, when we're talking about Jesus smuggling, it's emotion smuggling. Oh, I'm here to have a reasonable, rational debate with you, Rolo. And then 5 minutes later, who hurt you? That means you're out of gas. That means you're out of bullets. That means you're out of ammunition. You got nothing left, and all you have left is an emotional reframe. Know this, every time you try that with me, I will drag you kicking and screaming back into the empiricism side of the language. Every time. With this, when I'm hitting the bag in the yoga room at the gym, it's like a flash flood from all the chicks there. Hey, Rick, save some pussy for the rest of us. Hey, do you have a study to support men prioritize while women prioritize traits? I'm trying to come correct with my talking points. Triune mind theory is a good place to start, Christopher. I'm not sure if there are any specific studies for that. In fact, I think I was asked this when I was on with Destiny, and there were times where he would say, well, there are no specific studies for this, but let's make a correlate. Let's connect some dots here. And my question was this: why are there no studies for that? One would think that if like lay people such as myself and Destiny and everybody else are like, we're not research scientists. So if we're coming up with this question, how come there hasn't been a more academic inquiry into this? That's what really shocks me. And most likely it's because there's no interest in it, because they don't want to find what they think that will be found. Men prioritize looks. Yes, they do. Joker, Rolo, did you see the red pill having any influence in the 2024 election? Oh yeah, definitely. It will be co-opted by the worst element you could possibly imagine. It will be co-opted by Nick Fuentes' army, which is growing by the day. And for the same reason that Pat Campbell told me to dissociate myself and not be in the same room as Stefan Molyneux, I'm going to take the same approach with Nick Fuentes. So you guys, if you decide that you want to have that association and you think the clout is enough for you, especially coming up into the 2024 election cycle, remember, it's only a year. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, I do think that it will. The red pill, you got to remember, Joker, that the all politics are gender politics from here on out. And really, they have been since 2016, since Hillary lost. But all politics are gender politics because women are a larger, just fractionally larger voting bloc than men. And they vote in greater numbers. They actually get to the polls to vote, whereas men don't, not as reliably anyways. So like in the midterms, it was all about, oh, women are gonna lose the right to choose. It's Roe v. Wade. Oh, we need our STEMI checks in the form of debt forgiveness for student loans, which are 2/3 of which are held by women in the United States, to the tune of what, $7 trillion or something, or $1.7 trillion. Christopher, Erudite's biggest reason she thinks you're wrong is because not staying updated with the science. This whole fucking show is nothing but like, why? In fact, I'm sorry if I bored you, due to you not dealing with Stein-Jorgensen hypothesis. I don't even know who Stein-Jorgensen is. Is he somebody that I should look up? I'll put it in the book of everything. What the fuck is that? Okay, I'll tell you what. Erudite, if you're watching, I'll make a deal with him. You go, and I'll even send you the book if you want. You go and download or whatever you got to do, get Hormonal by Dr. Marty Hazelton, and then watch the interview of Gad Saad and Marty Hazelton when she explains the pee hacking that went on, deliberate pee hacking that went on with her 25 plus years of research in ovulatory shift. You go and read that, and I'll be happy to go read Stein-Jorgensen. No problem. Tell me when, tell me where. Already got to you. Christopher Harris got to you. And Paul Butala. Here's for the pivot. Thank you. These pod classes will be honored one day as I view them as a masterclass. Speaking of masterclass, I would say I'm about 2/3 of the way done with my very first class, my first knowledge product that I'm going to be doing, which is the Players Workshop, which is what I mentioned in this book right here. In fact, on Wednesday, I'm going to go and record, I think probably I might be able to finish. If I can get 2 or 3 hours in with Travis, my producer, I might be able to finish it. And then we got to do post-production and everything. I'm kind of hoping to have it out like by the end of June or maybe the beginning of July if all goes well. I got to figure out how to market it. I got a mailing list. I've never done a class before, but I'm glad you like that because I'm glad you said master class because that's what I'm aiming for in production value with my very first class. So coming soon. It's not here yet. Don't email me. Don't badger me. I'm working on it. Okay. I only work here. I got to do what I got. I got to do what I got to do. You said publicly that you wouldn't debate Angela. I did. You said publicly you wouldn't debate Angela because she's a criminal. Please show me where. Okay. But she said you asked her to come to Vegas privately. Is that true? Yes, I did ask her to come to Las Vegas. I said, if you want to come to Las Vegas, again, stop fucking taking things so fucking seriously, man. I was joking around. I was giving her shit is what I was doing. You know what? Everything you read on Twitter is not all serious. Sometimes it's sarcasm. Do you know what sarcasm is? I could go look up the dictionary, go get in the dictionary and read you what sarcasm is. People are like, "Oh, how come you won't debate?" Okay, because I make a policy not to debate convicted felons, and I was joking around because everybody was circulating her pictures of being a shoplifter in 2014 when she was like 19 years old or some shit like that. Okay, you got me. Yes, privately, I asked her. I said, because she was threatening me on my DMs on Instagram. And I'm like, look here. Why don't you come to Vegas, please? And the offer's still good. I'll make it public right now, please, Angela. If you'd like to, come to Vegas. Come and sit amongst all of our girls. Be a panel girl, and you can tell us how full of shit we are. You can do the same. You could verbatim, script it, memorize it. Come on the show and say exactly the same shit that you said on Adam Soxnit's show to MLD. Come on. Kill me. I'm right here. Easy to kill. Come on, man. I'll book the time right now. We got the 8th and we got the 29th right now. Those are our 2 dates for June. Easy to kill. And I was polite. I could show you the exchange. It's DMs. I don't like to do that. But I was very polite. I didn't use any profanity. I didn't use any invectives. I didn't call her names. I said, hey, if you feel strongly about this, if you are, she was the one who was like threatening me and saying, oh, I know your daughter. Hey, we're gonna ruin you, Rolo. We know her name, her real name. I'm not gonna use it here, but she used it. It's probably Well, you got to remember, Angela is also collaborating with Destiny, Melina. Somebody said Natalie, Nat from SauceCast. I don't know how that works. And Farrah, like it's Destiny's Angels, right? She's one of Destiny's Angels. She gets prepped by these guys. Hey, tell him this, and when he says this, then this, right? It's if then logic. Like, okay, if then go to here. It's like coding. If then do this. Come on, I'm right here. Yeah. Yes, I did, and I was very polite and I was very cordial about it because I know damn well that if she were to sit amongst the girls that we have on Access Vegas and say the same thing, she would be destroyed. Please, I'll be as nice. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse. I promise you. All you got to do is show up. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. I promise you. No vitriol. No hate. No hostility. Just come. Sit in between Jamie Villamore and Jamie Lynn and Katie Moore. Right? Come and sit between the goddesses and let's see how long you last. So the offer's still good. Offer's good for anybody, by the way. If you want to come and like debate me in Vegas, easy to kill. For Ned's college fund. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm a whore.
Maybe that wasn't the sound drop I was looking for. Hey, I see Big Mo.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Big Mo was in the chat not too long ago. I saw him a little while ago. Thanks for debunking emotional intelligence. Yes. I actually did a full-up show on that at one point. Didn't know my academics feed me this when I do sociology as a young man. Yes. I met once Blue Line Girl. She was hot. On contradiction, she act very manly. Win, Rolo. Win. When did we get to the taking the habit of putting a W in front of people? Rolo, I got her on with Nuclear Codella. Who? Erudite or Angela? Or both? When do you got them on? When? Where? Would you like me to chime in? I might even like break protocol and go do that with you if I thought that it was going to be worthwhile. But anyways, okay. Kevin Savo is texting me. The show must be over. Oh, I know. He sends me this thing. Making women look dumb is disturbing new podcast trend. New. I love it when the mainstream finally picks up on the manosphere. I love it. This is shocking. It's like they're talking about shit from like 10 years ago. Rocky Savo. What did he say? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. By the way, Vegas Golden Knights, bravo. And just so people know, I actually do have a real bet with Gary, the numbers guy, that the Golden Knights are going to take the Stanley Cup this year. I won't tell. It's an unspecified dollar amount. Maybe he said it already. I don't know, but I won't say it. Unspecified dollar amount, because I want to know if numerologically that he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Because I'll tell you this: what was it? When I'm looking at the numbers of the players, it seems to me that they're most fortuitous numbers. What is it? Marshall, 81. That's got to be a power number. There's a one. One's a power number, right? So that's got to be something. It's got to mean something. I don't know why, but it does. And then what was it? Hill, the goalie. What was it 33 saves for 33 games? I know 3-3 is a big deal to Gary because that's in his handle for Twitter. So I don't know, man. It's not looking good for the Florida Panthers, my friend. That's his team because he's in Florida. I'm more or less in Vegas. Everybody knows I love the Golden Knights. Marchessault especially. Jonathan Marchessault. And Stoney, Mark Stone, captain, my captain. Really good. I was sad when they lost Marc-Andre Fleury for the goalie spot, but Hill's a really good add to that team. They're doing very exceptionally well. I really hope I can't even imagine just the chaos that will happen in Vegas if we take the Stanley Cup for the first time. Holy shit. Okay. What do you got here for me? How can groups of Christian men use the red pill praxeology in their churches to overcome its internal feminism? You can't. You're not going to reinsert it back. You're not going to reinsert yourself back into the matrix. You leave it entirely. Create your own church. Create your own Christian doctrine, the doctrine, not the faith, the doctrine. Here's what we do. Here's how we do shit downtown. This is how we do it in this church, and we are pro-masculine, and this is how we do it, and this is how we read scripture, and this is how we interpret this. That's what you need to do. That's what the Protestants did. You know what you need to do? You need to be Martin Luther and knock that shit onto Joel Osteen's church or some shit like that. I don't know where you would do it. Say, this is what we believe. Here is our declaration of what we believe in this church, and create your own church. Do it. And you know what? I think you'll be very successful at it, honestly, for the same reason why I keep telling people to write the next Han Solo character, or to write the next Red Pill, or pro-masculine movie franchise, or fiction, or whatever it is. The same thing applies not just to pop culture and movies and media and books and everything like that, and stories and everything. It also applies to your everyday life, your religion, your music, your workplace. Or if you're going to work in a place, say, hey, you know what, you don't have to say, oh, we're going to be all pro-masculine misogynists here, but make it clear that this is what the work environment is like. You don't have to be a dick, but you're going to be very pro-masculine. You're not going to tolerate, misandry in this workplace. Stop using their language. That's the easiest thing you can do right now is just be sensitive to using the language of the woke, catch it, and stop it. You want that, little things like that. You got to be the change you want to see in the universe. That's the first step. Stop using their language, because the more you do, the more they win. The more your kids are going to use it. The more your kids' kids are going to use it. Stop it, partner. Fuck you. I hate that shit. I hate having to clarify that when I introduce like Mike or Miguel as my partners. Oh, partner. That's masculine shaming. That's gay shaming. No, I'm heterosexual. He's my business partner, you dumbass. Or when I listen to like Jedediah Bila, she talks about how her husband is she doesn't refer my partner. Are you gay? No, it's Jeremy. He's my partner. Really? Stop it. Stop using their language. And you can say it's the language of the woke, but I will say that's the language of emotionalism, because that is the language of the woke. Start using the language of empiricism. And by the way, you're going to catch a lot of shit for that in the beginning, especially because the language of empiricism will always sound like hate to the language of emotionalism. Just say no, I'm not going to use your language, because by using their language, you're reinforcing their beliefs. You're reinforcing their failed, mistaken, provably false assumptions about human nature. The only reason their language exists, and those pronouns and all this, we can all be 45, 85 different genders. If you use terms like partner, you're only reinforcing that. And by the way, by not using it, you're doing them a favor, because you're disabusing them of a belief set that is false. Come to the sinner's church and beg. I would rather laugh with the sinners and cry with the saints, Glenn Lawrence. Yes. And the Bible is you can read the Bible for free. So am I getting religious? Not now. Will I in the future? I'm already religious. Are you kidding? Me and the Lord, we have an understanding. You already know what that understanding is. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to head out. Thank you for watching. Go Knights. I am going to be in Las Vegas on Wednesday. If I have, I didn't even know. I almost forgot. My good friend Davrick his YouTube channel is called Black Ice. He's one of the guys that we do shows with occasionally, myself and Mike, in Vegas at Sticky Paws Studios. I did about a 2-hour show with Mike, myself, and Davrick, he's been on Access Vegas a couple times, and on his show. I'll put the link in the comments there, but go look it up. It's just Black Ice, and just look up Davrick Black Ice or whatever, and you'll find it. I think I put it. It's actually in my mentions. I put it as a post in my community. Go check that out. 2 hours is really fun. It was guys just BSing, and we came up with some pretty good things to talk about. So, anyways, check that out. Wednesday, I will be in Vegas. If I can do a live stream from there, I will, if I get time. But Access Vegas that'll be your midweek stream will be Access Vegas Thursday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern time, with God knows how many women, because they are like scratching each other's eyes out to be on our show. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. They're actually sourcing themselves now, which is what we were kind of hoping we were going to be able to get to at some point, and it's already happening. So we have a capacity of maybe putting like 8 girls on the show with us, but we're trying to squeeze 10 and it gets a little chaotic. But we're at the point right now where we have to like schedule girls for later shows because we have too many girls. So which is it's a problem, but it's a good problem to have, right? So anyway, what do you got? You always come late. I get started right away. Thanks, Rollo. You're welcome. Thank you for your $5 contribution to Ned's Kibble Fund. All right, I will see you guys. Hope you guys got something out of this. Love you all dearly. Thank you for being Rollo's sons and daughters and my sister wives as well. And what else is there that I need to tell you? Oh, no, I think that's a bit. I am working on a 6th book, not for the Rational Male, but I am in the midst of my 6th book right now. It's going to be something to do with like maxims of the red pill, just so we can avoid confusion these days. Your Aunt Will said, what a sweet man. He don't speak those evil woke language. Thank you. Those Kelly and D bullshit on chicks. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you from Poland. Poland's rocking. I would go to Poland. I would love to go to Poland. All right. I will see you guys later. Thank you for watching. And then also don't forget Devil Mountain Coffee. You can go to devilmountaincoffee.com and you use the code RMS, the Rational Male Show, and you'll get 20% off of your order. That is devilmountaincoffee.com. And this is I just discovered I could do that. How clever. All right. And then, and also don't forget this song that I play in the outro. This is Jevani Sanders. Go to his Spotify. He's got a brand new single that's out. I think you guys will really dig it because he's one of my favorite musicians. That is part of one of my favorite Red Pill musicians. The Sables are pretty good too, but go check out Jevani Sanders. This is Best Head of My Life. There.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You could have the best of my life. Every time a man's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. While you're screaming my name. She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and sleeping with her hair. Like she's calling you Kelly. Ain't nobody got time for that. So baby, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
rights reserved, registered trademarks since 2015. 2023, all rights reserved, copyright. Don't steal my stuff.
Man, well, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
Go to hell.